that's a no-brainer. So when you start looking at it, there's more stuff aligned. There's stuff that didn't align. Just affected easement. And it's been so far. It comes out once a year. Pedal was in place. Looks, talks about what he wants to create. And he leaves, you know. So, no, I was going to like say the debt is changing us. That when you start writing that stuff, you better pay attention. And like the debt love is in definitions. Okay, you got to maintain this kind of a fence. Okay, so what's the definition? And we change some of that so that it's a slope. Just now it's just in the back. Talking wildlife
Test. Oh, it does work. Okay, good morning, everybody. Let's go ahead and take our seats and get started. I know we've got a busy agenda today. All right. Okay, good morning, everyone. We are at 8:01, so we are right on time. So I would like to go ahead and call to order the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners meeting for today, Friday, January 24th, 2025. And if I could have maybe, I don't know if I'm getting too close here, Commissioner Walther maybe lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and if I could have the department take, a roll call, please. Here.
Vice Chair Paul Young.
Here.
Commissioner Wolfer.
Here.
Commissioner Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Amelia.
Here.
Commissioner Bourne.
Here.
Commissioner Keel. Commissioner Lynch. Commissioner Booth.
Here.
All right, thank you for that. And if I could have any county advisory board members that are in attendance today, maybe come up to the mic and announce yourself. I just want to make sure everybody hears. I don't think those that are online can probably hear or not.
Jim Cooney, Elko.
Neil Cheney, Lincoln.
Rob Beamer, Carson City.
Worth Nelson, Lander.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral.
Joe Krim, Pershing.
All right, perfect. Any other county advisory boards? And how about any county advisory boards online?
Daryl Scabina, Lyon County.
That's it?
Sorry, one more.
Paul Dixon Clark.
Are you sure? All right, that seems to be it for county advisory boards. Before we move on from agenda item number one, I do want to make note, as it is in the agenda there, that the meeting is to adjourn today at 4:30. Evidently, this room is being occupied when we're finished here today, so we do have a hard stop at 4:30 today. So just to make that known. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 2, and this is public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So is there any public comment here in Reno?
Mel Building, Public. I would like to see a discussion start pertaining to fees for petitions. I think it's only fair that the department be reimbursed those fees. I have the same feelings on FOIA requests. I don't know where I can go, and it's in this campus. The last time it was $2,500 to build a shop on my land. And that was just to see, to hear it. No guarantee it was going to be changed. And that was just to hear it. And that was during regular times. And when especially when we have special meetings to hear petitions, this costs the sportsmen, the Department of Wildlife, tens of thousands of dollars. And I think it's time that those fees, those costs be borne by the petitioner. That doesn't mean we're not going to be able to get rid of petitions. There's some great petitions that come before this body. But we can also do that at this time, public comment, and request to have it heard at a future meeting. So I'd like to see a discussion start about the actual cost, what it's costing the Department of Wildlife, i.e. the sportsmen, to do these things. Thank you.
All right. Any other?
I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Joel Blakesley, I'm just speaking for myself on a couple of things that really are really not on the agenda, but I'd like to talk just briefly about the wild horse relationship with the lions and the mule deer. It's become kind of obvious to me that the natural relationship between the mule deer and the lions has been impacted by the horses in a lot of this state. You've got an introduced species that has a source of protein that's propping the lion populations up. So you've got a gross overpopulation of horses, a gross overpopulation of lions, and the poor mule deer are getting ground in between that machine. The natural interaction and relationship between the lions and the mule deer has been distorted, and we're really suffering on that. The other thing, just to follow up a little bit on what Mel said, it's pretty obvious to me that commissions around the West and, of course, in Nevada as well are being used for fundraising activities for various groups, and you know, I don't like to see that. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Luciette. I represent Rangelands Wildlife Wild Horses LLC and myself. Thank you for considering my public comment regarding number 8. I'll keep it short. I've read Joel Blakesley's statement regarding the historical background of the items that I think you all got, and I've spoken with many people that are affected directly should this be considered for further discussion. This is abundantly clear that this issue has been beaten to death for nearly half a century. This latest effort is just another attempt, again by the Donate Now organizations, to present old arguments to new faces on this commission. As a Nevada resident, and based on the information you received from Mr. Blakesley, I ask that you deny this petition and redirect your focus, time, and efforts on the substantive issues, such as our ecosystem, fauna, rangelands, range water, all of that, in which the mule deer, elk, wild sheep, and the negative effects and lack of wild horse management are reliant upon to ensure the long-term sustainability. Again, thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Sorry, I was waiting for somebody else to come up. George Forbush, speaking on the Nevada Predator Hunting Association. First, I want to say that we are with the Trappers Association, and we are against the petition that you're going to hear later on today. And then I also want to talk a little bit about the contest as to why we're asking for the regulations. A few years ago, this board was made up of different people, of course, back then, but there was a 5-4 vote to ban the contest. Under the so-called status quo, this commission has heard petitions or arguments to ban contests at least 5 times, and there's been at least 2 times where it's gone to the legislature. And I personally feel under the status quo, that's going to allow the Humane Society or Project Coyote to just resubmit their petition at some point down the road and bring this argument back to this commission again. So the thought process is by asking for a regulation and a season that would eliminate that from happening, and it would basically stop that, and it would protect this activity. And that's essentially what we're trying to do. We're not trying to protect coyotes at any point. We're just trying to protect the activity. But what really bothered me back then, a few years ago, is I reached out to a few commissioners to talk to them about contests, and I had one individual in particular that's no longer on this board tell me, I don't know anything about contests. And then even though I reached out to that person to educate them and to discuss and, try to take away any fears that they had or clear anything up, misconceptions, they never gave me that opportunity, and they still voted to ban the contest. And I know there's members on this board right now that are pretty conservative, and I appreciate the fact that in the past you have supported not to ban contests. But where I'm coming from is every single one of you at some point in time is going to come off this board. And I don't know if that same type of person that I dealt with is going to replace you, and someone else is going to be sitting in your chair who is not going to give me that voice in the future. Because the cabs also said, we don't want to ban. And there were 4 people on this past commission that said, we're not going to listen to the cabs, we're going to vote to ban. And that's kind of where I'm going from, taking this. I'm kind of looking at it from a perspective like Supreme Court justices have when they make a law. That's an opinion, and that's the law of the land for a certain amount of time. And I'm asking you guys that if you really care about this, and this is something that you want to see protected, even after you come off, maybe some written document saying that there would be a season and a license requirement will help protect that. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. So, thank you.
Good morning, Karen Taylor, Washoe County resident. I would like to thank everybody for being here today to discuss wildlife issues. Whether you agree with what the next person sitting next to you or not, it's very important that everybody be able to voice their opinion. I appreciate the democratic process. It's part of the American way of life. And thank you. Thank you for hearing the petition today. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing with the wildlife killing contest meetings. And let's keep discussions going. Let's engage all the public, not just the 2%. Thank you.
Excuse me. All right, anybody else here in Reno wishing to have a public comment? Yeah? Yeah, don't be bashful, folks. If you got a public comment, come on down.
Thank you. My name is Greg Smith. I'm here to represent the Great Basin Wildlife Conservancy, and I appreciate your taking this item up. I'm here on item 8, the trapping issue mostly. For me, I'm a lifelong member of wildlife and their activities. I've hunted them, I've helped them, I've done everything I can along the way. And I think trapping is an issue that is a tool for the wildlife folks to use. And if you keep putting restrictions on the trappers, pretty soon they're going to stop trapping. And you've taken that tool out of the toolbox. I look at it, if, for example, if a trapper lives in Reno, traps in northern Washoe, right now, every 96 hours, he can check his traps. He's doing that. If you go to 24 hours, he's going to go daily. He's going to do that for about 2 days, and then he's broke. He can't afford to do that. The daily drive would be more than he could do. The other fact is, when he goes to these areas, let's say Gerlach, somewhere, he's got to buy gas, he's got to buy groceries, whatever, he's going to have a small impact on the community. It's not much, but it's there. I hereby urge you to reject any changes to this trapping initiative. The other effect of this, it occurred to me, is the fact that you've got sage grouse in those areas, all trapping areas, you've got sage grouse. Pretty soon you start pulling trappers out of there, what's going to happen to the sage grouse? Population is going to tank, which is not our goal, anybody's goal. So consider that as well. In summary, don't let emotions rule wildlife management. Thank you.
Okay, and, yeah.
For the record, Mike Reese, President of Southern Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. I was not going to get up during this time to talk, but I think it's time that, as I look up here, some of the people weren't on this commission in 2012. So we all remember special dates in our lives. I don't care if it's 9/11, I don't care if it's December 7th, but September 21st, 2012 is a big day in my life, and I'm not a trapper. Well, what happened? Trapping died in Las Vegas. Now, you just heard Greg Smith talk about you put restrictions on. Well, what exactly happened? Trapping was 96 hours statewide. In Spark and Las Vegas, on September 21st, 2012, voted to change trapping visitation in Las Vegas Valley to 48 hours. Why is that significant? Because the trappers in that valley heard the message, stay home or get out of Vegas. Guess what? They did. They went to Pahrump, they went to Lincoln County, and that was on the end of September. November 1st started the trapping season for that year, and within 3 months, we had 11 schools on lockdown in Las Vegas. Okay, what does lockdown mean? It means their parents don't know why the school is on lockdown, and they cannot come and get their child. A coyote went onto a school property. Metro was called. Metro responded. The coyote left the school property and jumped over the wall into the local neighborhood. Everybody thought it was done. But as everybody was surrounded right there, coyote jumped back over the wall and came back over the school property. Metro shot that coyote, killed it. Okay? Maybe for Reno, maybe for Elko, it wasn't headline news, but Las Vegas, that officer got lambasted for doing what he thought was right. He said, what would have happened if he'd gone back to school and, maybe attacked somebody? Who's liable now? My point here is that is a classic example of how valuable trapping is. Because for 12 years, we haven't had trapping in Las Vegas Valley. What municipality in the state of Nevada has more coyotes per capita now? Las Vegas. Now, we hear of, hey, a dog got caught in a trap. Okay, that's pretty much the only argument you hear. If you talk to your senators, your assembly people from Las Vegas who get calls from their local residents, their pet is killed on a leash while they're walking. They didn't get caught in a trap. They got killed by a coyote. That is further evidence that when you put more restrictions on trapping, trapping is not going to work for you. Okay, I am not a trapper, but I understand the value, and I think that as you guys listen to trapping, as you look at the petition buried in the middle of it, is they want it to go to 24 hours a day. Why don't they just say we want to kill trapping? Because that's exactly what it'll say. By the way, they have a flyer out that says our ultimate goal is to kill trapping in the western United States. donate now. We are giving that group and groups money in their coffers, regardless of how you guys vote. And they make more money if you have a subcommittee meeting with it, or 2 or 3. I, for one, as a sportsman, am tired of being a piñata. We are funding them, and we need to stop. Please take this into consideration when you hear the petition. Thank you.
Good morning, Darrell Harwell, Washoe County. Here again, several items are on this agenda that's been over and over and over again. The one, coyote contest. Guys, state of Nevada, gambling is one of our biggest revenue. Hunting is a sport. Tell me what sport doesn't have betting? I mean, the Nevada record book gives out buckles to the biggest animals shot. Battle Mountain has a chucker hunt. They're just trying to get the public in there so they could get them in their casino to get their money. Elko County, most of the casino has a big game hunt. You registered in, you bring your deer, you do it. It's gambling. I mean, it's one of our industries. So why are you going to curtail it? Trapping, guys, you want to change the regulations? Yeah, you put the restrictions on the sportsmen. What do you do to our law enforcement agents? How are they going to be able to go and maintain and enforce the laws? You make it down to 24 hours? You guys going to hire more game wardens to go out? Because there's a lot of people that uses a lot of area, and they can't cover it all. So you're restricting them, too, to enforce your laws. Both ways, guys, both ways.
Okay, any other public comment here in Reno?
Good morning, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak. My name is Bourne Morris, and I'm a retired professor. I'm not opposed to hunting or gun ownership, but I am concerned about trapping. Not long ago, I came to Nevada 50 years ago almost, and fell in love with this place, and part of it, the reason was because of the beautiful wild animals here. And not long ago, I was shown a picture of a mountain lion hanging by his paw from a trap in a tree. His head was slumped over, but the picture showed his full body hanging there, and he looked to be dead. I don't know how long it took him to die. Perhaps you do. You're more expert at this than I am. In the 12th century, we used to use crucifixion as a punishment for criminals, and we pressed it as human beings because it was cruel, and it took a long time to die. But I think we've overcome those feelings since then. And I think when we know that trapping causes creatures who are not meant to be trapped, who are not legally allowed to be killed, are dying long, slow, agonizing deaths, I think that's regrettable. And it is also preventable. And you have the power to do that. You have the power to do something about this and not let creatures die long, slow, days of dying and in agony. You can stop that. And I hope you do. It's not good sport. It's not good business, I hope. It's not good science. And in my view, it is also not good management. Please fix it. Thank you.
Okay, any other, excuse me, any other public comment here in Reno? All right. Seeing no additional public comment here in Reno, how about online?
Hello. My name is Monica Rodriguez. I'm here to make a public comment about trapping, especially when it comes to mountain lions. I do want to start off saying thank you for opening this topic up to public comment. My biggest concern is how these mountain lions have been living here in the wild for decades before humans have come and invaded their home. Trapping is causing unnecessary injury and death to these animals. 96 hours just laying in agony is horrific to think about. Mountain lions are a non-target species, and there are a lot of ways in which this could be prevented of mountain lions being harmed. Mountain lions are also a keystone species, so they're really important to ecosystems. I know a lot of like deers, they'll tend to like overgraze like plant life and things of that nature. Deer also bring about ticks, and if anything, Lyme disease could be a bigger trouble for people, especially in the Tahoe area, than they would. It would be more of a like Lyme disease. It's just something that's like more likely that you could get than encountering a mountain lion. And I think it's important for us as a human species just to be able to coexist with these animals. Mountain lions are also self-regulating. They don't overpopulate, so there's no need for people to feel that they have to control the population of mountain lions. This isn't like a rat where you find one rat and then there's just like hundreds that are like uncontrollable with disease. It's not the same case. Like I said, they are a keystone species. And so I asked the board if they could please look into regulating these trap times, reducing the amount of hours from 96 to 24 hours, banning multiple sets of traps, and that there needs to be trapper education requirements, and that these traps should be regulated so that the right animal gets trapped. I heard stories about people being concerned with coyotes. The paws of coyotes and mountain lions are very different in size, so the traps should follow that. Frankly, I don't really have a lot of sympathy for people who are complaining that this would lead to them having to spend more money in gas. Hunting is not a necessity. It's
Go ahead, Mr. Volz.
Yes, good morning. For the record, Fred Volz. Right out of the chute here, we seem to have a recurring problem that's come up. We're supposed to have one cab for each of the 17 counties. 2 of them have no cabs, in violation of state law. And out of the other 15, a mere 8 have bothered to show up, even though they're supposed to, at each and every commission meeting. With Zoom, there's a capability to show up remotely. They are not doing that on a regular basis. This commission continues to fund all of these cabs. There needs to be change. You've coaxed, you've wheedled, you threatened. None of it has had an impact. So if your process is following law, either get rid of the cabs altogether or stop funding them. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Rebecca.
Good morning, Board of Wildlife Commissioners. My name is Rebecca Goff, and I'm inside the United States. I'm here today in support of a full ban on wildlife killing contests in our state. Nevadans have spoken. A 2024 poll by the respected bipartisan firm, Remington Research Group, found that 71% of Nevadans want to see the Board of Wildlife Commissioners prohibit killing contests. The poll also found that all Nevada's congressional districts of both Democrats and Republicans were strongly in favor of the Board of Wildlife Commissioners the contest committee said it may advise just imposing ineffectual regulations on killing contests rather than listening to the people and the science and banning them outright. The HSUS strongly opposes regulating wildlife contests. Regulations will make it seem like we are legitimizing the sport while doing absolutely nothing to address the opposition to it. Regardless, regulations will never satisfy the majority who want them banned. There can be no compromises here. You either prohibit the killing of animals for cash and prizes, or you regulate them, and thus allow the sport activity to continue. Both Colorado and Washington found after years of regulating contests with permits and quotas that they did not reduce the public opposition. In 2020, the wildlife commissions of both states banned all killing contests outright, acknowledging they were unscientific and an embarrassment to their state and the hunting communities. We're glad to provide you with detailed information on this in both states. Furthermore, we have not heard reports of any political blowback or enforcement issues from those wildlife agencies in any of the states, the 10 states that have banned them so far. They just did not with that. In 2019, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies and the Wildlife Management Institute warned that, in the face of changing societal norms and demographics, the need for change within the state wildlife agencies is becoming increasingly urgent, and that agencies must meet public trust obligations in order to remain relevant in the future. So I ask you, as trustees of Nevada's wildlife, do you really think legitimizing things so despised by the public will help you remain relevant? It's time for you to do the right thing and ban wildlife killing contests outright. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead, Mr. Benetti.
If you can hear us, Mr. Benetti, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry, we are in, there's actually two of us here. We're in Canada on a timber wolf hunt. I'm the only one who has cell service.
Go ahead.
I'm here and Jason Schroeder is here too. We agree with, or disagree with any type of changes for the trappers. We disagree with any type of ban for coyote calling contests. We do agree with the two regulations on the calling contest. And I have Jason Schroeder here who would like to.
Yeah, also definitely, I do agree with the trappers, definitely on their side. Definitely do not want a ban for calling contests, for the state of Nevada. So that's kind of my take on all of that there. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Brian Burris. I am with Wildlife Habitat Improvement Nevada, their northern director for their programs. I think one of the issues we have here, and we seem to have this almost every year with our Wildlife Commission, is we have a bunch of emotion that comes in, and they come out in half-cocked with a bunch of stuff, and they come in with all these studies and all these surveys and all this other stuff that is done specifically to their members so they get the numbers that they want. It's a pretty crazy thing to think about. So we can make the cool thing about statistics, if you ever went to college for statistics, is you can make statistics say anything you want them to say. You just have to pull the right group of people. So that's the one big problem I think we see with a lot of what their data is. The other thing that I'll have to say is every year we see the same thing. We come in and we have this big giant emotional argument about, they're killing these animals and it's so unfair and all this other stuff. However, they don't know any of the science behind it. They don't know the facts of the cases. And so as we do things, as we get into the world of politics and our requirements on different commissions and boards, it's our job to use the facts as they truly are to make our argument. So let me give you a couple facts of the matter. Facts. Number one, coyotes, for example, are an unregulated species in the state of Nevada. They're unregulated for a reason, because they're a persistent problem in the state of Nevada. Mr. Reese already talked about Las Vegas and the number of coyotes that are coming in, but it's not just coyotes. We're seeing an overabundance of mountain lion sightings in Nevada. In fact, up in the Reno area, just the other day, there was a sighting of a mountain lion in the Reno Valley. So we're starting to see more and more of these predators come into our communities and be a danger to our kids, our families, and our animals and our pets. And that's an issue. And a lot of that in Las Vegas Valley can be, of course, put down to that 48-hour trapping requirement, trap check requirement that was put in Las Vegas. We no longer have a ring of defense around our city. Another fact. So recently, an area was trapped pretty heavily to do some mesopredator control. The idea of it was to try to increase duck recruitment rates due to all the other predators that are around that are ruining the ducks and everything else. So why is that important? Well, that's important because of what we found. What we found is the first year after aggressive mesopredator control, an uptick in our duck populations, not just a minor uptick, not one or two birds additionally that we saw. What we saw was the first day we banded ducks after the mesopredator control, we banded more ducks than we did the entire 2 seasons beforehand, showing our recruitment rates have increased, and we have had an amazing, we've reached our goal of actually controlling our predators and being able to manage wildlife. So what I would ask this commission to do is don't listen to the emotional argument. What I would like you to listen to is listen to the argument of science. That's your job. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Daryl Scavina. Although I am a member of the Lyon County Wildlife Advisory Board, the comments I'm about to make are personal in nature. They don't represent the board, although the board did meet and they forwarded their recommendations to the commission. It's really difficult to say anything more intelligent or more eloquently than a lot of the members have in relation to urging this commission to not approve the petition for either for trapping or for the wildlife calling contest. But what I can say is it is, to me, and I think to any reasonable person, a very transparent and repetitive effort to disingenuously create an atmosphere where trappers can't do what they do. This really is kind of what I think has been very well stated as cultural bigotry. People just don't like it. It's an emotional issue and they don't understand it, so therefore they react to it. There's a lot of fluff surrounding this argument, and I would encourage the commission to listen to their waterfowl and fur bearer staff specialists. The numbers that gentleman has really will make this quite apparently a solution seeking to solve a non-issue. The truth is there's one mountain lion incidentally killed every year through trapping in the state of Nevada, period. In a state that has such a overabundance of mountain lions and a dwindling mule deer population, I would suggest to you that approving this petition would be foolhardy. Thank you.
All right. Excuse me. Seeing no additional public comment, we will close agenda item number 2 and move on to agenda item number 3. This is approval of the agenda. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for January 24, 2025. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Any questions, concerns, comments on today's agenda? All right. Seeing none, this is an action item. I'll take it out to Reno. Any public comment on today's agenda here in Reno? All right, seeing none, how about any public comment on Zoom?
Morning, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. I apologize, I'm not there today, fighting a cold. I didn't want to expose everybody to it, but given that we have the hard deadline today on ending at 4:30, the department's going to take the opportunity to, we sent you all our department activity report. So we won't read it in its entirety. We'll actually abbreviate that. We'll have a couple comments from Sean Espinoza and then Christy Knight, our chief game warden. And then additionally, I'll give the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Executive Leadership meeting update at the next March meeting. So we'll hold off on those. We'll make them much more succinct in the department activity report. But then also, just a reminder, there is the hard stop at 4:30, so there may be a need to, whatever isn't covered today may need to be shifted to tomorrow. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
All right, thank you for that. Any other comment on Zoom? Okay, perfect. I'll bring it back to the commission then on today's agenda. Any items for discussion or?
If there's no items for discussion, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 3, approval of agenda.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion for approval by Vice Chair Young, a second by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. And we will move on to agenda item number 4. This is approval of minutes. The commission minutes may be approved from the November 15 and 16, 2024 meeting. So any questions, concerns, change, add, deletes from the minutes of November 15 and 16 from the commission? All right. Seeing none, this is possible action, so I'll take it out to the room here in Reno. Any public comment on the approval from the prior meeting's minutes? All right, seeing none, how about any public comment on Zoom? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Any other further discussion from the previous meeting's minutes? Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
I guess if there's no further discussion, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented, and I think the department did a really good job on them this time. Yep.
All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Caviglia and a second by Vice Chair Young. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, that passes. So we will move on to agenda item number 5. This is member item announcement correspondence. This is informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. So as far as the commission, any member items, announcements, anything? I know we received a number of items that were submitted for record, but yes, Vice Chair Young?
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Yeah, I just want to briefly recognize Matt Glenn, CJ Ellingwood, Brittany, and Travis Allen out in Elko. I got to spend some time out in Elko County back in December looking at a lot of the habitat projects that they're doing out there, and they're really doing a really good job in both 7 in the South Pequops and also in Area 6 winter range. We all know the Area 6 winter range for mule deer and all the other species on the landscape has been pretty tough the last decade or 15 years, and they're really getting some positive results, especially in the Eisenhower Basin. So we're able to check that out, as well as the Sheep Creek area. So I just want to recognize the work they're doing out there and also thank the Heritage Committee, which I'm not a part of, but they've been funding a lot of these projects and urge and continued support for these projects out there. They're really seeing some pretty good results on some tough situations out there. So thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Vice Chair Young. Anybody else, any other? Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I going now? All right. Okay, I did receive some correspondence, and I think some of you did too. It's from Brad Johnston, if I remember this commission, but he did specifically ask me to read this part of the meeting. And it states, and if we know Brad here, it says Brad. Commissioners, I write in response to the petition you will hear tomorrow concerning trapping in Nevada. I unfortunately cannot be at the meeting tomorrow and offer these comments in advance. The petition status premises is to propose regulatory changes to address the incidental trapping of mountain lions. However, the proposed changes that the petition seeks go far beyond any issues related to the incidental trapping of lions. Instead, the petition seeks regulatory changes to effectively regulate trapping out of existence in Nevada. That is, to be clear, the true motive of the petition, and for the reason alone, the petition should be denied. Indeed, the individuals who have filed this petition are opposed to trapping. Thus, it is disingenuous for them to claim they are only seeking to address the incidental trapping of lions through regulatory changes. This is not their aim. The petition's lack of candor and failure to identify its true motive further warrants its denial. Finally, the petition seeks to rehash what has been considered time and time again by the Commission, such as trap visitation. There is no need to do so. Please recognize this petition for what it is, a thinly veiled invitation to ban trapping through regulation. Decline that invitation and reject the petition. Thank you for your service as commissioners and attention to this issue. Brad Johnston, Yerington.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. Anybody else? Any other comments from the commission? All right.
Chair Rogers,
Yes.
if I may, I just wanted to, if there was no further commission comment, I just wanted to take the opportunity to provide a little bit of time. In the audience is Rob Beamer. He's the chairman of the Operation Game Thief Citizens Board. And I'd like to take a moment and let him present the OGT Game Warden of the Year. If that would be good at this time.
Yes, outstanding. That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Janae. Members of the commission, appreciate you the opportunity to come and talk about something I think pretty positive, we hope, and we know. And we'd like to invite Mr. James Mortimer. I know you just sat down, but, and then Chief Christie, I forget your last name, Christie. Say it again. Knight. I'm so sorry. And Mr. Captain Jake Kramer up to present this award that we give out annually. The Nevada Operation Game Thief program has been in existence since the 80s. The Operation Game Thief Board is charged with providing rewards and support to citizens as well as agencies or divisions that support the OGT mission, which is the voice for wildlife, right? And protection of wildlife and protection of wildlife laws. We do that statewide, and we provide rewards for people that bring information to help our law enforcement officers with being able to bring wildlife crime to the forefront in all of our communities, as well as prosecuting and bringing those individuals to justice that commit wildlife crime. James Mortimer has been selected as our 2023. I apologize, we're a little bit behind schedule here, but 2023 we awarded James Mortimer the Law Enforcement Professional of the Year Award from OGT. And with that, James, we will present him with this plaque that we give to everybody. And then also, we want to make sure that our law enforcement folks are taken care of in the field as well. We certainly want to recognize them, so we allowed James to pick out a parka that he's going to use. I think it already has been in use a little bit, hasn't it?
Absolutely, it's got a few stains.
There we go. So we allowed him to do that, and we wanted to present that. And again, we hope that you will recognize the value of the Operation Game Thief program. I hope this department recognizes it. We have, just in the past 5 years, provided over $10,000 in rewards to people across the state. I will tell you that the majority of those people will say, hey, I don't need any reward for doing the right thing, right? And so the Operation Game Thief program really serves as a secret witness program to the citizens of Nevada, as well as to the outdoors. And with our tips line that we started here a number of years ago, we've seen this huge uptick in people utilizing that and really helping these folks. I think it was mentioned earlier that some of these game wardens have mass amounts of territory that they have to cover, right? And so we wanted to recognize James for his commitment to Operation Game Thief. He did a great job here, not only in 2023, but last year as well. And so we present him with the 2023 Law Enforcement Professional of the Year Award. Congratulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you taking the time and recognition of, again, Operation Game Thief and the good work that goes on there, and certainly Officer Mortimer, Chief Knight, and all of our game warden staff for the wonderful work that they do day in, day out, 24/7, 365. So we appreciate them, and again, congratulations to Officer Mortimer on a job well done. So thank you for that. All right, anything else? Director Janae, Deputy Director Scott, anything else for the member items, announcements, correspondence, anything?
Yeah.
It might be on. My light's not on
It
either.
was, the light's very dim. Thank you. Mike Scott for the record. So we have a couple other things that we want to present to you. The first thing that I'd like to say is we will have, later, we will forego the division activities report, but we will have a report from the game division on some of the issues that bighorns and wildlife are facing in southern Nevada. So just so that, you know, I get that out in front of you. The other thing I would say is next week on January 29th, we will have a pre-session budget presentation to the legislature about the commission's budget subcommittees. That'll be by Endow leadership. So that will be coming up. And then finally, what I'd like to do is have Chief Christy Knight come up and give you an update on one of our Southern Region game wardens and some of the activities that he's been involved in recently.
Good morning, Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for the record. I would like to just bring some recognition to our Southern Region Tonopah Game Warden, Connor Friel. On Saturday, January 18th, he is the warden that found the downed aircraft that has been missing since January 2nd. He did this by a lot of hiking and knowing his area. He followed the iPad ping to the location, and he was able to actually find the downed aircraft. He said it was very hard to see, and he understands why they haven't been able to find it. But he hiked numerous miles into that location to find it, and he was able to successfully find it. So I just want to bring recognition to him in that he was actually requested by Knight County to actually help in the search. So because he knows that area, and he did justice in his search and knowing his area.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Appreciate that update. Outstanding work yet again. All right, anything?
That's all we
else?
have.
Okay, perfect. And again, Director Janae, I know you're virtual. Any other items of announcements or correspondence?
Items. Nope. No items.
Okay. All right, perfect. So with that, we will close out agenda item number 5, move on to agenda item number 6. This is also informational. This is County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife member items. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any items requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Anybody, CAB members here locally, wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Jim Cooney, Elko. During our CAB meeting this last Tuesday, we had a couple of items that were brought up by public that I want to talk to you a little bit about, and maybe perhaps we can make some changes. With regards to the indoctrination classes that are required for guides and tag holders for the bear hunt, it was brought up that the time at which that indoctrination takes place, it makes it rather difficult. Several of the guides are unable to attend that actual meeting, and a request was made to have an online rather than the Zoom presentation, which, reading through it, there is a Zoom presentation, a couple of them, and then anybody that on the first come, first serve, it's available online. The request was made to try to have that online for the guides and/or the hunters. I had a second item that I want to bring up. I know that the department has been working on the updated elk management plan. We would like to see that plan come out and get some comments on that. And I guess the discussion needs to be made on whether we do sub-plans for each one of the areas. We've got several sportsmen in Elko that are very interested in moving that forward. It's been a long time before they're able to get the paperwork done. And this elk management plan is sorely overdue. So, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Neil Cheney. I'm Lincoln County's newest member of their CAB. At our meeting on Tuesday, one of the things that was brought up by the public was possibility of a bounty for coyotes. Nothing really much was said about by the CAB on which way they wanted to go. But that was one thing that during public comment that came up. I think that's all I have besides I'm the new guy for Lincoln County, and I will be at most all these meetings from now on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other cab members here in Reno wishing to be heard? All right, seeing none, how about on Zoom? Any cab members on Zoom? All right, seeing none, we will come back to the commission, close out agenda item number 6, and move on to agenda item number 7. This is our reports. So I will turn it over to Deputy Director Scott.
Thank you, Chair Rogers, members of the commission. So we are going to forego reading the division activity report today. We will provide that to you in a written document. We will have that will be available, but I would have Mr. Cox and Mr. Espinoza give you an update on some of the issues that we have in Southern Nevada.
Perfect, thank you.
Oops. Good morning, members of the commission. Chairman Rogers, Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. So in the hundreds of things that you guys have to deal with as priority items, we kind of feel like this one's going to rise to the top pretty quickly. For those of you in Southern Nevada, this won't be anything of major news to you, but over the course of the last, I would say, month and a half, this situation really has exacerbated itself, I guess, if you will. Not unlike the conditions that you guys, that we've all seen with respect to Southern California wildfires, Southern Nevada is experiencing a drought situation that's not unlike that. No precipitation or no measurable precipitation has been received in the last 200 days almost, somewhere thereabout. This caused us in late December to conduct some water hauls to several different guzzlers. So we moved water to 10 different water developments in 6 different mountain ranges. And this involved about 37,500 gallons of water moved to these different water developments. And thanks to our pilots, thanks to a lot of our personnel who did this work right after Christmas. So Christmas break was cut short by these conditions and really was almost a emergency type situation. Thanks to the NGOs, thanks to Commissioner Cavilla for helping out with that effort, and many others as well. So backing up, and Staff Specialist Cox is going to give us a little bit more detail on this, but backing up about a year and a half ago, conditions were actually pretty good. And we had some precipitation that actually brought about a pretty decent fawn crop or a lamb crop that is leading to some populations that are actually expanding. But with the onset of that drought, they've quickly exceeded what we feel is their carrying capacity, especially in mountain ranges like the Muddy Mountains. Physically saw 450 sheep, bighorn sheep in the Muddies. So we don't see them all on survey. We see a good proportion of them, but we feel that herd has actually gone beyond its carrying capacity. In fact, so much so that we're already seeing the water developments that we have filled already start to draw down. So we're considering that we may have to do these water hauls again in either late February or mid-March, somewhere in that time frame. So we're considering all outlets, all tools in the toolbox to be able to bring these herds within management capacity and a sustainable situation, which could involve the movement of animals out of state to other mountain ranges, potentially in Nevada, or the situation might occur where we have to go with an emergency hunt type situation so that we don't have a situation where we just have sheep succumbing to the conditions on the landscape. Vegetation is really in poor shape throughout a lot of southern Nevada mountain ranges, and that's gonna be represented in the condition of the sheep pretty soon here. So with that, want to be brief because I know we're on schedule today, but I'm going to let Mike kind of detail some of the things that we're seeing out there.
Thanks, Sean. Good morning, Chairman Rogers and the rest of the Wildlife Commission. Wish I was here for a more positive topic. Sean covered, my name is, Mike Cox, statewide bighorn sheep and mountain goat staff biologist. Sean covered most of what I'm going to talk about, so I'll try to briefly run through those topics and how we got where we are in this dire situation, I would say. I'm going to first run through kind of a little bit of a background of the drought in southern Nevada. So focus on that green circle, and there's just going to be a series of drought index maps from USDA that shows the change over time. And most of these are going to be the spring and the fall. So back in 2019, we were doing really well. White is, there is no drought impacts. And it gets all the way into a red and a dark red, brown, that is extreme and exceptional drought. So we started seeing impacts in summer of 2020, and then by the fall of 2020, due to a lack of monsoonal rains, we started seeing more excessive drought conditions. Spring of 21, it was, it was bad everywhere in the west, southwest. And again, and I'm going to talk about kind of precipitation patterns that drive the Mojave Desert, but this was a lengthy period, still severe in many parts of the southern Nevada in fall of 21, even through spring of 22, not much reprieve. Fall of 22, still pretty harsh conditions. And then we started seeing moisture hit the ground in the winter of 23, and by October, with monsoonal rains and good winter range, we started to lift many of those drought conditions in the fall of 23. We made a lot of hay. Sean talked about the recruitment of lambs that we had. But unfortunately, this past summer of 24, we went with many of our mountain ranges in Clark County, southern Lincoln, southern Nye, with no monsoonal rains. So now we're starting to go to the dark side again. And this was just a few days ago that we are now into the extreme drought intensity by the drought monitor. This is a sad picture, but depicts the intense use, concentration of bighorn sheep on a water development. It's bare dirt, and there's many of these areas surrounding our water developments. And then I'm going to get into some of the biological issues and habitat issues that are driving this and putting us in a pinch of what to do. So again, we had that 2.5 years of extreme drought through 2022. We did have a reprieve of moisture in 23 and early 24. Like Sean said, we had good numbers of lambs recruited, born and recruited, places like the Muddy Mountains. And we had other herds in the area, like the Arrow Canyons, that had average recruitment, but the populations were recovering in a positive manner to the point where we had a record survey. And as we've talked earlier today, we've got some herds that definitely are over their carrying capacity of the habitat, food and water. And we're going to have to deal with that in the short term. In the long term, we definitely need every population to have a population objective that's based on not the rosy years, but the doom and gloom years of lack of moisture. So then we had last summer, again, another drought period started, no monsoonal rains, and as Sean stated, over 200 days in many of these mountain ranges with no measurable rainfall. And I think we need to point out that we're not going in the right direction in terms of our climate. Last 2 decades, these drought periods are more intense, they're more severe. We have longer days without rain, we have higher temps, daytime temps, higher nighttime temps, and then the frequency of these drought periods, as I put in the parenthetical, I started my career in Las Vegas, and I remember the days of consistent monsoonals, pattern. Yes, we did have droughts, but they were maybe only 3 out of 10 years. Now we're looking at half, 5 to 6 years out of 10 that are in that drought period. During these periods, our bighorn sheep are restricted to a smaller amount of the habitat that they have available in each of these Mojave Desert ranges. They start using guzzlers typically earlier in the year, and then they continue to restrict themselves in proximity to these water developments. We normally see them dispersing away from them in late October, but this year they were still using them through Christmas. And that's why we went to that water haul effort. All that also, we had many hunters with our seasons running through the end of December telling us the same thing that they were observing. Looking at the Muddies as a case situation in terms of constriction of the habitat that they're using and the areas that are lost to the use by the bighorn. The western portion of the Muddies, for a long time, up until a few years ago, was consistently holding a lot of bighorn sheep. But with that drought we had in 2022, we lost a lot of sheep. They essentially died of thirst. And then we also had them move. And so that is what's also creating problems with the existing water developments. There's just more concentration of bighorn in a smaller area. And even though there's a lot of great escape terrain and little pockets of forage, they're not using them because they have to be close to water. It was said that we did respond to the most severe guzzlers that were going near dry or did go dry. And I want to talk a bit more about the plant phenology, which is basically the season that the plants provide vegetative growth and generate seed. And down in the Mojave Desert, that main precipitation pattern is December through early March. We're already halfway through it. we've seen none. The predictions, the forecasts are that we will not see any. And so without that main period of rainfall to recharge the water developments, but more importantly, to grow plants that are going to provide food for the bighorn, is likely not going to happen. And another problem that there's additional drawdown in many of our water developments is what the bighorn are trying to digest is dead plant stems. And they have thick cell walls, and there's almost no nutritional value. To digest that, they got to drink even that much more water. So we do have plans, talking to Joe Bennett, our regional supervisor, and our habitat staff down in the Las Vegas office, Tommy Casey. We're looking at potentially 20 bighorn herds. We'll see water hauls, but the one thing we can't do is generate forage without rain coming out of the sky. And we can't just dump hay. Bighorn cannot tolerate, their digestive systems cannot eat hay. It's too rich. The short list of herds that are in, again, really dire situations are the Muddies, Arrow Canyon Range, the McCullough Range, and the southern portion of the Spotted Range. We have an annual meeting of what's called the Nevada Nevada Bighorn Working Group, and we met last Friday. We had some of the members of the Fraternity of the Desert Bighorn and many of the NGOs in northern Nevada, and we had a long discussion to begin to realize the situation we're in and to begin to formulate some plans, as Sean talked about. If we don't take action, there definitely will be hundreds of animals that will die. And so we're trying to look at our options of moving sheep, emergency hunts, but we're still in that phase of trying to figure out what to do, where to do it. It's going to be a costly adventure. We're going to need a lot of help, a lot of assistance to support some of these actions. So I'll open it up to any questions that you might have.
Thank you for that report. And it's times like this that we obviously really rely on the department for this information and feedback. Quite frankly, myself personally, on a personal note, I've seen it firsthand. I was out in the Spring Range here about 2.5 weeks ago, hiked into a project, and in the 30 years that I've been kind of caretaking for some of those projects, that is absolutely the most sheep activity that I have seen on a particular water project in this time of year in the last 30 years. So it is a real thing. It's a real event going on out there. I guess my question is, here we are, January. We know this path that we're heading down, and obviously not being able to control the weather patterns. But our next commission meeting is in March. I mean, what is the timeline, and how critical are we becoming that, hey, we need to do something, and what's kind of the timelines of these things to put some things in place?
Well, I think it is now, and it's going to continue, but if we are to try to move some animals, we're going to try to wait until after the birth pulse, which is typically late January through February. Could be as late as June that we have opportunities to move animals. I guess we could immobilize a bit sooner, But we're still trying to put some of those things together, those plans together. But I definitely think we'll have a more solidified plan for your next commission meeting.
Okay. I know you mentioned the notion of hay and the digestive of sheep. Are there food sources other than hay that can be utilized or have been utilized for sheep in the past?
You know, I'm not aware of any of my colleagues in the West, including us, that have done that. I'm not saying that we couldn't start to dive into that topic. We just haven't gone there. We didn't want to. It's already got a bit of an artificial side of the system, and I think to go there is depends on who you are, if that's going too far. But we'll take it under advisement and maybe see what we can find, what we can learn from our colleagues.
Yeah, no, just ask. Yeah, Deputy Director Scott.
Chairman Rogers, members of the commission, Mike Scott. So I guess suffice it to say that we're trying to come up with some plans for right now. We do have some tools in the toolbox. And, you know, we're gonna put together some plan with the game division, habitat division, which is gonna involve some water hauls, might involve some trapping and transplant, and it might involve some emergency hunts. And any other tools that we can come up with. But we're gonna come up with some plans and then talk to some of the NGOs and see if we can provide some relief for some of these herds down there.
Any other questions from the commission or concerns, comments? Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you. Mike, and obviously, hopefully the weather pattern changes here next month or two, but if not, what kind of numbers are you looking for those 4 units, Muddies, Arrowcanyons, McCullough, South Spotted, of moving? Do you have even a ballpark, or is it 50, 100,
Good
20?
question, Commissioner Young. We're looking at probably, if we can, move 150. We know that we're probably going to have higher mortality rates even by moving 150. That's a tall order in a short time frame, but yeah, that's our initial overview of each of those herds, where they're at population-wise, the waters they have today, what we could do to keep those filled, the vegetative conditions. You know, there's other mountain ranges as you go concentrically away from Las Vegas that we did haul water to in December, but they have more options, and the forage conditions are not as poor and dried out as these 4 mountain ranges. So about 150 is what we're looking at.
Okay, yeah, Commissioner Caviglia?
Yeah, and Mike knows I can't at least speak a little bit if it's something to do with sheep, but I guess for me, I think the sportswomen and sportsmen in general would prefer, I think emergency hunt would be the absolute last option we'd want to look at. So I would hope the department, that would be the absolute last resort. So, and I did get to witness when we ran out of water in the Muddies a few years ago. I got to see that firsthand, and we want to avoid that at all costs, because it is a sad deal. It was a bad deal, and it was really sad to see. So I'm all for doing anything we can.
I can tell you, within a half hour after that meeting, I was on the phone reaching out to my colleagues in the West to see how they could help us. So one last thing I want to just to share is a system that the Fraternity of the Desert Bighorn has been putting together. And I have to put a lot of credit to Pat Cummings, one of my former colleagues that retired a couple years ago, now president of the Fraternity of the Desert Bighorn. They're called RanchBot units, and they are a remote and real-time monitoring system that measures the level in our tanks that supply the drinker. And so from your computer, just like a GPS collar on an animal, you can see real-time the drawdown. And this is just a Google Earth map of where some of these ranch bots exist in southern Nevada. This is Alamo, Las Vegas. We've got the DOD Sheep Range area, Arrows, the Muddies, down in the McCulloughs. And so these units do help us keep track of things better and allow us to react faster to where we need to put water and where things are doing well. So hopefully it's not bringing more rain, but at least let us know where we need to focus our time and energy. Thank you.
All right. And thank you for those comments, Commissioner Caviglia. I do agree with you. That would be my sentiment as well, that emergency, hunt being the absolute last resort. So anyway, anything else from Commissioner Booth?
Yes. Thank you for that unfortunate report. But when you talk about transferring those sheep to other places, are you talking about in-state or out-of-state? And if it's in-state, what specific areas have you planned in advance on what areas can take those sheep?
Yeah, we're definitely looking in-state and out-of-state. So probably our best option for out-of-state is going to be the state of Utah. They've been a great partner with us for a long time. And then we do have a short list that we're evaluating for in-state. But we have some challenges. We definitely have a history of pneumonia events in the Arrows and the McCulloughs, and a bit of exposure to some of the pathogens involved with pneumonia in the spotted range. So a bit of an experiment that we're going to be forced to do. We'd prefer not to, but I think under these conditions, we're going to have to think hard and try some things and do our best to limit any secondary effects that occur if we were to move some sheep to try to prevent another calamity.
Thank you.
All right, anything else from the commission? Any other questions? All right. Thank you for that. Any other items for number 7, Deputy Director Scott?
Yes, for Christy Knight on the, I'd like to make sure that we look ahead for the shed season that's coming up. I've had some concerns from individuals that are saying that there are shed hunters that go out early and aren't being, that are taking advantage of the opportunity and not being caught. So if she could inform her crew of those concerns, would be great. Thank you.
All right. Anything else from the commission on agenda item number 7 with regards to reports? All right, seeing none. We will move on to agenda item number 8. However, we've been going for a little bit this morning, so let's go ahead and maybe take a, 10, 15-minute break. Yeah, let's take it's 9:28. Let's take a 10-minute break and maybe be back here at 9:40.
No, we're raised
I'll talk to you later. Hey. That's what I was trying to do.
I just want to get to the ones I already know it's going to come from.
But, you know.
Good Lord.
I would rather see somebody.
All right. Yeah, shit, I apologize about that. Yeah, for some reason I had it in my head that it was all 7, not just 7 days. Won't be the last mistake I make today. Yeah, if that's as bad as it gets.
Moisture last year, it never grew down, period. The feet is so fucked up from the prior years, I don't think it ever, the creosote looked green.
Come on. Where's the confidence? I'm calling early. I'm calling an audible, man.
He was like very authoritative, like with a lovely smile. So like, let's move it on, but
I just love all those rams dashed in a all barrel tactics. They were like the most technology.
did I send the wrong thing? Did I, like you always think, what did I say?
Here's the technology. We got nothing. We can't get on Zoom.
It's going to be a challenge.
I mean, you got to try it. We created that. We put all that water in. We had the big success story with that. I get to be professional.
Politically,
I said,
that's it.
We might be doing that today. Stay tuned.
My friend, Chuck, and a lot of birds comes around. But I went to 5 different Upland game customers. Everyone.
Yeah, I tried. I went and I fucked around on the highlands like a couple of weekends ago and just checked a couple of them. They were dry spring.
Supposed to get some rain down there during the next week.
Yeah, Sunday, Monday, we're supposed to.
It's here.
I did too. We did get a little New Year's number 282. Christmas Day, it fucking snowed out there.
Really?
Yeah, and it actually, so like I don't know if it was enough to do much.
No, I agree.
Deserts, I think the deserts.
We need to put up.
Waters and Scott got some, but
Band-Aid on for now to get us along.
They kept the dust in. But it, like that ram, Joe's ram we killed, we found those rams, they were way off water that day. We watched them do it. And then I watched those the day we killed his ram. It was kind of cool. They were going across a big slick rock. I was watching them, and all of a sudden you see all the rams just beeline to this hole, and they're all just fucking just water, and they were just guzzling.
Very good.
And then I told Joe, I was like,
It's always
"Oh, they're not
successful. Are you
going
kidding
back
me?
to
Anytime I go down to Mexico and
we got to kill them today because they're moving further into the March. We got to. I'm like, we're gonna get. Probably. We'd have like little ice.
Oh, wait a minute. Did I say it was me? No, I had a good time. Everybody got some good deer. I unfortunately wasn't able to recover, but nonetheless had a good time. That's not. You ain't kidding. Yeah. No, I definitely want to chat with you about it. Maybe we'll either chat or grab coffee or something and. Okay. That's scary. Wow, scary. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and take our seats and get back going again here. All right, I promise I won't screw up until the next time. We needed a break. We need some levity to this. All right, we got everybody. Oh, we're missing Mark. Oh, Eddie. All right, I think we've got everybody back and going again. I do want to apologize. I got ahead of myself a little bit, and I want to make sure we come back and reopen agenda item number 7. I know we covered 7A in some lengthy, very good discussion there, but at any rate, before we move on to number 8, I do want to reopen agenda item number 7 on our reports. And again, we did finish 7A, and I wanted to move on now then to agenda item 7B, which is the litigation report. Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett. So,
once again, a very short litigation report. I know we got a lot to do today, so I'll just tell you that the last item on the litigation report is a temporary diversion to the South Fork Reservoir that the state water engineer exercised last year. That diversion's no longer in place. Pershing County Water Conservation District challenged it. State water engineer was the defendant. We intervened because we had an interest in the Department of Wildlife, and we have filed a motion to dismiss that lawsuit with the state water engineer. And the state water engineer filed an opening brief in that case. So that's in addition to what I had identified on the litigation report. And with that, really, that's all there is to talk about.
all right. Thank you
Happy
for
to
that.
answer any questions. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Any questions, concerns, comments for Dag Burkett? All right. Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 7C, which is the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Executive Leadership Meeting. Secretary Janae, I didn't know, we did move that particular item to March, I believe. Secretary Janae, if you're on Zoom.
Yes, that is correct, Chairman Rogers.
All right. Perfect. So we will move on to 7D. This is Emerging Technologies. Committee Chair Tommy Caviglia, Commissioner Caviglia. A report will be provided on the recent Emerging Technologies Committee meeting. So with that, Commissioner Caviglia.
Thank you, Chair. We had the first Emergent Technologies Committee meeting on Tuesday, and the Emergent Technologies Committee had technological difficulties to start with, so it's kind of comical, but multiple technological issues. But basically, our plan going forward is going to be, we're going to try to select some criteria that the committee could look at, kind of some guidelines that are a checklist the committee could look at when we look at items to determine if it warrants further discussion. So our plan moving forward is Arizona's got, I think, 3 items that we discussed, and then we talked to the department is going to potentially propose a couple more, and we even offered the public or cabs as well, if there's certain guidelines you'd like to see us look at, to please make that recommendation. The committee's going to look at that at the next committee meeting, and then we'll try.
As we can, so appreciate the committee moving forward with that. Any questions from the commission regarding the Emerging Technologies Committee? Questions, concerns, comments? All right, seeing none, we will move on to 7E. This is Wildlife Heritage Account Report. Habitat Division Administrator Mark Freeze. A report will be provided on the funds available for expenditures from the Heritage Account in the upcoming year, and an update on available principal balances.
Good morning, Chair Rogers, members of the commission. Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. So in Heritage account at the close of fiscal year 24, there's a principal balance of $12,043,491, and it accumulated $471,923.44 in interest. That's that top table in your support material, that bottom row item. So as a reminder, how Heritage Fund project funds are annually allocated, we take 75% of the revenue, so referring to that bottom table, that year plus the interest in the previous fiscal year, which brings our total to $2,199,756.70 that will be available to award for fiscal year 26 projects. So that's the annual funding allocation. And as a reminder, we do have principal projects, basically anything in the principal balance above that $5 million amount. It can be allocated up to 50% of that in a given year. For fiscal year 25, as a reminder, we have a little over $2.6 million that may be available for funding for the remainder of principal project request. I will note that given the fluid situation in southern Nevada with water hauls, sheep captures, there may be a request coming for another principal project, possibly as soon as the next meeting. We're still working through some of the finer details before we arrive there. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
All right. Excuse me, any questions from the commission regarding the Wildlife Heritage Account Report? Questions, concerns, comments? All right, seeing none, thank you for that report. We appreciate it. All right, now we will move on from agenda item number 7. We'll move on to agenda item number 8. This is a petition. Mr. Don Moldy, Mr. Christopher Smith, Ms. Karen Talo, hope I'm saying that right, Karen, Ms. Catherine Smith, and Mr. Will Stolzenberg. Talo and Smith and Moldy Smith and Stolzenberg are petitioning the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners to approve several recommended changes to trapping regulations to reduce the effects of incidental trapping of mountain lion, requiring trapper education for new licensees and improve collection of non-target trapping data. So with that said, is the petitioner here, and
Thank you, Commissioners, and good morning. My name is Will Stolzenberg. I am a resident of Reno, and I am speaking today on behalf of myself, the Nevada Wildlife Alliance, and on behalf of Nevada's wildlife. We're here today for a fact that has been revealed through data collected by the Nevada Division of Wildlife, and now hereafter, and professional lion researchers from the University of Nevada, Reno, that a significant number of mountain lions are being injured and killed in traps set for other creatures. And we are recommending some simple steps to minimize these casualties. First, a little bit of background. More than a year ago, we presented these concerns to representatives of NDOW, who declined to consider corrective action unless it could be shown that these casualties were having an adverse impact on Nevada's mountain lion population. I will make the case here that there is ample reason to consider these corrections regardless of the status of the mountain lion's population in Nevada. I will show that the failure to address these easily corrected offenses against Nevada's wildlife number one, ignores the suffering and collateral damages that occur from these casualties, ignores the abundant science of the lion's vital ecological role in balancing Nevada's ecosystems, and number three, fails to serve either Nevada's wildlife or the public trust to which Nevada's Department of Wildlife is beholden. Still, we're hoping this would work. This is the first of four sources of data that underlie our concerns. These data were collected by NDOW from mandatory check-ins of lions killed by hunters. They regularly noted such injuries as missing and broken toes, teeth, legs, feet, whatnot. Of the more than 4,000 lions that they examined, 15% of these animals were deemed to have injuries consistent with trapping. Now, we regard these instances as an underestimate at least. And as my colleague Kathy Smith will explain later when she's looking at more in depth at some of these injuries, it is very difficult to make these determinations in the field from external examinations of the lions. So we consider these numbers a very tiny or perhaps small representation of the situation that's going on out there. And keep in mind that these injuries that we're talking to about the toes, the teeth, these are the tools that mountain lions use to make their living, to gather their prey, to basically feed themselves. And such injuries can and do cripple mountain lions to the extent that they either starve or they switch to other prey to compensate. And that other prey oftentimes tends to be livestock and pets. Our second source of data comes from the trappers themselves. These are self-reports of non-target catches by Nevada trappers. You notice a whole list of different mammals and for some reason a pond turtle in there. But the biggest issue for us here is that these trappers reported 278 mountain lions being trapped, 35 of which were deemed either injured or killed in the traps. Now, once again, we consider these figures to be underestimates of the number of animals that were injured, again, because of the trappers' inability to recognize injuries that oftentimes are very difficult to assess in the field. And also given the fact that only 18% of the trappers responded to these surveys. Now, getting off for just a little bit on some of the other non-target species that were captured, and I don't mean to suggest that any particular kind of animal is more valuable than another, but in fact, by law, some actually are. In addition, these three groups of animals, eagles, hawks, and owls, these are all federally protected animals, okay? And so these are crimes punishable by law. Our third source of data comes from two projects that were instituted by NDOW that were designed expressly to examine more closely some of these injuries that were coming to light through other studies. Now, here's where the veterinarians discovered a wide range of injuries, from severed tendons, ligaments, joints, some of which would have gone unnoted, again, by external field examinations, but many of which amounted to fatally crippling injuries caused by leg hold traps and neck snares. And again, my colleague Kathy Smith will be examining some of the, more of these in much more detail. Our fourth source of data is this study. It was published in 2018 through a collaboration of UNR and NDOW, in which the researchers fitted mountain lions with tracking collars and followed them in the surrounding mountain ranges of Reno over the next 7 years to assess their fates. They found that 35% of the cats that they had tagged ended up trapped in foothold traps or snares intended for other animals. Moreover, they found that 19% of the cats that they tracked ended up dying from having been trapped. Now, some of these cats were likely held in traps for anywhere upwards of 4 days, which is legal in Nevada, which is one of the things that we're going to be bringing up here shortly, that this is one of the simple fixes that we are suggesting to the commission. Sum it all up here. The bottom line is that these traps are killing lots of lions. Traps are the second greatest source of mortality, according to this study, for lions, next to hunting. And they are killing lions in gruesome ways, from hanging, exposure, infections, crippling injuries, and starvation. On ethical grounds alone, we owe the lion far more respect and compassion than this. Here's one of those problems that also result from trapping lions, of this collateral damage that I mentioned before, that data suggests that cougars that have been recently trapped are more likely to come in conflict with humans. I'll be talking about this a little bit more recently, but again, these are the things that often go unnoted, that lions that are left supposedly okay go on to do the very things that we would hope that they would not. And the reason that the authors are bringing this up, in their study itself, they found that one of the lions who had been recently trapped and injured took to preying almost exclusively on domestic sheep. 2 other lions found, after they were trapped, somewhat immobilized, they took to hanging around a farm operation boneyard, scavenging. This is not normal behavior for mountain lions. This is the result of trapping. And finally, remember that this advice, talking about the fact that this kind of disregard for animal welfare presents a poor public image of trappers and trapping in Nevada, where public sentiment is already heavily tilted against trapping. And remember, these are not outsiders. These are UNR researchers who work closely with NDOW, and including NDOW's carnivore biologists are on this paper. Now, talking about the public support for fur trapping, only 26% in this particular poll of Nevadans who were polled support fur trapping in Nevada. These societal concerns for trapping should be a bellwether to those who are worried about the future of trapping. The needless torturing, maiming, and killing of mountain lions is a blight on both trappers and the agency personnel who allow it. Regardless of whether NDOW considers this a significant drain on the lion population, there are other reasons. Other research we'll all explore in just a few minutes suggests that we sell our lions short by thinking them only in terms of numbers rather than the ecological benefactors that they are showing themselves to be. First, I'd like to address the elephant in the room. We need to dispel this myth, and this is a myth that is pervasive throughout many wildlife agencies that help account for this particular state's treatment of the lion as a second-class animal. All of the western states that harbor populations of mountain lions, except California, have state-run wildlife agencies that encourage their citizenry to hunt and kill them. and every one of them rationalizes their killings by promoting one overarching fallacy, that mountain lions need to be, quote unquote, managed, that is, hunted and killed. And that fallacy is based on 4 others. If left unhunted, well, we'll get to that in a minute. That if left unhunted, mountain lions will multiply out of control and they will overrun the countryside. If left unhunted, mountain lions will decimate our livestock and our pets. If left unhunted, mountain lions will decimate our deer. If left unhunted, mountain lions will kill us. Here's a study, and by the way, all of these claims have been looked at by professional lion researchers over the decades, and every one of them have found these claims to be baseless. Not only baseless, but actually counterproductive to the aims that they propose. And as I said, here's the study I wanted to mention. This study, these 2 researchers, they took all of these claims at once and they examined them. So I'm going to use this one as an example, but what they did is they took all of the results from the 10 states that practice mountain lion hunting, compared it to California, which, as most of you know, has not allowed mountain lion hunting since 1972. This is the results here. I'll give you a clear result to see what actually happened there. Relative to the 10 states where puma are hunted, California had, number 1, similar puma density, so see no populations are exploding without hunting. The 3rd lowest per capita puma-human encounters. They're not coming after us. Similar per capita loss of cattle and a significantly lower loss of sheep. Livestock's doing okay. And similar average deer densities. So, folks, we need to stop blaming all of our deer problems on mountain lions. You know, as to paraphrase Bill Clinton, it's the habitat dummy. So as I mentioned earlier before, and it was shown in the previous study by Andreessen and all, that it appears that hunting mountain lions actually increases the odds of complaints and livestock depredations. Here's a study conducted in Washington where the researchers went around and compared the level of hunting in all the management units to the level of complaints and depredations, livestock depredations, the following year. Result? Basically, the heavier the hunting, the more problems. In heavily hunted areas, in the most heavily hunted areas, complaints and depredations rose by 150 to 340%. Now, the researchers suspect that the killing of mountain lions, particularly that of adult males, tends to open up big territories, which are soon filled by juvenile mountain lions, who are the ones who are most likely involved, most commonly involved in some of these offenses. Here's another study, this one from British Columbia. The title says it all. Same kind of ideas, same results. The heavier you hunt these animals, the more problems you get. So those are some of the reasons why killing cats is a bad idea. Here are some of the reasons I'd like to give for why protecting cats is a good idea. One of the most exciting developments in the field of community ecology over the past 4 or 5 decades has been the recognition of apex predators as keystone species, that is, species whose ability to enrich and enliven and shape their living landscapes far exceeds their relative rarity atop the food pyramid. And by extension, keystone predators are those who, when you remove them from the pyramid of life, the archway of life, the whole edifice tends to come crashing down. Now, mountain lions make their keystone presence felt in several fundamental ways. Of course, they are predators of big, dangerous prey, which means that they tend to select for the old, the young, the sick, and the weak. They actually improve the genetic health of the herds. They keep the deer and the elk from congregating in one place too long, from overbrowsing, from overgrazing, and destroying the flora. Now, By relieving this constant herbivorous pressure, they allow flowers and forests to grow, and in turn, these flowers and forests invite a whole host of animal life to feast and to take cover in what we might very well call these cougar gardens, including such animals as your mule deer. But when you remove this predation pressure, their prey literally runs amok. Now, scientists, ecologists over the past decades have charted more than 100 eruptions of deer and elk in places where the wolves and cougars have been eradicated. And some of these eruptions have ended in mass starvations and complete loss of entire generations of forest. The impact often goes all the way from the prey to the very base of the food chain. Here's a study that was conducted in Zion National Park by Oregon State researchers. What they did was they examined two adjacent canyons in Zion National Park. They examined Zion Canyon itself, which had certain characteristics about it. Zion Canyon was, number one, it was overrun with tourists, a lot of people accessing it. For that reason, had very, very few cougars, but a lot of deer. The deer are smart enough to know where it's safe. So few cougars, a lot of people, a lot of deer. The next canyon over, just over the ridge, what you call North Creek Canyon, had a different arrangement, remote, hard to get to, very few people, a robust population of mountain lions and a very modest population of deer. And when they examined the two of those and started taking a biological inventory, this is what they found. On the left-hand side here is the North Creek Canyon with cougars, and on the right side, without. On the left-hand side, they counted 47 times as many cottonwoods growing on the bank. They had 3 times as many lizards, 5 times as many butterflies, 200 times as many frogs, and basically an infinite number more of cardinal flowers because they couldn't find a single stem that was not being browsed by deer on the Zion Canyon side. So what the ecologists call here, what has happened here is a trophic cascade. And moreover, in this particular case, they call this a catastrophic regime shift, meaning that Zion minus its lions had lost more than a few cottonwood trees in the bargain. It had lost an entire biotic community. So we've since learned that mountain lions are not only protectors of the forest, but providers of food for the masses. As we know, mountain lions are solitary predators. They often tackle big prey, which they can rarely consume in one sitting. So when the mountain lion's away, the scavengers come to play. This particular study was done by the Teton Cougar Project in northwest Wyoming, and what they found was that in this particular area, the lines that they were studying, there were 39 species recorded of birds and mammals that were making good livings on these cougar leftovers, more than 200 species of beetle. Everything from beetles to bald eagles to bears are making good living on these cougar leftovers, all coming to the banquet. Now, equally astounding to this diversity of life that they were discovering was the amount, the volume of food that these cougars are leaving the animals. What they did was they took they took 12 of their study animals and calculated the amount of meat that was being left by these animals and determined that by just these 12 animals in 1 year were contributing the weight equivalent to a blue whale. That's 110 tons they were leaving on the landscape for other animals to take advantage of. What they did was they extrapolated these 12 animals, this particular study, to the entire hemispheric range of the mountain lion that determined that these animals were contributing 1 billion pounds a year. That's 3 million pounds a day. That's more meat than McDonald's is serving in hamburgers every day to the scavenger communities, all compliments of the cougar. And by the way, this is a gift that keeps on giving because where those carcasses have lain, nutrients have soaked into the soil. And in fact, you can go back and you see where these carcasses have lain, lusher vegetation grows up around it. They call these things cougar gardens, and these attract herbivores such as mule deer. Mountain lions also save human lives. Every year, on average, 200 of us are killed on U.S. highways in run-ins with deer on the highways, okay? And these are happening, for the most part, in places where there are a lot of deer and no cougars anymore. But in places like the Black Hills, where the cougars have recolonized over the last 30 or 40 years, scientists have noticed that the number of deer vehicle deaths has started to drop. Well, they did a thought experiment where they took the same data that they got from the Black Hills, applied it to the eastern United States, the 19 eastern United States that no longer have mountain lions but have a lot of deer. If they were to recolonize these 19 eastern states, they could, over the next 30 years, save 155 human lives and $2 billion in property damage. The bottom line is that the lion deserves far more respect and consideration than is now being granted by trappers and managers of NDOW. So we are here to offer some simple recommendations to begin remedying these situations. Now, I'm going to run through this list because I'm not a trapper myself, but we do have a trapper along with us who can answer any questions. So I'll very quickly skim through this list, and if there are any questions about it, we can go over those a little bit later. But the number one on the list, of course, is shorten the trap visitation interval. All the other states surrounding us have shorter trap visitation. This would almost immediately solve the problem with a 24-hour. And in fact, the American Association of Wildlife Veterinarians recommends a 24-hour trap check. Number two, limit the trap size used for bobcat trapping. You don't need a bear trap to catch a bobcat. And if you limited the size of this, you would allow a lot of mountain lions to be caught and escape unhurt. That's the point. We don't want to be injuring these mountain lions who will end up in trouble or dead. Requires swivels on all trap chains. This is, again, it's allowed the animal to move around without injuring itself. Ban drags. Drags are these kind of semi-anchors, logs and rocks that allow the animal to move somewhat, but also allow an animal, like if there's an 8-foot chain attached to this drag, it allows an animal, a strong animal like a mountain lion, to climb a tree and hang itself over the next branch. In line with this, require anchors, not drags, and a shorter chain, 30 inches or less, again, to prevent such injuries that we're seeing in some of these lions in the field. Trapper education. 90% of the Nevada trappers who responded to a survey have never had a trapper education program. 69% of them who responded had never heard of BMPs, which are best management practices, which recommend shorter trapping intervals or shorter trap check intervals. And given that these are lethal weapons that our trappers are using, I think at the least they should be taught how to apply the safest and most selective methods when setting their traps. And finally, monitor trapping like we have been doing. I don't know if we're still collecting this data, but we should. Collect this non-target victim data so we know what's going on out there. We know how to correct the problems. We know how to fix them. Just to recap, Nevada's continued acceptance of these preventable casualties ignores the suffering and the collateral damage that these trappings cause. It ignores the vital role that mountain lions play in Nevada's ecosystems, and it fails to serve the public trust to which they are beholden. These are easily preventable injuries and deaths that we ignore at our own peril. These are easily preventable injuries and deaths that cast a bad light on Nevada trappers, the Nevada Department of Wildlife, and the commission that oversees them. Every injury, every death is cause enough for us to do better. We implore you to make these changes that in the long run will serve everybody's best interest. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Kathy Smith, Washoe County for the record. And full disclosure, I'm receiving no funds for this presentation and am not raising any money from this presentation. So anyway, I am going to speak to present a few of the many mountain lions incidentally trapped here in Nevada and evaluated by department personnel. The data on these lines was obtained primarily from Project LIFT and Project 36. All of the pictures shown here today, with the exception of the last couple of slides, were taken by department employees. Our first image is of a 1 to 2-year-old female. As you can see, both paws are caught in the adjacent traps. On the right, there's a 3-toe catch, and on the left, the entire paw has been caught. The 2 traps are right next to each other and much larger than needed for bobcats or coyotes. Here we can see the right and left paws outside of the trap. Upon further inspection, we can see that the flexor tendons have been severed and the elastic ligaments injured in the 3rd and 4th toes. And on the excuse me, the left paw is infected with open communication at the metacarpopharyngeal joints. You can see that it's clearly infected there. So on the necropsy photo, you can see that the right, 3rd, and 4th flexor tendons are severed and retracted. And here we see the dorsum of both paws. As you can see, there's malalignment of the 2nd through 4th toes. On the left, you can see where the open communication with the MCP joints resulted in an infection. There's fibrinous exudate extending all the way down to the bone. Cultures grew out both Staphylococcus and Streptococcus. According to the trapper report, this lion was in the trap for approximately 48 to 72 hours, and the lion already had this severe of an infection. Blood work obtained at the time of capture demonstrated skeletal muscle injury with a creatinine kinase of 73 times the upper limits of normal. Creatinine kinase is an enzyme that is released with skeletal muscle injury as the lions fight to free themselves. As in humans, this degree of elevation is toxic to kidneys and may result in renal failure if not appropriately treated. Damage from elevated creatinine kinase may result in acute kidney failure or simply damage the kidneys enough to shorten the lion's lifespan. Obviously, this mountain lion was killed by the department due to the severity of their injuries and the resultant infection. Our second cat is a 2-year-old male. He was found in a bobcat trap, given the adjacent attractant. As you can see, his left front paw in the trap is up in the air because the drag on the trap is so long, it allowed him to climb over the branches. Images of the teeth demonstrate metallic straining from where he tried to bite the trap. Additionally, there's an abrasion in the adjacent gum line. And here you see a fractured lower canine with exposed pulp. This is a 2-toe catch, as you can see on the image on the left. The image on the right demonstrates the edematous paw when compared to the right. All you see without further evaluation is just the swelling, though. You don't see the fractures, the tendon injuries, or the dislocations. Again, we see the distorted anatomy of that left paw with swelling and the corresponding x-ray demonstrating a dorsal dislocation of the 2nd proximal interphalangeal joint. Here you can see it a little bit better. This trap was also reportedly checked in approximately 48 to 72 hours. The creatinine kinase was approximately 9 times the upper limits of normal, possibly resulting in at least some degree of kidney damage. This cat was released with this dorsally dislocated joint. These dislocations do not reduce on their own, especially with that degree of overlap and shortening. Can you imagine how challenging it is to catch prey when you have to chase it? As in all of the incidentally captured and released cats, the following comment was in the veterinarian's report. A follow-up examination on how the patient's wound healed after being trapped would have been ideal. The patient's quality of life and the ability to hunt and live in the wild following a severe traumatic injury is our primary concern. Our next lion is a 5-year-old male found in the Sweetwater Range. He has his left paw caught with 2 toes involved. This trap was checked in 72 hours. There are lacerations on both sides of the joint. There's communication to the proximal interphalangeal joints with findings highly suggestive of infection. You can see the tendon, the exposed tendon here, and some bone here. X-rays demonstrate the paw is severely edematous, and here you have a dorsal dislocation of the 4th PIP joint. On closer inspection, you can see that 3rd and 4th PIP joint, the 3rd and 4th PIP joints are also widened. And they're widened because you can start to see some bony erosion there. And that's from the infection, the joint infection that occurred. Unfortunately, this cat, after being released with that infection, was trapped once again in May of the following year. He was found dead, killed by a gunshot wound in the trap. There's a new fracture of the left upper canine that occurred prior to his death, and a fracture line in the lower canine. The left paw was again trapped with a very dysmorphic appearance. The X-ray demonstrated persistent fracture dislocations of those 3rd and 4th PIP joints and evidence of chronic bone and joint infection. In comparing the X-ray previously to the current X-ray, you can also see where, I'm sorry, my pointer. You can also see where the joint spaces have widened even further. And there's erosion of the underlying bone. And you can also start to see some little flecks of heterotopic ossification of the soft tissues from that chronic osteomyelitis and septic joint infection. This is another lion that was found in the Sweetwater Mountains, a 2-year-old male. He had a broken snare around his neck with a deep gash. The lion was thought to have been caught in the snare about 1.5 to 2 miles from where he was caught in the leg hold trap. On X-ray, you not only see the cause of death, you can also, I don't know if you can imagine it here with this lighted room, but you can see that gash extending deeply into the soft tissues along the anterior aspect of the trachea. That's how severe that wound was when he was still alive. In the leg hold trap, which was not checked for 96 hours, there's a full foot catch of the right paw and a fracture of the right upper canine with exposed pulp. Here we have an 8-year-old male in the Pine Grove Hills. He was trapped with a significant amount of damage in the catch area. A 5-centimeter shard of wood was found in his small intestines, as these cats eat wood and other surrounding debris when they are stressed. There were several puncture wounds on his trunk due to injuries from the branches in the debris. His right front paw is caught in the trap and appears obviously infected. The warden, who was there at the time the cat was found, noticed a foul smell coming from the infected foot. They suspected the lion had been in the trap 3 to 4 days. There's a 3-toe catch and pad catch with exposed bone and tendon on both the upper and lower part of the paw. And here you can see that the pad is almost completely avulsed. The necropsy photo demonstrates the 3rd and 4th toes with an open joint infection as expected. Both of the extensor tendons were severed. Not shown, the superficial flexor tendons were also severed. On X-ray, you see a markedly edematous paw. Additionally, on this one, you also see soft tissue gas. And that soft tissue gas is from a gas-forming bacteria, resulting in gas gangrene. This lion was also killed by the department due to the disparity of their injuries. Here we have a 4-year-old female that was found dead in the Sweetwater Range. You can see the light indentation from the snare that was around her neck. As we have seen in many of these trapped animals, she ate the surrounding twigs and debris, occluding the throat at the level of the epiglottis. And here you can see the epiglottis here right next to the debris that was eaten. This is just an example of a toe in a trap, which is apparently not that uncommon of a finding. This lion, obviously, we do not know the outcome, but we can assume that their activity was limited for at least some time. This is a 3-year-old female, and you can see the right paw is severely swollen. There are lacerations that communicate with the underlying joint with exposed tendon and bone. The x-rays demonstrate a dislocated fracture in the 4th metacarpal. And this is an additional example of soft tissue gas from a severe infection of a gas-forming organism resulting in that infection. The cultures also grew out Staphylococcus and Streptococcus. The outcome of this line was not recorded, so I'm not really sure what happened to it. I would assume that it was also killed by the department. Here we have a 4-year-old male that was found dead in a trap after a gunshot wound. This trap was last checked between 72 and 96 hours. There's a moderate amount of damage in the catch circle. On the right, there was a 2-toe catch. This resulted in severed tendons with open communication to the joints. The wounds appear infected. Additionally, there was a fractured left lower canine tooth that was new. So why is this incidental trapping so important? Well, 100% of female lion mortality in Nevada was found to be human-caused. Incidental trapping was the second highest source, as Will pointed out. So this has important implications for cougar population and harvest management. Harvest vulnerability of adult females and young have the greatest potential to influence population growth. The article published by Andreessen additionally found that the annual survival of females was very low. The non-target capture of cougars and foothold traps affected annual survival of females more than adult males, and there was also some evidence that females may have a greater likelihood dying directly from trap-related injuries. This mortality is additive, as would the deaths of dependent kittens would be. And I know that there's a, oh, I missed that. There are multiple ways that you can have injury from the incidental trapping or result in the death of the lion, and these include, oops, here we go, paw injuries resulting in fractures, dislocations, and ruptured tendons and ligaments, tooth fractures and cracks, asphyxiation and lacerations from snares, infection, aspiration pneumonia from stress eating or anesthesia, limited hunting ability resulting from paw or dental injuries, kidney failure or dysfunction from skeletal muscle injury resulting from high CPK levels causing myoglobinuria, frostbite, death of offspring of trapped female lions due to injury or death, unknown number that are found dead from a gunshot wound or other cause with or without department notification. Unfortunately, many of these injuries will not be identified in the field. And additionally, constriction injuries resulting from lack of blood flow can take days to manifest. As mentioned earlier, the American Veterinary Medical Association's policy on trapping in steel-jawed leg-hold traps says that when capture of wildlife must occur, humane traps and techniques should be employed that minimize injury, stress, pain, and suffering to wildlife, while also seeking to avoid capture of non-target animals. The AVMA recommends that trappers should be trained to use traps and techniques correctly, and the traps should be checked at least once every 24 hours. As Will already mentioned, and I won't go through, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about this slide. So the takeaway here, we have an average of 15% of Nevada's mountain lions were found to have injuries consistent with incidental trapping. Clearly, this data is incomplete, so what we have is quite compelling. Every report on the released lions contained the following comment: the patient's quality of life and the ability to hunt and live in the wild following a severe traumatic injury is our primary concern. Incidental trapping does not benefit any species and may increase human-wildlife conflict. This is not wildlife management. This is not how most Nevadans want their wildlife treated. So our recommendations, as Will already mentioned, I won't run through them all again. I'll just kind of fly through them. We just want them to be changed in order to decrease incidental lion trapping and also increase the odds for incidentally trapped lions to survive, and that includes the 24-hour trap check. Daily visitation or 24-hour visitation is required in most states, 36 at my last count. And the amount of time spent in foothold traps has been reported to be a predictor of the severity of injury. The longer you're in a trap, the more likely it is you're not going to survive it. And then he already mentioned the trap size restrictions, the swivels, the sets, the anchors, no drags. I also was just mentioning, this would be helpful too, and was mentioned in the Andreessen article, would be to fit neck snares with breakaway devices so that larger cougars and deer could release themselves. Require trapper education and improve collection of non-trapping data. In Nevada, like he mentioned, only 10% of reporting Nevada trappers said that they had had trapper education, and only 31% even knew what the best management practices were. So we obviously have a lot of room for improvement there. I just want to briefly mention the incidental trapping of birds too. In a study done by the University of Minnesota, a raptor research rehabilitation program, they found 173 birds, including 32 bald eagles, over 10 years. These trapping incidents often occur secondary to unintentional baiting with a non-target animal trapped in an adjacent trap. Several of the eagles and great horned owls flew for several days before they were caught with the trap on their affected leg or toe. Traditionally, the assessment of the animal's injury is done at the time they are found in the trap. And this was their suggestion, is that any raptor caught in a leg-hold trap in the course of fur-bearing trapping activities, especially one that has been in the trap overnight, should be considered seriously injured, regardless of how inconsequential the injury may appear when the bird is found, as the absence of irreversible soft tissue damage cannot be determined for several days. The Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act also prohibits the taking, possession, and sale of eagles and their parts. The injury of these birds is also prohibited by law. Additionally, according to Nevada law, NRS 503.61, it is illegal to injure bald and golden eagles. So these actions, although unintentional, are illegal by both federal and state law. This is the reported incidental trapping of birds in Nevada, which you've already been shown. Here we have a raptor in a leg-hold trap who's probably going to lose that leg and not be able to survive in the wild because of that injury. This is another one that was released from a Montanan trapper. I'm sure that they thought that the animal would do fine in the wild. Clearly, though, this foot is non-functional and necrotic, and this is due to the injury to the blood supply, which is very tenuous in birds, especially from leg-hold traps. So I know I've said a lot of things here. Do you have any questions for us?
All right. Is that the end of the presentation? Anybody else? Mr. Moldy? Anybody else?
No, we do have Carter Niemeyer here, who has any questions regarding the recommendations we're making, who is a Wildlife Services government trapper for 26 years.
Okay. All right. With that, I will see if the commission has any questions at this time for the petitioner. All right. Easy enough. Seeing no questions at this time, I will, this is a possible action item. So if there's no questions at this time from the commission, I will send it out to the public and see if there is any public comment here in Reno. Yes, if you do, please come forward.
Good morning. Excuse me. Mr. Chairman Rogers and other members here today. My name is Kathy Oakes. I'm a retired wildlife biologist. I studied mammals and reptiles at the University of Missouri, and wildlife in the Powder River Basin of Wyoming. Too many years ago than I would like to admit. I wanted to speak today after seeing the kinds of pictures that you have seen today, and also because I will admit that because I have encountered lions on several occasions in the Mingo Swamp in the Boot Heel in Missouri, where they were called cougars. We encountered them doing research on reptiles, and at the University of Wyoming, I studied wildlife in the Powder River Basin for 3 years. I also wanted to speak because I have been lucky to encounter mountain lions myself on several occasions on the Steamboat Ditch Trail. So I urge the commissioners to support and rule favorably on the petition submitted by Mr. Moldy, Stolzenberg, and Smith, and Ms. Smith and Ms. Taylor. They outlined several things that could be done to save our apex predator. Decades of research have shown that the apex predator and apex predator and keystone species improve ecosystems beyond their relative scarcity in these systems, ecosystems would suggest. Removal of the apex predator results in less diverse and impoverished ecosystems. The mountain lion.
Yeah, we are limited to 3 minutes, so thank you. Mhm.
Greetings, my name is Bella Screen. I'm here from Kingston, and I'm here today with my husband, Bryce. My husband and I have been trapping for several years now, and I remember in the beginning being afraid of the idea of potentially catching a mountain lion because of the size and strength. However, that fear slowly went away as I realized it is extremely rare for a mountain lion to be caught in a trap. I can understand why the anti-trappers might be concerned with this, but as someone who has been out on the trap line, I can assure you that mountain lions are very rarely affected by traps. I figure since mountain lions are the targeted issue that was brought up, I thought the statistics of mountain lions population would reflect the concern of the anti-trapper, so I did a little research myself. Mountain lion trapping was banned in 1965 when the state of Nevada only had between 400 to 500 mountain lions. Now the population has grown to 3,200 to 5,000 based on the article from Tahoe Daily Tribune and NDOW. Based on this information, mountain lion population has skyrocketed and will continue to. I believe an in-depth study on how many mountain lions actually roam Nevada today should be done, since the last population in-depth study was done in 2015. My guess is that the numbers are a lot higher than we may think. NDOW has a limit of 247 mountain lions hunted, and with an average litter size of 3, we know that many more kittens are born each year than mountain lions killed. Mountain lions are on the top of the food chain, and they are causing issues with animals like bighorn sheep. According to Sierra Forest Legacy, every other bighorn sheep death is caused by mountain lions. That's exactly 54.5% of bighorn sheep deaths. These issues will continue to increase as population of mountain lions go up. So the issue with the mountain lions in the trap doesn't make sense to me when we should be focusing on what we can do to manage the mountain lion population better. It is clear to me after looking into this that it seems a little backwards. The government is spending hundreds and thousands of dollars to kill mountain lions themselves, when they should just give the rights back to the people and put the money towards more research about the accurate population of mountain lions. This way, it can be managed better so it doesn't get out of hand. I live in a community of 100 people, and there are several stories about how mountain lions have come down and killed their dogs. These situations shouldn't happen as often as they are. Seen as a traps are not targeting to mountain lions, and there is only a 0.0038% chance of catching a mountain lion on any given day. What is the point of this fight? Mountain lions are not in danger, and the people in the cities shouldn't pretend like they've lived in the pressure of these mountain lions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Davis Stensler, and I'm a native Nevadan. I currently make my home here in Reno, and I've lived here most of my life. And I also come from a northern Nevada ranching family. During my career, I've worked for both the U.S. Forest Service and also the Department of Reclamation. I'm here to support the modifications to the Nevada trapping regulations outlined in the current petition. I believe these modifications to the current laws would greatly improve them, lessening the unintended consequences of trapping mountain lions in traps that are not intended for them, and also to further promote the enforcement of the Nevada law prohibiting the trapping of mountain lions. These unintended consequences have been documented by NDOW, and my guess is that the number of mountain lions caught in traps is probably far greater than what is known due to the probable non-reporting by trappers. This makes it even more imperative to strengthen the current regulations to offer more protection to an apex keystone predator species and provide education to those that apply for the trapping licenses. I ask you to please consider adopting these important modifications to the current trapping laws, furthering the protection of Nevada's mountain lion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Shimko, resident of Lyon County. I personally suffer from adult onset hunting syndrome. I've only been hunting since 2020. I don't have a heritage coming from it with my family, but it's something that I've decided that is important for my family to have. In this, doing a lot of research, doing a lot of reading from people like Teddy Roosevelt, Gifford Pinchot, it's shown the importance of the conservation movement. I'm sure you're aware that we had market hunting at the end of the 1800s and it almost decimated everything, all of our wildlife. Through these, the regulations, as you know, came about on hunting practices and how we can do it responsibly. Included in that is trapping. Trapping is a heritage that we have in America specifically. We have the market hunters from the 1700s and the 1800s, the mountain men is what started the West. I do want to point out that trappers, above all, know more about the environment than any of us could possibly know. They study the animals, they study their habits, they try to figure out what goes on. And they, above all, don't want mountain lions to go off the landscape. They don't want bobcats to go off the landscape. They want them they want them harvested in a responsible way, which they do. Now, this presentation, it says that we should ignore that we don't have studies showing the population of the lions, but that's a complete misnomer. We need to have data before we make these decisions. Well, one thing I'd like to point out is that we do have a decreasing deer population here in this state, and it has been going for a long time. That alone shows that the mountain lion population is healthy. That looks like that we're going to spend about $1 million NDOW is for depredation alone. This is a thinly veiled attempt to ban mountain lion hunting and bobcat hunting in the state. And another thing that I think we should point out that we're not looking at is what effect is this going to have on the bobcat population? We decrease the amount of trapping, bobcats go up, and we decrease our waterfowl populations, our grouse populations, our chukar populations. It's going to happen. Two more things. One is I'd like to be able to pass on this legacy to my children. Taking this away, making this go away like they did in California, like they did in this last election in Colorado, trying to get rid of it. This just isn't fair to me and my family. And one other thing, I'd like to point out that Derek Wolf was using in the presentation, gripping a mountain lion. That mountain lion that he caught was eating the local dogs. And that's why he went out to get it specifically. This is a complete misnomer. Our regulations are working, and I would encourage you to oppose this petition. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bryce Green. As always, I've got a lot to say, so I'll get right into it. As a member of the Nevada Trappers Association, I'll start by saying that I oppose this petition in its entirety. The science is clear on this issue, and quite frankly, when I heard that the Antis were presenting a petition with incidental mountain lion catches as the primary concern, I was quite surprised. You've heard the numbers tonight. You have a 0.00038% chance of catching a mountain lion in a trap on any given day in Nevada. And of the supposed 4,229 mountain lions killed in the last 2 decades, 0.006% were found dead due to trapping-related incidents. This means you have a higher chance of being injured by a toilet than catching a mountain lion in Nevada. 0 mountain lions dead in a trap in 2024, 0 dead in 2023, and 0 dead in 2022. These quoted studies from the Antis that you've heard are clearly one-sided, and as a gentleman said through Zoom earlier, you can make the statistics appear however you want. The actual statistics from NDOW show that this is not a pressing issue. It's funny how our opposition also only shows the worst-case images of the very, very few injured mountain lions and not the absolute majority that is released unharmed. They also stated that the second highest cause of mortality is not incidental trapping, but this is not true. It's actually purposeful government trapping. The opposition in their petition claimed, quote, removing mountain lions from the landscape may be removing one of nature's most efficient checks against this significant and deadly disease of the deer family, chronic wasting disease, and that chronic wasting disease may have human implications as well. And a simple Google search proves that there hasn't been a single case of CWD since 1990, and on top of, in Nevada since 1990, and on top of that, regardless of speculation, there's been 0 confirmed cases of chronic wasting disease in humans ever. And if our opposition had such strong, scientifically based argumentation, why would they need to make such audacious claims to back their positions? Ironically, if foothold trapping of mountain lions in Nevada were legal, the Antis would have absolutely no basis for an argument. And to add to the irony, foothold trapping of mountain lions is legal year-round in Utah, and they have less lions than us. Foothold trapping of lions was paused in the 1960s because they were actually overhunted and their population at the time was below 500. And now that the population is clearly over 3,000 to 4,000, this is a complete non-issue. And the only reason that we haven't re-allowed lion trapping is because of how hard the Antis have made it on us. Our own government traps mountain lions to kill them here in Nevada because we can't. So once again, it's ironic because even if you ban trapping, mountain lions will still be trapped by the government. We just saw a presentation on how bad bighorn sheep are struggling and how they may have to move them to Utah, where, like I said, mountain lion trapping and hunting is legal year-round. Yet, we've got people here fighting for the species that is responsible for 54% of bighorn deaths in Nevada. It is so backwards and so illogical. At the end of the day, as Joel Blakesley likes to say, this is a classic case of cultural bigotry, and we advise you to vote against it. Thank you for your time.
For the record, Henry Krinka, speaking for the Nevada Outfitters and Guides Association. This is another item that keeps getting brought up and brought up and brought up. You guys have heard both sides, and the association asks that you deny this petition. Thank you.
Afternoon. Jed Ryback for the record. Dear Commissioners, I'd like to start with a story. I was born and raised in Nevada. As a young boy, my father and I would go deer hunting. The herds were plentiful, seeing 30 to 50 plus deer a day with numerous hunting opportunities. If you saw a lion track, it was something to get excited about, just knowing the elusive predator could be lurking anywhere watching you. Even while trapping, it was an uncommon occurrence to see a lion track. Let's fast forward to current times. The deer herds have been depleted to a fraction of what they once were, and we have plenty of great habitat in this state. Sometimes you won't see a deer some days. I have friends who took their kids on their first youth hunts this year and didn't see a single deer in 3 days, buck or doe. Mountain lion tracks are covering every hillside. The robust and constantly growing population of lions is decimating deer herds and bighorn sheep herds. After reading through this petition, it has occurred to me that this minority group of supposed wildlife advocates isn't putting Nevada's wildlife first. They only care about their agenda. The truth is simple. They don't like trapping or trappers and continue to bully their way into trying to eliminate us using emotional arguments instead of facts and science. It makes me wonder when or if any of these supposed wildlife advocates has done something to actually benefit Nevada's wildlife, such as volunteering on a big game guzzler build, planting sagebrush seedlings in a burned area, or donated to the Predator Management Fund. Trappers and hunters are the true stewards of the land, and we do these things every year because we want all of Nevada's wildlife to thrive for years to come, allowing future generations to enjoy. The lion quota in this state floats around the middle of the 200s and is never met. The 20 to 30 lions trappers may accidentally catch every year is such a small fraction. Maybe we should start looking at lions for what they are, an apex predator whose thriving population needs to be kept in check, and stop classifying them as a big game animal. Maybe the answer to this problem is to let trappers harvest some of these lions, many of these lions killing a deer a week or more. Utah has a successful program it has implemented to allow trappers this opportunity. Maybe Nevada needs one too. Thank you for your time.
Howdy, my name is Neil Cheney. I'm the president of Nevada Trappers Association. I got to use notes here because I get nervous. I have a screenshot on my phone here from a friend who is on a mailing list with the Wild Earth Guardians, the main group that has brought this petition forward. I will read you a little bit on this. It's about a page and a half worth of type material. And 3 times, actually, now that I look at it again, 4 times on this page, there's Donate Now button. It says at the end in their closing remarks, reforming Nevada's wildlife management is a critical building block in our effort to end trapping on public lands across the West. In my opinion, I shouldn't have to say anything else. This isn't about the mountain lion to them. This is about making money and ending trapping. I'll talk about a couple of the points that I noticed in the presentation that I believe are false. There was too many. I don't have enough time to talk about all of them, and I wouldn't insult you guys to think that you didn't notice any of them as well. Say that 15 to 20% of licenses report non-target catch, so that's only 20% of data being recorded, but this is wrong. It's more closer to the 70% range is reported of the end of season reports that we all have to fill out. 15 to 20% of them ever report trapping non-target species. That doesn't mean that the rest of them aren't reporting trapping non-target species. Maybe they didn't catch one. A report saying I didn't catch anything that was non-target is a report. So whether that data was misconstrued unintentionally or intentionally to align with what they would like to do, I don't know. Another thing I saw, they claimed that 600 of the 4,000 lions had injuries consistent with trap damages. But the word consistent, it could be anything. You guys know lions, they need their claws and their teeth to eat. Who's to say they don't get gored once in a while by a deer, or they bust a tooth on a horn, or break a toe? The real number in that same data sheet was 26 lions they could attribute to trapping related. Like as the gentleman said before, 0.006% of that. I mean, skewing this data should be enough to have you guys realize that this isn't about the lions. They're inflating numbers and misinterpreting things to make it look a lot worse than it is. 0.0038% chance of catching a lion in the state of Nevada. And of that 38% chance, 17 of 20 get released without any injuries. So, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Basing stuff off of the amount of trappers that are out versus what they catch is not how NDOW tracks their species, their fur bearers. They track it by amounts caught per trap night. And when you look at the trap nights per lions, that's where you get the 0.00038%. That's the same way they do with bobcats and every other animal. And I hope that you guys have the intent to ask NDOW for their data and their people to explain their data in a way where I can't misinterpret it, the petitioners can't misinterpret it, the way that it should be interpreted and the way that it is, to you guys to make a better decision. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chris Smith with Wild Earth Guardians. For the record, I feel like I've been summoned, so here I am. Thank you for hearing this petition, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. Thank you for your time and dedication to this issue, for hearing from public members from both sides of this issue, and thank you, NDOW staff, for all the work that you do. As I said, my name is Chris Smith. I'm the Wildlife Program Director for Wild Earth Guardians. We have over 600 members and supporters here in the state of Nevada. I'm also an avid outdoors person. I am a license holder, typically in multiple states at a time. And I spend a lot of my time in vast, rugged public lands across the Southwest, including here in Nevada. I live in a state where there is no trapping on public lands allowed, with few exemptions. We still have thriving elk and deer populations. We still have abundant ranching and farming and hunting. What we don't have is the amount of danger and collateral damage that's been exhibited to you through this presentation. And I recognize that you are not being asked today to get rid of trapping in its entirety or on public lands. In fact, my understanding is that is outside of your purview and authority. What you are being asked to do is to make trapping more safe, more scientific, and less cruel. The reforms recommended in this petition are common sense reforms. They are not an end to trapping in its entirety, regardless of my perspective on whether trapping should continue or not. These reforms would bring trapping regulations in Nevada into better alignment with the best available science, with best management practices, with other state regulations, and with public sentiment in Nevada. I would be remiss if I didn't focus some of my time on the 96-hour trap check window, which has been brought up several times. To me, this is egregious. Other states, including large, rugged, rural states with wide open spaces, all have shorter trap check windows. It goes against veterinarian recommendations and leaves animals to languish and suffer for days, exposed to heat, to cold, dehydration, hunger, self-mutilation, self-amputation. I'm not a biologist or a scientist of any type, but I've studied wildlife management for the last 7 years, and my understanding of wildlife management is that it has goals, usually pertaining to species, populations, or discrete geographies. It has discrete plans and strategies. It has comprehensive monitoring and assessment of progress towards those goals, and it is carried out by professionals. And this morning we heard several arguments from pro-trapping people that trapping is wildlife management. And while I think that targeted trapping by professionals can be wildlife management, recreational commercial wildlife trapping without quotas, monitoring, goals, plans. That is not wildlife management. And that also radically differs between targeted removal and euthanasia of a specific animal who may be implicated in public safety concerns. Again, that is different from recreational commercial trapping. As I mentioned, I'm not a biologist or a scientist. I went to divinity school to study ethics because I'm interested in how we can do better to each other and to other species on this planet. And you will hear, I have no doubt, about the cruelty that exists in the wild, the cruelty that happens between wild animals in the wild, the cruelty and depredation. You may even hear about the cruelty of war. And no doubt there's a lot of cruelty in the world. But you have the power and authority right now to target this specific cruelty. This is a cruelty that you all govern. And so I would ask that you take that responsibility seriously, continue to strive to do better, and I hope you will. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jim Cooney, ELCO. The ELCO CAB is respectfully requesting you as a commission to deny this particular petition. Thank you.
You, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I'm Larry Johnson, President Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. First of all, I want to disclose that I did much of the field work for one of these scientific studies that was presented earlier by the proponents of this petition. I'd like to put a couple of things. I've inventoried over 100 lion kills. I've captured and GPS collared dozens of lions during that 3.5-year time period. I have tremendous respect for the lion. He's number one in my book. He's a killing machine. He's a magnificent animal. But with that respect comes, I think, the duty for management. And why I say that is I have college textbooks from the late 40s that show the distribution of mountain lions in Nevada being restricted to the eastern third of the state. Almost 60 years ago, God, I hate to claim that I'm that old, but I'm a geologist. I'm in the field continually. I hunted every weekend. I was an outdoorsman. I'm Native American. We were subsistence hunters in the Sierras. We made our living in the outdoors. If we ever saw a mountain lion track in the snow, it was Bartok. It was so rare. Fast forward to today, where lions have killed 3 horses within a mile of my house. A year ago, September, they killed a big buck in my garden and buried it under my peach tree. I see lion tracks on my property. Yeah, I live in the hills. I see lion tracks on my property on a monthly basis, okay? Lions are at an all-time historic high population. Now, when this group establishes population objectives for elk and we exceed those in northeastern Nevada, guess what this body does? We reduce that population by the issuance of hunting tags until we're within population objectives. But for some reason, when we cross that magic barrier into the arena of predators, we're supposed to have hands off and
states like California are pure predator protection, not with any semblance of management at all. If I had my way about this, first of all, we would be putting a greater emphasis on our declining species, sage grouse, mule deer. Yes, and analyze those in particular and come up with particular strategies. And of course, the State Mule Deer Enhancement Committee was set up to do exactly that. I sit on the Washoe County Subcommittee. We recommended that we embark on, we take one management area, in this case 014, and that we throw everything factor-wise possible. We would do wildfire restoration, we would do water developments, and yes, we recommended predator control, particularly lion control. That lion control project's been now about approximately 2 years and has been, I believe, tremendously successful. We've removed 014 as a small management area. We've removed over 30 lions from that little area. Indau's projected deer population 2 years ago was 250. We removed more lions than could eat 10 times the deer population. Luckily, and they've practically decimated the bighorn sheep in that management area as well. What are they eating? Lions are opportunistic. They love beaver. I've seen them catch badgers. They lay up next to their kill and whack coyotes that come to their kill. I mean, they are extremely opportunistic, okay? I'm going to give you a little case history of a trap-caught cat. Caught a 6-month-old cat that we were called out to, mangled front foot, lost 2 toes, GPS collared him, tracked him through his mother's kills because he was adolescent for the next 1.5 years, okay? She went through the Paras, moved to the Virginia mountains, was a horse killer, moved to the Virginia mountains where she killed bighorn sheep and deer and antelope. He was cut loose at age 2. The last kill, I tracked him to mature wild horse.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexis Hansen. I'm here as a private citizen, but I actually have experience as Assemblywoman Alexis Hansen, serving in the Nevada legislature since 2018 when I was first elected, have consistently served on Natural Resources Committee in the legislature and Public Lands. My family's been in Nevada since the late 1800s. My district covers 6 counties. I live in Sparks, so a large chunk of Washoe, all of Lander, all of Humboldt, all of Pershing, a small chunk of Eureka County, and a western portion of Elko County. I wanted to highlight one of my major concerns, not only as a private citizen of our beloved state, but also serving in a legislative capacity, seeing the undue influence of outside bodies having too much influence and threats of lawsuits coming from DC politics, DC organizations, and organizations like Wild Earth Guardians. I wanted to refer and put on the record that Wild Earth Guardians, who has a representative here today, was mentioned in Americans for Prosperity did a report of critical importance, they said, regarding Wild Earth Guardians. And they had the report was called Monkey Wrenching the Courts, How One Green Group Games the System. In the report, it mentioned that This group stands out in its eagerness to use litigation as a tool of intimidation, influence, and policymaking. In one recent year, an example, the group cranked out lawsuits at a rate of roughly 1 per week. Also, the Wall Street Journal went on to say about Wild Earth Guardians that they were particularly disturbed that they use litigation, and during a certain time, the group sued federal agencies 76 times over alleged environmental violations, and they tie up the time and energy and those precious dollars that we could be using for conservation and for studies and money that we need critically to manage wildlife in Nevada. Our state agencies, our federal agencies get tied up in these frivolous lawsuits. So I just wanted to bring to your awareness that as a Nevada Wildlife Commission, as a representative of the Nevada legislature, I hope that we always keep in mind what is best for Nevada, what are Nevadans saying, and that we protect Nevadans and try to stay out of the DC politics that too often find its way and are making vast changes in our state that we've seen over the last couple of decades. Thank you for your time.
Mel Belding, member of the public. I'd like to start out by saying nothing's changed. Nothing at all, except for the faces up here. Went to my first meeting in 1974. And what was that discussion about? Trapping. That's the reason why I went. I started trapping with my brother-in-law in Gerlach, Nevada to learn how to do it. I was 16 years old. I drove a 1962 Studebaker. I've been coming to these things longer than a lot of you guys have been alive, but I hear the same thing all the time. When I trapped with him in northern Washoe County, I can honestly tell you I did not see lion scat and I did not see a track. Never seen it, not even on the Sheldon. That's changed a lot. There's a lot of them now. So if us trappers are to blame for mountain lions decimating them, we're doing a piss poor job at it. The mountain lion population is increasing in this state. Trapping has nothing to do with the loss of that population. Just like hunting. We don't hunt these things if we think there's not enough of them. We certainly don't want to bring that population down. I'm not interested in bringing the population of mountain lions down either. There's far too many things in life that people think's cruel. I think my main one is probably starvation. Happens a lot. 2 male lions were captured on the test site. The one was found dead in the Bears. 2 males, the Bear Mountains. And he was eaten by the other lion. The lion that Larry was talking about ended up in 206. He was killed by a big lion, an older lion. So my point here is I ask you to deny the petition. Thousands of people have heard this already, and we don't need to hear it again. Thank you.
Ryan Brown, Washoe Cab. We did have one person come to support this petition, which is pretty rare for a topic like this, not one. Myself and the cab, we recommend that you guys deny this petition. Thank you.
Hi there. Y'all been sitting here a long time now. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, commissioners, for your service to this state. My name is Brent Lyles, and I am Executive Director of the Mountain Lion Foundation. And we are a national organization. We have a couple of hundred members and other supporters here in Nevada, and I was asked to come speak on their behalf. So, in fact, I'd like to start with something that was sent to me by one of our members here. She wasn't able to attend today, so she asked me to read this. Her name is Marlene, and she wrote to me and asked me to read this to you. She says, I have lived in Verdi, Nevada for 35 years. I coexist alongside mule deer, bobcats, mountain lions, black bears, and more, and feel privileged to do so. In my 35 years living here, I have seen the loss of habitat for all wild animals due to fire, invasive weeds, drought, building, and so on. Increased protection for all wildlife is critical, and you have the opportunity to do so today by supporting this petition. And she goes on to describe the modest improvements that she wants to see in terms of lowering that 96-hour trap check limit and focusing on the education about best practices and that kind of thing. And then her final words were, Nevada wildlife belongs to everyone. Our current regulations are not supported by the majority of Nevadans, and I call upon you to make the changes that a majority of us support. Now, commissioners, I don't envy you your job. Some days I'm sure it feels like no matter what you say, no matter what you do, no matter which side of a decision you come down on, someone is going to give you a call and just give you an earful about it. So as you navigate these waters, you look for a win, right? You look for a time, and you may not make everybody happy, but at least you can find a compromise that you can feel good about. And what I'd like to say to you today is that I think this is one of those times. Despite some of the emotional testimony that you've heard today, if you actually read the words of this petition, and we bring it back to what the petition is asking for, you'll see that what's being asked for here is, quite frankly, it's kind of boring. It's modest, it's moderate, it's middle of the road. Personally, I wish we were asking for more. I really do. But the reality is that this petition was brought to you because, we feel that it does represent something that's reasonable and something that you can say yes to and feel like you are doing the right thing for Nevada's wildlife, doing the right thing for public safety, and so on. These are small tweaks that some of the neighboring states have already acknowledged as best practices and already incorporated into their regulations. So I spoke to a trapper the other day, confidentially, and I was asking him about these changes, and what are your thoughts on this? And for him, the words he used was that it's kind of a no-brainer. His point that trappers that have operated in more than one state have are already familiar with these regulations in this form, and that they've already done them. And I asked him if he would come in and say this to you, and he wouldn't. He wasn't willing to stand up and say it, for obvious reasons. But just please know that there are plenty of trappers out there who would greet these small changes with kind of a collective shrug. My point is this is your opportunity to do a small thing that represents a reasonable and moderate compromise. There's a lot of people in the state who have a lot of diverse opinions and a lot of diverse values. And, just within the membership of the Mountain Lion Foundation here in Nevada, we've got a lot of diverse opinions. But as a commission, you try to do right by them. You try to do right by all of them. And so whether they're sportsmen and women or other members of the public or just, regular Nevadans, they know that each lion brings this cascade of benefits to the ecosystem and the food webs, and they're part of having them on the landscape helps make Nevada's lands and waters healthy. And each lion has these benefits, right? And today, you just might save a few of these cats from needless injury and death. It's a small step, but it'll have a big impact. So what you have before you is a chance to take the middle ground, to adopt a compromise position that addresses the concerns of a broad constituency. And, and as pointed out previously, this is a public safety issue to some extent as well. So this is an opportunity for this commission to act in the interests of public safety. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration of this. Thank you for hearing all sides of this issue and giving it your due consideration. Appreciate you. Thanks.
My name is Jenny Lucietta. I'm speaking on behalf of a citizen of Nevada. I live in Washoe, down in Washoe Lake. Less than 3 weeks ago, 2 miles from my house, in the middle of the subdivision, on ring cam, were 2 mountain lions that had jumped in the yard. I found mountain lion tracks by my horses, and I'm at a point now, after 10 years ago, being able to ride in the Virginia range. I'm afraid to go up there. I see fresh scat up there. I see mountain lion tracks on a constant basis, and I will not even ride my horse alone without a gun. So I'm here to thank the trappers, and I'm here to thank you guys for listening to this. At the end of the day, on an emotional end, it doesn't matter if it's 1 mountain lion or if it's 100. I think my curiosity on the presentation that was brought forth was I was looking at the dates, and those reports were clearly from 10 years ago. So I would love to find out, in the future or today, if NDOW can give us some current information and clear understanding of what was being presented today. Thank you.
George Forbush speaking for the Nevada Predators Hunting Association. I'm not a trapper, but I heard some things that are kind of not persuasive to me. First of all, I understand that you have some species that get trapped by accident. But if you go down I-80, go from here all the way to Elko, you'll probably see a bunch of raptors laying on the side of the road that get hit by cars. We're not going to ban cars. It's just one of those things that happens. I've seen raptors who fly into barbed wire fences. I assume they're hunting at night, mostly owls, where they're swooping down on mice. They don't see the barbed wire fence, and they'll impale themselves on the barbed wire fence and get stuck there. We have miles and miles, thousands of miles of barbed wire fence. We're not going to take that stuff down. So the few animals that get accidentally trapped, I think, is pretty minimal. Going to the public safety side of it, I'm a retired police officer. I've seen traffic accidents where people have swerved and crashed to miss jackrabbits. So the idea that mountain lions are going to save lives because they take out more deer, I'm not really quite sure about that, because there's people out there that just don't know how to drive. A few weeks ago, actually a couple of weeks ago, up in Downeyville, California, they had a story where a mountain lion came down, attacked someone's dog, and 2 people had to come out and shoot the mountain lion, and the dog didn't survive either. Then that mountain lion was discarded, I guess, I don't know how, and then it was found being eaten on by a sibling mountain lion. So I guess the question I have is they say that these mountain lions are coming down because they're injured and they're preying on people and their dogs and stuff, but there was no evidence to indicate that those lions were trapped and hurt. And this is the same area in California where in 2023 a lady was killed by a black bear, and it was only 100 miles away from where the 2 brothers were out shed hunting, and one of them got killed. So they praise California for how they manage their wildlife there, but if you look at California, you will see time and time again there is more wildlife conflict in California than probably any other state. So those are arguments or points that I saw in that presentation that aren't persuasive to me, and I would ask you not to move forward with this. Thank you.
All right. Anybody?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Joel Blakesley, I'm speaking Nevada Trappers Association as their policy director. I've sent you a whole bunch of emails and stuff, so I may or may not take up 6 minutes. I know we've got a lot to do today, and I'll try and respect that. However, there are some points I would like to make based on what's been said and what I anticipate being said from the fellow behind me. I'll start out with the redundancy thing. The first time I met Don Moldy was in 1977 in White Pine County Library at a commission meeting just like this. That's a long time ago. And we've done this so many times, you can't even believe it. I mean, it's more than dozens. It's probably hundreds. The legislature, the courts, the Wildlife Commission, you know, the newspaper, the TV stations, I mean, on and on and on and on. I sent you guys a copy of the bills that I researched back as far as we can go in the Nevada legislature out of the legislative library. How many times this has been heard? The 24-hour trap check has been heard so many times. It's literally more than hundreds of people, lawmakers, either in the legislature or the commission or in the courts that have heard this. I know it's new to all you guys, but it's what it is. The cabs have heard it. I mean, we had direction by the Nevada legislature in 17 to the Wildlife Commission to address this trap visitation, and they directed the commission to consider a shorter trap check time around the urban areas. But they blessed the 96-hour trap check. That's Nevada legislature's instructions to this body. And what happened is they did a 2-day trap check around Reno and Las Vegas and a couple of places. We had 9 straight full commission meetings on this in that 2-year period between that legislature and the next legislative session. In addition to those 9 straight meetings, we had 5 special committee hearings. We had hearings in Las Vegas, Tonopah, Elko, Reno. I mean, this has been beat to, I just can't emphasize how much we've heard this, how many times. They sued in the courts, you know. That went nowhere. I remember going to the hearing on that, and the judge said, well, I fail to see how anybody in here is damaged. And the attorney says, well, we need a recess real quick. So they came back and they said, well, Dr. Moldy had his dog caught 3 times, or maybe it was 3 dogs got caught one time, I can't remember. And the judge kind of says, yeah, right, that's kind of what I expected. So here we go again, You got information showing how the cabs have overwhelmingly rejected this time after time after time. I want to talk just briefly about these proposed regulations. You know, we got a couple of national groups here. You know, the guy just said, you know, these are all reasonable and middle ground and everything. If you don't think he'd cut my throat for a nickel's worth of nothing, you know, tell me different. You know, the Mountain Lion Foundation fellow. And the guy from Wild Earth Guardians, he's talking about, you know, reasonable trap checks. Well, you know what it is in New Mexico on public lands? It's 0 hours, because him and people like him got that outlawed on public lands. So for him to stand up here and act like he's promoting something reasonable, no way. You know, don't be fooled by that stuff. Talk about and I'll watch the clock here real quick, just, you know, these common sense things they're talking about. The 24-hour thing, they must want us to trap right around town, because I can't get any further than this mountain right here in 24 hours. So the legislature's heard that argument a million times. They want us to distribute ourselves. They don't want us to over-harvest the animals right next to the cities. They want us to get out, and they understand that time and space requires that we have that amount of time. The trap size, That's a trick question. 7 inches? I mean, that outlaws a whole bunch of traps that aren't foot traps. Snares, conibear traps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If this goes any further, I'll be happy to explain that to you. The chains and the anchors, I'm not even going to talk about that. The drags, God. Swivels, here again, you going to have us put swivels on box traps? We're going to have swivels on mouse traps? Swivels are great. I love swivels. I'm not aware of a foot trap that's sold that doesn't have a swivel on it. That's the way they're manufactured. I'd like to finish with one thing and just say that this consultant of theirs was a federal trapper. And federal trappers aren't required to do any of these regulations that he would be proposing. So if in his career this would have been the law of the land, he wouldn't have been required to trap that. So it's easy to sit in an ivory tower and tell other people what to do. Thank you.
Joel, you're too tall here. Karen Taylor, Washoe County resident, one of the petitioners, so I might go over 3 minutes, and I'll just keep screaming. Yes, thank you to those of you who have kept this about the actual trapping petition and not about people. Number one, I live in Washoe too, and I don't go anywhere without a weapon, whether it's to Summit Mall or out hiking. So I don't know what that has to do with incidental trapping. There's no updates because people aren't filling out the data. That's why our information might be slightly old. Why is it so threatening to be better? It's beyond me. I don't understand. I don't understand why we can't take facts and turn them into simple behaviors. No one is talking about ending trapping here. I, too, have been hearing the same things over and over and over again for 20 years, hearing about how I'm an anti, that I'm a bigot, hearing about how I don't contribute to wildlife. All of those I would like to think are false. Of course, I don't contribute maybe as much as other people in this room, but I definitely contribute. And I really resent the fact that people come up here and personalize things and then tell me I'm too emotional. They have not given one argument that makes any sense to contradict what the incidental trapping petition is talking about. Not one thing. By the way, I really respect Assemblywoman Hansen. She has done things for Nevada that I have not even thought about doing. But she also needs to understand that sportsmen and NDOW get lots of money from out of state. Out of state, we get federal funds to help fund our wildlife. We get money from groups like Safari Club International, and talk about controversial organization. I'd take Wild Earth Guardians over Safari Club International any day. So let's try to be better. Let's talk about the facts. Let's talk about what the data here was presented. That's how you have to make your information, is based on what Dr. Smith and Will Stolzenberg have presented. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Anybody else here in Reno wishing to make public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ira Hansen, I'm representing myself. I did want to reinforce what Joel had said about the legislature. As many of you know, I'm a state senator. I'm going into my 8th legislative session, starting here in a couple of weeks. So I have a pretty good feel. I've served on natural resources during those entire times. The points that these guys are making is probably accurate, in that if you just take the average person in Nevada and ask them about trapping, first of all, they don't know anything about it, but they probably think, yeah, especially if you saw a presentation like that, they'd think it's cruel. Yeah, get rid of it. But once the legislators and people get to see the whole picture, I mean, the reality is, if we were to show pictures of, back up, good friends with Mike Hess years ago. He was the biologist for deer. He estimated that there was about a 35% wounding loss in Nevada deer herds. If you were to show a picture of a deer, and you were to do a real thorough series of pictures of a wounded deer that died after several days of being wounded, you would see a very gruesome thing. Whenever you see these kind of highly emotional things, you got to look at the bigger picture. Now, my first appearance before the Nevada Wildlife Commission was in 1983. The chairman was Marv Einewald. That's 42 years ago, and it was about this exact issue, trapping. So what Joel was saying, and the others, Larry and so forth, this is an old issue. And at the legislative level, we've addressed it several times. I mean, we've had the emotional appeals there. We've had the same kind of things you just watched. And yeah, it's a kind of a heart jerker. You don't like seeing those kind of things. But when you look at the bigger picture, right now in Nevada, if you have over 3,000 mountain lions, that should be issue one. What are you doing about that? If the average lion eats 50 deer a year, which is the biological evidence, you want to know where your deer herd's going? And nobody in the whole audience, to my surprise, has mentioned the wild horse mess. Look, we got almost 50,000 wild horses, and the lion population, one of the reasons it's so artificially higher than it would normally be if it was simply living off of bighorn sheep and deer, is because they do have that. And that has thrown the biological issues totally out of whack. The other thing the gentleman introduced about the study in the Zion National Park, which had one side with nothing and the other side where the deer was destroyed. Well, if his theory is right, Nevada right now should be if lions cause things to get biologically better, Nevada with 3,000 plus lions, we should be overrun with deer and with chukar and sagehen and so forth. I mean, the theory he's got is completely 100% backwards. So I just want to give you a little heads up on the legislature. They have tried repeatedly to bring not only this, but even something as simple as getting rid of the ability for people with cats to remove their toenails. They couldn't get that through the legislature. There is no appetite at the Nevada legislative level for animal rights type stuff. And Dr. Moldy knows that very well because he's brought it every single time. By the way, my last 8 seconds, I'm a big fan of Dr. Moldy. We have been fighting for over 40 years, but he sticks to his guns to this very day. So he's here again. Thank you very much. Please deny this petition, and don't worry about it going to the Nevada legislature.
All right. Since my name has been taken in vain, I guess I get a shot. I'm speaking for the Nevada Wildlife Alliance, so make that 6 minutes. Thank you. Yes, Senator Hansen is always colorful. He's not always right, but he sticks by his guns as well. And Mr. Blakeslee and I go way back, and Mr. Blakeslee's memory is not always the same as mine. Although I don't dispute the 1977 date, that may well be the case because I've been doing this stuff for a long time as well. There's so many extraneous issues that come into this kind of a discussion that we never get around. Sportsmen are excellent at look at this, look over there, look up there. Do you wear leather shoes? Do you eat meat? All of these diversions come into these kinds of discussions. It's really kind of humorous, since we sort of never get down to the basic issue which was presented in our petition. And by the way, everything you saw, with the exception of the bird pictures, is NDOW stuff. It's their photographs, it's their numbers. We don't make this stuff up, it's your stuff. And we don't make up the fact that the public doesn't like trapping. And although sitting here today, I sort of get the impression, I'm wondering if I'm at the wrong meeting. I thought I was going to a Department of Wildlife meeting, but it sounds like I'm at a Department of Trappers meeting, if I heard things correctly. By the way, trappers are, as I said, publicly unpopular. I am a constituent of this agency just as much as Mr. Blakeslee or Mr. Hansen. The law says everybody has an equal share of our wildlife heritage. And over the years, I've been discouraged that this commission often doesn't seem to remember that. But the public has an equal voice with anybody else you heard from today, including trappers. So, by the way, there is an additional issue that's come up that I would like to be a part of at some point. The department's estimate of 3,000 plus mountain lions is, in my view, literally unbelievable. Over the years, I've had mountain lion estimates told me by the department ranging from 350 to a high of 5,000 in the late 1990s. The last report to your commission in 2014, prior to this study that was commissioned by the department, was 1,400. And so here's the problem I have with that. Everybody knows, every textbook you read, that number of mountain lions is determined by the number of deer. And as the department has published graphs on this, that as deer numbers go up, for example, mountain lion numbers go up with a lag of a year or two. And when deer numbers decline, mountain lion numbers decline, again with a lag of a year or two. And to take this a step further, in the mid-1980s, that's the last time the department thought we had over 200,000 mule deer. Since then, deer numbers have declined by what, 150,000 animals, round numbers? In the year 2000, the department was estimating mule deer numbers at 135,000. Now what are we at, 70,000 or thereabouts? I don't know what the current number is. During this 25 years, the commission has spent $7 million by now. I'm guesstimating a little bit. I haven't updated it in a year or two. You spent over $7 million on predator projects. Of those predator projects that have targeted coyotes, the body count is now over 12,000 coyotes that have been killed in the last 25 years just in the predator projects, not including all the rest of the stuff that Wildlife Services has done. You've also dusted off 250 mountain lions or so in the same time with the $7 million you've spent while watching deer numbers decline by 60 or 70,000 since the year 2000. So all of this is kind of a distraction, although it's been brought up and mentioned by others. I just wanted to throw that in. At some point, I'd like to be a part of a lion discussion as to whether numbers make any sense anymore. Anyway, just to wrap this up, what you saw today in our presentation is your stuff. Those are your photographs. Those are your numbers. Those are your Excel spreadsheets that you make annually. Those are trapper self-reports that were extremely incomplete, some years totally missing, that we have included for you to look at. So I would hope that you could put aside the look over here stuff and concentrate on what you've been presented that is your own information, and make some decisions as to whether some kind of modifications could be done to protect this animal we've been talking about, the mountain lion. Thank you.
For the record, I'll try to make this short. Mike Reese, President of Southern Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. So you guys have heard a myriad of things today. Let me help try to put some of this in perspective. I just heard the number of 12,000 coyotes. Last year in South Carolina, deer hunters from their tree stands in the last decade have averaged, these aren't predator hunters, these are deer hunters, average 30,000 coyotes a year. These guys talk about they met in 1977. There was 0 coyotes in South Carolina. They never had them. I've called and I've asked them, what do you think the answer is? The single biggest combinator is we should have started on them earlier. We didn't know that they were coming. So what does South Carolina do about it? Well, for the last decade, they have 4 hunt areas in through the state. They divide it up into 4 areas. Each area they go find 4 coyotes. They tag it with an ear tag. If you harvest one of those, it doesn't matter what year, if it didn't get harvested this year and it gets harvested next year, they honor a lifetime hunting license. Guess what they did last year? That wasn't working. Now, if you harvest one of those coyotes that has that ear tag in it, you get $3,000. Let's put that in perspective. 45 years ago, they didn't have a single coyote. What's changed? You know what's changed the most in our state? I talked about it earlier, was the fact that we haven't had trapping in Las Vegas since 2012. Ask the department how many coyotes came into Las Vegas Valley last year that needed to be euthanized. I don't know the answer, but I'm aware of, because I saw it on the news,
4 coyotes in apartment complexes. Excuse me, 4 mountain lions. Why? Because there's nothing to eat in Mount Charleston? My point is, it's put in perspective. Just on the fact that they want to go to a 24-hour track check, let's call it what it is. Let's ban trapping completely. They'll all be happy. Guess what? Then the legislators will be coming to you guys going, you guys have to fix this. Well, we didn't vote on it. We didn't do it. You guys would be left holding the bag. I say we deny it now. We can look at the issues. We can look at it. But our mountain lions are all-time high. I purposely think, well, not purposely, but I believe it's a sin to almost harvest, whether it's a government trapper or hunters, take out more mountain lions in a hunt area than we had deer tags for. That tells me we have a problem. I don't know that for a fact, but I know that in Washoe and there's areas up here, I'm down in the south, we don't have the mountain lion issues you guys have up here. You guys have had hunt areas up here that went from the hundreds of tags to the 10s and 20s. Well, wait a minute. That shouldn't be happening if what is true, they're telling us, you have more mountain lions, you're going to have more deer. You're going to have more. BS. I would hope that you guys would deny this petition and start having some meetings, like I've said before, and how do we get higher fawn recruitments? Our deer are down to 60,000. Yes, we had 135,000 in the year 2000. Does that not raise a flag to us that says we have a mule deer decline problem? Yes, we do. Anything we take, any step that we take to protect the predator is the wrong move. 20 years from now, we might be talking about that. But today, in today's circumstances that's going on, let's please start protecting our fawns. Let's take steps forwards to protect our fawns. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Carter Niemeyer, for the record. I drove all the way down from Boise at Don's invitation. So I'd at least introduce myself to y'all and say that I've been kind of an advisor to the group, talking to them. My background's 26 years with Wildlife Services, 50 years as a professional trapper. I've headed up the wolf program in Idaho. I've trapped over 300 wolves, put radio collars on them using foothold traps. Never killed a one, by the way. They asked me to come down here not as an anti-trap participant at all. It's not what it's about. They asked me, how can we stop crippling mountain lions? And to be honest with you, I worked as a taxidermist for 52 years, and when I lived in Montana, I put up probably 6,000 to 8,000 furs for Pacific Hide and Fur and a lot of the fur trappers and people up there. And to be honest with you, I haven't heard about Maine mountain lions. 26 years in Montana, 24 years in Idaho. And I called two of my colleagues before I come down 2 days ago. Between the three of us, we got over 100 plus years of trapping experience. And I asked them the same thing. I said, you guys been hearing about Maine mountain lions missing toes, missing feet and that? And they go, hell no. Where's that going on? And I said, well, I guess down in Nevada. Simply policing yourself as a trapper. You don't need, the traps I've seen these pictures of, those are wolf traps. Them are wolf-sized traps. If you're going to trap a bobcat, and I've trapped them for research for the Fish and Wildlife Service, put radio collars on them. And 1 3/4 number 2 size trap is all you need for a bobcat. If you're setting wolf traps and catching bobcats, it's kind of an overkill. So I guess my message is, and worry about 24-hour trap check, all these things, simply policing yourselves and setting smaller traps. You're not going to catch them lions because their feet are damn near as big as the opening of these smaller traps. And traps are much improved. They're stronger, so you can go with smaller traps and easily accomplish what you're after if bobcats are your target. If you're setting these wolf-sized traps out there, I'd say you're targeting something else, maybe mountain lions. So those are just my observations. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Anybody else here in Reno that wishes to be heard? All right, seeing none here in Reno, how about virtually on Zoom? Any public comment on Zoom?
Hello, Commissioners, and this is Paul Dixon, Clark County Chairman. Our CAB met this week, and I will say that coming from the county that has the largest population in the state, and probably the most diverse population in the state, and I'll leave it there, we spent a good part of an hour plus on this topic. Considering that you gave us a very full agenda of other things to talk about, I wanted to make sure that we had a good thing. We had 10 members of the public attend, and we had 2 on Zoom, on my Teams meeting, your equivalent of your Zoom. After a lot of discussion, the Clark County CAB voted not to support the petition in a 4-3 vote. The biggest reason for not supporting the petition in Clark CAB is they feel that we don't have enough scientific basis for making a decision right now to make an informed change to visitation. And when I say that, first off, there's been a lot of questions about what are the true populations of mountain lions in this state. And people give ranges, and the group that's wanting to protect mountain lions says, the numbers are very low. The group that says that we should continue to trap them says it's very high. I think that we could spend heritage money over a few years and really make a concerted effort to determine what are the populations of mountain lions, which is not easy to do. They're an elusive animal, but with the amount of tracks and scat and other things that are going on like bears, we should get a better handle on it. The other thing is that no matter what anybody says, when you saw the pictures about, well, this animal was checked between 72 and 96 hours or 48 and 72 hours. Nobody knows when the damage to those paws occurred on that mountain lion. And unless you actually have filming of it, my guess is that when I've seen animals trapped, they tend to go crazy for the first 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 hours trying to get out of the trap. And then basically they calm down. Cats calm down and they hunker down. It may be they were in the trap for 72 hours, but the damage may have been caused in the first 4 or 5 hours. And we don't know that. So to say that 24 hours is magically going to make mountain lions safer if caught in a trap, I don't believe that, because I don't believe we have the scientific data to prove that. So again, I'll just repeat, the Clark County CAB did not support this petition, and we had a lively discussion. I will also add that I have, in my 7-member CAB this year, I've added a new person. So I now have on my 7-member CAB 3 members of my CAB that more generally represent the public than I've ever had in the past. So I think I have a very diverse opinion, and we had a very good discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jana Wright, Las Vegas. I'm asking you to please accept the petition. A problem has been identified and solutions brought forward by the petitioners. Move this forward, supporting their petition. Thank you so much.
Good morning, or afternoon, almost, Commissioners and Chair. So again, we've heard today the same thing we tend to hear every time we have these. So we tend to hear, I have, 60% of the population, 70% of the population, 80% of the population in Nevada are against this. Well, yeah, if you use the people that they went and talked to. So I believe, if I remember right, this was a Humane Society poll. So if you're the Humane Society, are you going to call people in Nevada that are just random people, or are you going to call people from the Humane Society? So once again, we're making up our own science. So what we tend to see with these groups is you see all these scientific studies and you see these gruesome pictures to drive that emotion. Well, the scientific studies that they're doing most of the time are completely flawed, based on the fact that they came up with a conclusion and then hired a scientist to support their conclusion by doing research to get it to support. So what I would say is the people that you hear talking today, the Joel Blakesleys, the Mike Reeses, the Trappers Association people, all the sportsmen's groups that are fighting for this. Now, I had the pleasure of being the president of one of the largest sportsman groups in Nevada for Sportsman Wildlife Conservation Clubs. I'm now their Northern Resources Director. And what I will tell you is that those groups of people, they get out and do work for wildlife. So these people go out every single weekend just about during when it's not a hunting season and are building guzzlers. We're doing habitat restoration for mule deer. We're doing habitat restoration for waterfowl. All of these things, 40, 50, 60 people a weekend out doing this work. The people that are fighting to take our trapping away are doing none of that. They're not there to see what's going on with the wildlife and manage the wildlife and what's best for the wildlife. What I will tell you is trapping works. Trapping is a very effective tool for us in our bag of tools. And anything we're going to do to limit that is going to hurt wildlife and hurt the people of Nevada. I appreciate Assemblywoman Hansen and Senator Hansen. They've worked a lot with my late mother-in-law that was a lobbyist that did a lot on natural resources. Our natural resources in Nevada are getting stronger every day because of these wildlife conservation groups that actually are on the sportsman's side. These sportsmen's groups, and we talk about, yes, the federal government gives us money and all these other groups give us money. You know why the federal government gives us money? Maybe you should do some research. The federal government gives us money because our clubs are going in and doing the work, and we're getting a match based on our tax revenue that we spent in our thing. The sportsmen are the conservationists of Nevada. The sportsmen should have a right to figure out what is best management practice. And you know what? We do it by science. So I encourage you to use the science and quit.
What was the caller, Linda? I don't know if they, Dwayne? Yeah, if there's a Dwayne online that's wishing to be heard, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Sorry, couldn't find the button. Give me 1 second here.
You found it.
Found it, okay. So my name is Dwayne Cowley. I'm a I'm a lifetime resident of Nevada, a retired law enforcement officer with more than 25 years of service, a licensed sub-guide in the state of Nevada since 2007, and a lifetime trapper, having done so for more than 40 years. Since retiring, I spend in excess of 150 days a year in the field. In the past 15 days, I have personally seen 4 separate mountain lions in 3 different mountain ranges. Additionally, in the past year, a mountain lion has killed 2 deer in the middle of my small town. One of those deer was killed and buried on Main Street near an abandoned building, and the second was killed and buried between Main Street and the town park. Their populations, in my humble opinion, are grossly underreported and underrepresented. Having said that, I 100% encourage the commission to not approve this petition. The presentation by the petitioner, although colorful, is intentionally slanted to make a claim that trapping is harming the overall health of the mountain lions in the state of Nevada. This is an absolutely false claim, in my opinion. This petition is, in fact, a direct assault on the freedoms, rights, and privileges of all Nevadans with respect to trapping. The petitioner has failed to prove their claims with actual scientific evidence. In over 40 years of trapping, I have never trapped a mountain lion, and I set a large number of traps when compared to fellow trappers. Additionally, I have been involved in the release process of 5 separate mountain lions that fellow trappers haven't unintentionally caught. All 5 of them were released in good health with minimal or no visible injuries, even with our 96-hour trap check as it currently stands. The sensationalized photos presented by the petitioner depict extremely rare circumstances, even when a mountain lion is in fact unintentionally trapped. Nothing about this petition is common sense in relation to reducing the trap check time requirement. The proposed additional requirements for the traps themselves are unnecessary, and I do not know a single person who supports the proposed changes. As I said previously, this petition is a direct assault on the rights, privileges, and freedoms of all Nevadans, whether you trap or not. Again, I encourage the commission to deny this petition. Thank you for your time.
For the record, Fred Volz. Intentionally inflicting avoidable and unduly severe injuries onto any wildlife species is the antithesis of fair chase, the North American model's other precepts, and avoiding the imposition of unnecessary pain and protracted suffering on an immobilized creature. Hunting and trapping will not vanish by implementing the suggested remedies, nor do they impose an unreasonable burden on trappers by hewing to the standard widely adopted 24-hour inspection interval, thereby heightening the survival prospects of a trapped and compromised animal. NDOW staffers, hunting advocacy groups, and a steady stream of state wildlife commissioners over the years have intently avoided even a cursory consideration of the benefits, yes, benefits, predator species contribute to Nevada's ecosystem, instead preferring to summarily demonize and obliterate their existence. Mountain lions eat ungulates such as deer, but they also eat coyotes, rabbits, birds, rodents, and porcupines. A published study in the journal Landscape Ecology considered 172 ungulate kills in and around Yellowstone Park. Carcasses help plants in the soil absorb more nitrogen and led to better nutrient distribution overall, creating more eating places for ungulates hunters want to kill amidst shrinking habitat and protracted drought. Mountain lions keep prey populations, diseased, elderly, and injured species in check and feed small carnivorous scavengers through left-behind kills. Insects benefit from deteriorating carcasses while birds eat the insects. This is the genius of the interspecies food chain when left to its own devices. A 2022 study published by Mammal Review documented that 485 species are positively impacted by mountain lions in some way. Thus, for NDOW to abdicate its duty to explore whether incidental trapping adversely affected the state's mountain lion population by expecting some other unidentified entity to do NDOW's work demonstrates a shocking lack of objective scientific research and hypothesis testing that these staff are paid from the public treasury to pursue. All the petition's solutions deserve implementation, and I would ask that these comments be added to the record verbatim. Thank you.
Yes, I believe I'm on now. I'm Larry Staley of Southern Nevada, born and raised hunter and trapper. I would just urge that the commission to oppose this petition. Thank you.
Trapper in the audience admitted that he and his buddies came upon a snarling, miserable mountain lion caught in their trap. What did they do? Being afraid to try to release it from the trap, they shot it and threw it in the brush and did not report it. It's a pretty common scenario. Kill it and just throw it away and don't report it. Sure, I'm glad that didn't happen when my dog was caught in a trap in Mount Charleston. However, that common activity throws off the data. And I want to point out that it has nothing to do with emotion, which hunters and trappers are so fond of accusing animal advocates. These are hard facts. This data then, these numbers become incorrect because of what trappers do as a normal activity. The data is then faulty information through which you, as a commission, make hard, practical management decisions. Despite this, you never change anything. You continue to make decisions on false information. The public is watching you as Nevada's Wildlife Commission. The public, not just the hunters and the trappers, the huge majority of Nevadans want change. Check the regulations in every single state. Here again, Nevada is at the bottom of the list in comparison with all neighboring states. But you can change this. You can make Nevada better. Please give this good petition and its recommendations the attention and weight they deserve. Thank you.
My name is Steve Rao. I'm calling from Lincoln County. We've been watching on the Zoom here. We've been people in and out. We've had up to 18 people here listening today. I've been a licensed hunter of varmints and a licensed trapper since back in the 1960s. At that time, we did a lot of spotlighting. You very seldom ever seen a lion. You go out in the snow, you'd never see lion tracks, hardly at all. Once in a while, and that was a topic of communication if that happened. Well, nowadays, in the last 5 years, you can't go out and do any spotlighting or driving where you got any snow or anything without seeing lion tracks here in Lincoln County. The deer population has really plummeted down. I agree with what they were saying about the wild horses. I think we got a lot of wild horse populations, which has helped increase the population of mountain lions in this area. But with this group that's been watching here tonight, we object to this proposal, and we. Anyway, we are against the regulations. Thank you.
This is DJ Wilson, Humboldt County. I strongly oppose this petition. One thing that I noticed when they first made their presentation was that they were talking about not enough trappers were filling out the harvest reports, and not everybody that buys a trapper's license is a trapper. I'm sure the trappers are doing what they're supposed to be doing, but a vast number of trappers' licenses are sold to predator hunters that want to sell coyote fur. And the trapper's questionnaire regards trapping, not hunting coyotes. So I think that's why some of the numbers are not reported. Thank you.
Hello, this is Ron from Wildlife Habitat Improvement of Nevada. I'm here representing on behalf of that conservation organization. We strongly oppose this petition. Anything that goes against good predator management practices that have been happening, we are absolutely against. Thank you.
Dallas, you're unmuted.
Okay. This is Dallas Lewis. I've been a trapper for 15 plus years now, and I strongly oppose this. I've trapped and released lions through the 15 years, only about 3 ever and I do a lot of spotlighting at night. And as of this year, in the 10 years that I've been spotlighting, I've seen 3 lions in 10 years. This year alone, I have seen 8 lions compared to the 10 years prior. I think our lions are excelling and our deer numbers are down. So I think that whoever's saying that our lion population is down is strongly not doing their field work and looking into it. Thank you. Is that right?
Yes, go ahead.
Ruben, you need to unmute yourself and please identify your full name before you speak. Thank you.
If there's a Ruben on the line, if you can hear us, if you'd please unmute, state your name for the record. All right. I'm not sure who Marsh Addiction is, if that's first, last name, or otherwise, but I think you're off mute. If you have public comment, if you'd identify yourself and proceed.
Yes, sir. For the record, my name is Nick Gully, part of Marsh Addiction NV. I am a lifelong Nevadan. I am a volunteer with the Nevada Department of Wildlife who has logged over 700 hours annually as a volunteer. I am in the field not only as a hunter, also as a trained conservationist. I am out there every day where I see the impacts of trapping of all species, the benefits it does for birds such as the western swallow flycatcher, which we have on the Key Pittman Wildlife Management Area, and we've provided habitat for that species to survive. We also employ trapping techniques on that management area in the past, where it has increased our duck population numbers along with goose nut population numbers. I am totally against this petition to ban any conservation who uses this technique to improve wildlife habitat and the sustainability of the species that we have here in Nevada. Let's please remember as a commission, this is a commodity of our state. That commodity brings money into the state. So please take a good look at this consideration with all the good studies that the opposing field has given you. But talk to the people that are actually in the field and are not making emotional decisions for you guys. Thank you very much.
No more. All right. So with that, we've had a lot of discussion. I'll bring it back to the commission for any questions, comments. One thing I might be interested in, and that is, obviously, we've heard a lot of information today from the petitioner and the public and whatnot. I'd just be curious maybe to hear from Endow on some of the items that were discussed. In particular, for me anyway, the significance of the issue of what the petition. We've bounced around a lot today from the petition. In my opinion, the petition of being, incidental trapping to hunting of mountain lion to a whole slew of things, but specific to the incidental take of mountain lion, I was wondering if maybe the department might speak to that and the significance of what we're talking about here today.
Can you hear me, Chair Rogers?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I know that we have Russell Wolstenhume there, staff biologist that can probably walk through that data set and give a better explanation of exactly what we have within that data set. He can give you more history on that and possibly answer some of your questions. So I know he's in the room.
Perfect, thank you.
Russell Wolstenhume with Nevada Department of Wildlife. So thank you for your question, Mr. Chair. So there's a couple of different data sets that the department has to look at. The first one being the non-target trapping data. So that data, there's currently 17 years of data. We continue to collect that data annually. The response rate to the trapper questionnaire long-term average is 75% return rate. So within that questionnaire, every trapper is asked the question if they captured non-targets or not, and that's a required question. They have to answer that question. So there's roughly between 50 to 60% of those respondents who are saying that they didn't catch any non-targets, which is so the non-target data is coming from those who did report the non-target trapping data. An assessment of that data, I looked at that for the 17 years that we have. There are some missing years. There was a few years in the early 2000s when that a former employee didn't capture that data, and that's why there's some missing years there. So, but given the data that we do have, there's been a total of 337 lions reportedly trapped incidentally from non-target trapping. Reportedly, 281 of those, 83%, were released unharmed. 12 were released with injuries. 26 reported died or were euthanized, and a total of 18 were there's unknown status, so that it wasn't reported what their status was released. So if I take the total that were reported injured, that were died or euthanized, and include the unknown, because it's more conservative to take the unknown and include them into that pile. So it's a total of 56 lions over the last 17 years of data, which is an average of 3.3 lions trapped, either dead or injured, annually is the average. So the second set of data, unrelated that I can, to that first set of data, a separate set of data, would be the department's mountain lion database. That data set goes from 68 until present. I reviewed the data from 1976 through 2023. The reason why I started in 1976 is from up until and including through 1975, trapping of mountain lions was a legal form of take. So I excluded that data because they could be legally trapped. So from 76 through 2023, I reviewed that data. The first thing I did with the data is I removed any lions that were captured as a result of work from Wildlife Services and any NDAL project lions, because many of those were intentionally targeted with traps. And so it's disingenuous to include those in the trapping data, since that was what the point was. So with the 47 years and remaining data with those removals, I found 33 lions that were reported dead, directly or indirectly related to trapping, and by indirectly I mean euthanized. And there was a total of 51 injuries that the harvest data directly states was a result of a trap-related injury. So, and then I continued to review that data and look for any other injuries that could conceivably be trapping related. Not all injuries are trap related. As I reviewed the data as presented today and in the petition, it seems that there was, I'm not sure how they analyzed the data. I tried to go through and look at a year-by-year situation on some of their data, and it seemed to me that perhaps they were including all injuries, and there may have been some instances of double or even triple counting injuries. But from my data, I found an additional 66 injuries that I could conceivably attribute to trapping, even though the harvest report did not specifically state there were trapping report. So that resulted in 150 total lions reported over the 47 years, which came out to be a 3.2 average per year. So different set of data that's statistically identical to the non-target reported data over a longer period of time.
All right, perfect. That's helpful. Thank you for that. Questions for Commissioner Bourne? It might be on. It's kind of.
It is. What is the estimated mountain lion population in the state of Nevada right now?
So the current population, there was several years ago, there was an integrated population model that was built for the department from an out-of-state university, and that the most recent data I could see on that was around 3,300 lions. The department ran a different model for a number of years. The last time that model was run was about 1,700 lions was the estimate. The difference between the two is the IPM, the integrated population model, short abbreviated IPM. That's a report of all mountain lions, regardless of age. And the model that the department ran when we were looking at about 1,700 was the last estimate that I recall. That was just a report of all lions older than 2, or adult lions. So we didn't count, because there's a higher mortality rate for juvenile lions. Then we didn't count those in the total population count until they entered the population as an adult. And then their mortality rate dropped significantly after that.
All right. Any other questions from the commission? One question that I had, obviously around this 24-hour check, and obviously it may be extremely difficult for some data set, and I think somebody on the on the public comment on Zoom might have mentioned it, but is there any data that supports that there is less harm done within a 24-hour time period versus this 24 to 96-hour time period?
The department specifically doesn't have any empirical data to answer that question either way. I'm looking at various other research. The belief out there, without a lot of empirical data necessarily, that a shorter amount of time that an animal's in a trap, you would expect there to be a less amount of damage. It was mentioned earlier that it is a fact that most animals stop fighting that after a short period of time, and most of the time when you come upon them in a trap, the animals are laying docilely there, waiting for release or whatever's next for their existence. That being said, on a trap check time, when you walk away from a trap, you don't expect to instantaneously capture an animal. So regardless of how many hours it is between the time that you set it and you check it next, there's no way without camera detection, as also mentioned, how long that animal's been there. you may check it after 96 hours, but there's no way to know how long the animal's actually been there in the trap at that point in time. So I also wanted to mention that there was discussion about none of this lion damage being noticed in Montana, and I wanted to point out that Montana has 0 trap check time for most of the state. There's a couple of areas where there's links where they require a 48-hour trap check, but for most of the state, there's no required trap check time.
All right, thank you for that. Commissioner Bourne, yeah?
How many times in the last 10 years have we reached our management quota on mountain lions?
If you'll give me just 1 minute, I'll find that data. Sorry about that. So, looking back, I've got data here that runs from 2014 through 2023. So, for all means of take, that includes sport take, depredation, which would include wildlife services or other depredation related, and then there's other deaths, which includes things like roadkills. So there's been 3 years in the last decade when that objective was reached. But when you look at just sport harvest, it's never been reached through just sport harvest alone.
Okay, so if I have this correct, we have a 0.1% chance of a lion getting killed in a trap every year, and we have not reached our habitat objective in 10 years.
Correct on we haven't reached the objective on the other, that's based off of those 2 data sets. There is other data that's out there from Nevada, the LIFT project, I believe, and I don't have any information on that. Our veteran is here if you want to ask specific questions about those projects, but I believe that they assess it to be slightly higher than that. So there's multiple data sets, but my understanding is that it was still relatively low in relationship to the total population.
Thank you.
All right, yes, Vice Chair Young?
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. So my understanding in 2016-17, there was a subcommittee and a lot of work that had gone into this issue. Russell, since then, either with mountain lion harvest or incidental trappings on mountain lions, has that increased, decreased, stayed the same? Has there been really any change since 2016, 17, 18 to 2025 in those subjects?
So that information, Commissioner Young, is a little hard to assess because it's most of the incidental take is based off of trapping effort, and that's how many traps nights are on the landscape. So a trap night is 1 trap on the ground for 1 night, or 1 24-hour period is considered a trap night. So during that time frame that you're discussing, the number of trappers and the number of trap nights overall has dropped significantly, largely due to beginning in the COVID year. We saw trapping numbers go from the long-term average number of trappers is about 1,200, and we dropped to below 800 starting in the COVID year, and last year's the first year that it's raised back up to about 1,100 trappers. So it's the number of trappers has been significantly lower for the last 5 years. So there's been less incidents of take because there's been less chance of take. So, but I mean, as a comparison of year to year, it stayed it stayed pretty consistent. The number that you've heard several times today of the 0.0038% chance, that's per trap nightly. That's the long-term average of the incident. What that means is that putting it back into trap numbers, it's about 2,800 trap nights. That's 2,800 traps out for one day per incident of incidental mountain lion take. You compare that with the target species that most of these that we're talking about is bobcats, and the long-term average on that is right around 220 trap nights per bobcat. So about a tenth of what it takes for the mountain lion captures.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from the commission? Any other questions? Concerns, comments? Yeah. Commissioner Keel,
Thank you,
yes.
Chair Rogers. I guess I'll just give you my opinion on the situation. I mean, I kind of see the petition as more of a direct ban towards trapping than I do, the objective to decrease the incidental catch. And I base that on, with my experience trapping, almost none of the recommendations, I don't believe, are going to have an appreciable benefit to reducing, the amount of incidental catches over the year. Looking at further education, I think that'd be great. I don't know how practical it would be. That's probably something that we should look at some point. Obviously, the data probably needs to be cleaned up a little bit with the department on the recommendations, but those are the only two recommendations that I would be willing to discuss moving forward.
Excuse me, Chair Rogers, is it okay for me to answer some of the concerns that were brought up during the comments?
Hold on one second.
If he's finished speaking, like they did with the.
It's up to the chair. It's to your discretion.
Yeah. With that said, given the fact that we have been talking for the last hour and a half, having read the data set, I'm comfortable with the information that we have. So, thank you.
So you don't want me to?
Correct.
Okay, because we had done that with the killing contest. Okay.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
All right. I guess I want to weigh in as well. So, looking at the Andreessen document that was provided, I read every inch of it, and I think like anybody, there's certain parts of the document that you kind of key in on that kind of go towards your thoughts, I guess. But I'm looking here at the end in the discussion portion of it, and they discuss the size of the foothold trap, right? And they say that it may help keep the incidental trapping of lines down. It may. That's a key word there. They say in there too that they cannot make a recommendation specific to trap size beyond what they can infer from their data. And I do believe that, I'm not a trapper, but based upon discussions I've had, even limiting the jaw size of the traps, you still have the potential to catch a lion in a trap. You could still have the potential to have the toe damage. I don't see the justification, and it's right in the document you provided to modify the size of the trap. And then further down in there, and this is in their discussion, kind of their conclusion, they specifically talk about the 96-hour Nevada check time. And they talk about, and I mean, I can read it, and I'll acknowledge it, say we have too few data of cougars with known holding times to speculate on severity of cougar injury based on known time in trap or to recommend a biological meaningful trap check interval. So it's right in that document as well. They didn't make a recommendation on trap check interval. They do say, however, our data may suggest that when traps are checked lawfully, i.e. when cougars were reported to endow and cougars were released, non-target trapping may be less likely to result in the mortality. So, and I kind of agree with the discussion that we've had. I think all of us here, it's speculation as far as to when that damage occurs, if it's in 24 hours or if it's in 48 hours or if it's in 72 hours. And they even reference that in this, in the document we were provided, the study that was completed. You know, so I did kind of key on that when I looked at this, and then I guess just overall to the incidental take, the percentage-wise, it's very small. It is very small. You look at the amount of lions that are released uninjured, it's substantially higher by magnitudes of order than the lions that are injured. So, and then the back on incidental take, we have incidental take on everything. You know, every highway we have in the state, every city we've built in the state, you know, every barbed wire we have in the state, wind farms, we get incidental take everywhere. And with that, I mean, for myself, those reasons alone in my brain, I'm not going to support the petition.
All right. Thank you for that, Commissioner Caviglia. And just to add to that, you know, as I've looked and read the data set, I thought that was a great point from Commissioner Caviglia and kind of where my head's at. Number one, that you know, that the percentages are as small as they are, number one. And number two, the fact that, as the document read, that it may reduce. And again, may not. I don't think it's going to eliminate it entirely. So given the numbers as small as they are, and if we go to a smaller trap set, it may reduce, it may not. So, and then thirdly, I would say for me personally, the 47 years of data that they have to me is helpful in a decision for me personally, and not supporting this petition as well. So anyway, that's kind of where my head's at. Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess as I was looking at this, we're tasked with today is considering this petition. So when I looked at this material and was preparing, I'm thinking, okay, if we're going to consider the petition, what are we going to be doing different that we haven't done, or where's the benefit going to be? So I kind of approached this a little bit the same as Commissioner Caviglia, and you broke down these recommendations. And is this going to make a difference? Is that going to make, you know, and I thought about the 24 hours. We really, I mean, it's not. The damage is going to happen pretty much whenever they're in the trap, whenever that is. I don't know. But I don't see any big benefit there. And then I look at a lot of this other stuff, and that was stuff that was gone over the last time they looked at the trapping. There was a lot of this, I mean, we're going over the same ground. And so I don't see anything different that's being presented here that I don't think has been already brought up or that I see the benefit. So I'm not in favor of this petition.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Barnes. Anybody else, any other comments? Anybody wishing to make a motion? Are we at that point? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Caviglia.
I mean, if there's no further discussion up here, and I'm not seeing any, I'm going to make the motion to deny the petition as presented.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Caviglia, a second from Commissioner Bourne for denial. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. That motion passes as denied. All right. We have been going for a bit. It is 12:45. I know we are still on our timeline and a little bit of a time crunch today, but let's take a little break here and maybe come back at 1 o'clock. All right. It's 1 o'clock. Let's go ahead and get everybody seated again and proceed on.
Thank you. I heard you clicking. Careful. All right. I'm gonna get all choked out choking.
All right. Excuse me. All right, I think we are ready to go. I see Commissioner Booth is not here at the moment, but we're going to go ahead and proceed, excuse me, and move forward and make note when he does show back up. Excuse me. All right, so we are on now agenda item number 9. This is the Legislation Committee report. Committee Chair Paul Young. A report will be presented by the committee's recent meetings. The commission may review bills of interest, consider legislative committee recommendations, and may take official positions on those bills. The commission may also choose to develop platforms on bills by supporting or opposing general concepts contained within bills rather than specific language. The commission will consider and may approve a spokesperson who will relay commission positions and platforms to the legislature. With that, I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. I'll give a brief summary of the Legislative Committee. We went over the Legislative Committee charter. We did not change it. It's been the same since 2009. We went over the legislative process and the 120-day calendar for the Nevada legislative session, which is upcoming starting February 3rd and ends June 2nd. As to the spokesperson, I was the designated spokesperson. However, everyone on the committee will likely be engaged in the legislative process in Carson City. Alejandra Medina went over the bills and BDRs. As in late January, we have a bunch of BDRs, a limited amount of bills where we have actual language. There were a few bills that we did go over. We did not take any positions or really discuss much of the policy, just kind of Alejandra reviewed the bills for the committee. So with that, that's kind of a overview of what took place at the Legislative Committee. The next meeting is Tuesday, February 18th at 5 o'clock on Zoom. And I think at that committee, we should anticipate more language and more review of bills, and we'll kind of get more into it. So with that, anyone else on the committee have any comment?
Perfect. Thank you, Vice Chair Young. Any questions around the Legislation Committee? All right. Seeing none, this is for possible action. I mean, there's nothing on the, do we still need to roll it out for, all right. Easy enough. How about any public comment on agenda item number 9, Legislation Committee report? Any public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none. How about any public comment on Zoom? And no public comment on Zoom. Bring it back to the commission. Any other questions or concerns? Comments? All right. With that, we will move forward then to agenda item number 10. And this is the requirements for federal land permits, non-resident guided deer hunts. This is for possible action. Captain Jake Kramer. This presentation will provide an overview of the necessary changes to the regulations concerning land permits for non-resident guided deer hunts. Additionally, the presentation will cover master guide agreements and propose expanding the requirement for submitting land permits to the department for all master guides applying for or renewing their license. Good afternoon, Captain Kramer.
Chairman Rogers, members of the commission, Jake Kramer, Game Warden Captain for the record. My understanding of this This presentation request was through Vice Chair Paul Young, through one of our constituents here, who is as well as a guide. So there's a lot of nuanced information that goes into this particular topic, so I'm going to forego any kind of creative licensing on this presentation and just kind of read off exactly what we've got. As normal, if you have any questions, it might just go ahead and ask, or you can wait at the end and we'll cover it then. So discussion topics, what we're going to talk about is the purpose of the restricted non-resident guided deer hunt. We just call it the NRGH. Application process, the potential problems or issues with the application process, federal permits, and then discuss some of the resolutions. So it was established around 1993 by the Nevada legislature as a special kind of carve-out kind of a hunt, specifically for guides. The special hunt made for Nevada licensed master guides, it's restricted only to non-resident applicants. So they have to be a non-resident of the state of Nevada. And the guide must accompany the client at all times during the hunt, and the tag holder may not hunt without the guide present, and that's why it's considered a restricted hunt. The applications may be completed in one of two ways. One that can be a self-application by the client or the hunter, so they can go online, fill out their own application on their own behalf, or by the master guide on behalf of the client or the hunter. So either one of those. If a client wishes to apply without the aid of the master guide, they must first contact that master guide whom they wish to apply through to get the master guide's NDOW business client ID and the issued PIN code that is issued by the department to the master guide for that year. So 2 necessary numbers are required to even apply in that application. This PIN code is unique to the master guide for every year. The PIN code assigns the applicant to the master guide for the purpose of the non-resident guided hunt application. The client will then log on to our normal licensing outlet online and complete their application. Now, the application process is very similar to a normal online big game application that we're all very used to, except for a couple of things. One, each hunt unit choice selected requires the applicant to attest to the following things. It says, I attest that the choices selected in this application are valid for the guide listed on my application. And 2, there's a pop-up box asking who is submitting the application. So the question requires the applicant to declare one of the following things, and one is that they are the applicant, or let me rephrase that. I am a client of a master guide applying on behalf of myself with the guide's PIN code. The other option is I am a master guide applying on behalf of my client. So that is captured data that we have available to us to see who and how they're applying. When prompted, they will enter the master guide's PIN code, and this now links that master guide to that client's application. And every applicant is only allowed to enter this drawing one time, and it has to be through just one master guide. On the other side of that, if a master guide applies on behalf of their client, the rules are very similar but alter just a little bit. So a master guide may file an application in the non-resident guided hunt on behalf of their client. They must first secure the power of attorney from the client to act on their behalf for the purpose of submitting an application. And that's per NAC. And then we, as NDOW, provide those power of attorney forms for free. You can download them online, very simple. At the time the non-resident guided hunt application is submitted, the master guide must possess a valid special use permit required by the Federal Land Management Agency having jurisdiction within the area the applicant is applying. And that's kind of a key part to this entire presentation right here. The master guide must log into the client's Gordon Darby account and submit the application, including all of their hunt choices. So again, that's what the power of attorney is for. is the master guide has to get the login information, credentials from their client and log into the client's Gordon Darby account and fill out the application that way. The same attestations apply in the case where the client makes a self-application. The master guide now has to attest that the choices selected in this application are valid for the guides listed on the application. And the same pop-up box is asking who is applying must be appropriately selected, whether or not they're a client submitting the application or the master guide submitting the application on behalf of their client. Now, the attestation forms. Attestation forms are documents that fulfill legal requirements of NAC 502.4231, Section 2, in which a master guide who applies in the non-resident guided hunt on behalf of their client must attest to the following 3 statements. That the applicant is entitled to issuance of a restricted non-resident deer tag pursuant to the laws of the state. And that is simply just recognizing that, making sure that their client is in fact a non-resident and not a resident of Nevada. 2, the master guide has the power of attorney to sign the application on behalf of the client. This is nothing that we collect. There's nothing in law that gives authority to the department to collect those power of attorney forms. They just simply need to have those on file, okay? And then number 3 is the master guide possesses a valid special use permit issued by a federal land management agency for having jurisdiction in the wildlife management area or unit which the applicant is applying. And this is the second time we've seen this now. I'll go back a couple of slides without actually going back. So on Section 3 right there, the requirement within NAC is also that that special use permit needs to be in place at the time of application, not afterward. Attestation forms must be submitted to NDOW only for applications where master guides apply on behalf of their clients and not self-applications. With the online application system, the required attestations are not part of the online process. Again, it's a hard copy form outside of the online process. Therefore, the non-resident guided hunt attestation forms meeting the legal requirements of NAC are provided to the master guides for them to print, sign, date, and return prior to the end of the application period for this particular hunt. Now, with that, in 2024, so last year, we had 1,963 applications were submitted in this particular drawing for the non-resident guided deer hunt. Only 233 out of those or 12% of those were submitted by the master guide on behalf of their clients, leaving 88% where the client went in on their own behalf and filled out their own application. So because master guides have had limited control over their clients' self-applications and choices in that hunt, we created business accounts, and we did this approximately 3 years ago. So master guide business accounts allow the master guide access to their online Gordon Darby business account to see in real-time updates, including the name of all the applicants, which hunt units they apply for, and other applicant information. So it gives some control back to our master guides. NDOW sends out courtesy reminders to master guides reminding them to access their business accounts and verify the information entered by their clients prior to the end of the application period. It's just not required. It's a courtesy thing that we do to remind the guides, hey, go in there and verify all this information and make sure that there's no conflicts, one, with people that you didn't agree to guide, and two, that all their choices that they made without you involved in the online application process are in fact valid for your permits. Master guides can reject an application which they did not approve or are in error. The responsibility for correct application information rests with the master guide and not NDOW. Master guides can also use their business accounts to access client application history over several years. So they can see who applied before, continue kind of an ongoing maintenance list of who they would like to send information to and request back. Those reports, they can also download information and create reports through Excel. Can be sorted, printed, all sorts of things. Again, kind of a nice thing for them to be able to create mailing lists and things like that, so they can send out to their clients. Now, as far as the special use permits, these are federal. Federal use permits are issued by the appropriate land management agencies. So we have 3, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, BLM, and U.S. Forest Service. Forest Service permits are limited issue. Only the guides who possess a U.S. Forest Service permit to guide in a specific area can use that area. Okay, so they cannot sub out or lease out, sublease use days to another guide who doesn't have those permits. So it has to be them. BLM permits can be obtained without limitation. BLM permits are generally issued for a BLM district, but they can expand those to statewide access, very easy. And then U.S. Fish and Wildlife permits for the Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge can be obtained by any master guide, and currently there is no number that limits the number of permits that can be issued. So pretty simple. So the issues that might arise out of this are, 1, master guides are only legally required to possess a special use permit at the time of the application. And again, there's no legal requirement for master guides to submit proof to NDOW of their special use permit. So we don't have the ability by law to verify whether or not that master guide has a permit to guide a client for the application that's been submitted. Master guides are not legally required to attest to applications submitted by the client. They must only attest to applications that they submitted on behalf of their client. So that puts us in a situation where 88% last year at least of applicants could have applied for units in areas where a master guide didn't have a special use permit, and they're not legally required to go in and check to see if that was the case or not. And there's really no ramification on that. Although business accounts have been established to provide more available information and authority to master guides over their applicants, many do not utilize it and therefore do not see application errors. And then attestations required by master guides are not integrated into the online application process. Master guide agreements have been used properly and improperly by some master guides. So there are a few cases that those may have been used improperly. So what have we done to help resolve these issues? 1, we created the business accounts for master guides, puts the ball back into their court, gives them more authority, more information for them to run their business. We began working closely with our federal partners, the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, and Fish and Wildlife Service, to share information, including special use permits. And we do this on a monthly basis. We've been doing this for about 1.5 years now. Our federal partners and I have quarterly meetings, talk about what's going well, what's not going well, how we can increase our communication, and verify that the people that have the permits are the ones using those permits, and everybody else, not so much. Regular and detailed communication with master guides concerning the non-resident guided hunt. That is through my office. We over-communicate. The rules, the regulations, the timeframes, the reminders with our master guides concerning this particular hunt, just to make sure everything is run smoothly. And known violations for applicants submitted where a master guide doesn't possess a valid special use permit by the end of the application period results in cancellation of the client's tag. This did occur last year. It was brought to our attention. And as a result, the client and the master guide, that tag was revoked. The department has the option of using citations to the master guide for any kind of violations. Again, these are clients that are applying on their own. The master guide should go into their account and look, but they're again not legally required to do so. So writing a citation to that is kind of kind of here or there. We also give a little bit of a grace period generally between when we change a process, which we did. We created business accounts. And we give a little bit of a grace period in number of years to make sure that everybody understands that process and has access to it. And then we also requested that attestations be integrated into the online application process. We also will enforcement of proper master guide agreement use. So with that, I'm sure you have some questions. Be happy to answer those. And in addition to myself, the gentleman that we have two guides here that can also possibly add some information to this as well if you request that.
All right, thank you for that, Captain Kramer. I'll bring it here to the commission. Questions? Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Rogers. Captain Kramer, so on special use permits, how frequently do they have to apply, or I guess how long are they valid for? And are there any challenges between the different agencies on like expiration dates overlapping during the application process? I mean, is that difficult for the master guides to keep up on, or?
Well, thank you for the question. Federal partners, federal agencies operate independently and different. So the BLM process is different than the Forest Service process, which is different from U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Generally, and I'm going to be very general here, for example, a BLM permit might last 10 years. It's issued for a 10-year time frame. It might give you a general districts, let's say, for example, the Battle Mountain District, but then it will also state that it's statewide and give you permission to use it statewide with notice to the other district that you're going into. Forest Service permits are limited issue, as stated before, and those are issued by the Forest Service in only limited quantities. So, for example, there might be only 4, and this is not necessarily the number, but just an example, only 4 U.S. Forest Service permits to guides for, let's say, the Ruby Mountains. And so only those 4 guides can use that permit. Other guides that wish to use that area cannot under their master guide license. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
No.
Hello? Okay. The non-resident guide hunt, is that for all big game hunts or just deer?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It is one specific hunt outlined in NRS, and that is for a non-resident, restricted non-resident guided deer hunt. Deer only.
Does the master guide have to be with the tag holder, or can a sub-guide be with them?
Yeah. The master guide or one of his designated sub-guides that are licensed under him or her.
Okay, when you are doing all this work on your own, do you have another NDOW law enforcement officer that you're training at the same time in case something would happen to you or you were to retire?
We're not there yet.
Okay. Now, are you the only one that is responsible for this, or do you have others underneath you that have an understanding of this process?
We have Jennifer Miller and Emily Hobbs, who are our admins in the law enforcement headquarters office, who are very familiar with the process. They're the ones that actually run the day-to-day business of this administrative side of this hunt.
Okay.
So they do understand that. However, we do also share our responsibilities within our headquarters office with the other captains and the chief, so we understand each other's responsibilities, have information written down as to if one of us was to get in a car accident or something tomorrow or retire, because that's a little lighter note, business would be able to conduct.
Okay. And specific hunt units for guides, who do they apply for? What happens if you have multiple applicants for a hunt unit? How do you determine what guide is the recipient of that hunt unit?
So it's a lot like the regular draw. So you go on, the applicant has up to 5 choices, just like a regular deer hunt application. And if that number is drawn, then of course, let's say it's they draw that unit in 051. So they get to go hunt in 051, but they're now just tied to that master guide. So
Okay.
it's a regular draw.
So I'm talking specifically about the master guide. So the master guide in 051, if someone applied for that unit, he would have that client.
He would.
But they don't communicate prior to that?
They should.
Okay.
Yeah, they absolutely should.
Okay.
And that is possibly part of some of why there are some issues going into this, is because if a client never communicates with a master guide and just simply gets the master guide's two credentials, their business ID number and their PIN number, they can apply. And that master guide may never know that he has that client that applied through him, never gave permission, never had a conversation as to where they should put in, where he's willing to go, what dates he's willing to take them, any of that kind of stuff. So again, that's why we made that business account, is so that guides have real-time information as to who's applying, and they can start rejecting applications or correcting them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair Young?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Captain Kramer, for the presentation. And yes, I take full responsibility for this agenda item, and I apologize to everyone. With that, just a quick background. This did come to me from a local outfitter. It was on the Sheldon unit. I think it was last year. He has all the permits, and an outfitter did not have the permits. The individual drew. The tag went unused. So that was kind of how this came about. And then just kind of having a little background on it. I mean, not having been there in 1993, but I'm assuming the legislative intent for this non-resident mule deer guide is for the benefit of our statewide outfitters, as well as to increase draws. And with 88% of individuals that are all non-resident, kind of potentially just having a map and going in and putting wherever they want to put in, maybe it's closer to where they live or what have you, we're probably decreasing the odds, which is go against the legislative intent or the intent of the non-resident mule deer guide, because you have a lot of individuals potentially putting for units that their outfitter either doesn't have the forest permit, which is likely the main issue here is the forest permit. I think that's the most difficult permit to get. So that's kind of where it came to me, and I had concerns. So with that, how often are you seeing this happen, either a cancellation of a tag or, an outfitter, let's say, that has the permits for Lincoln County, but his individual is based out of California and drew Northern Washoe? How often do you believe this is happening?
Great question. The real answer is I don't know. We knew it happened last year. I'm assuming it happens every year. But again, the Forest Service, NI, and BLM just started really sharing that information about a year and a half ago, requested by us to get an ongoing updated list of all of the permit holders, any changes therefore throughout time. So that occurs mostly on a monthly basis from now, for the last year and a half. So we have a record of one citation, not citation, but one revocation of that tag, and that was from last year because it was brought to our attention. But again, there's no statute or regulation that requires guides to give us copies of their federal use permits, the numbers of their federal use permits. The only requirement that they have on that is they must carry it in the field and at all times, and they must have that available for inspection by a game warden. So we can inspect that, but it's only while in the field. It's not during the application process. So we don't have any real way to go back and go through. In last year's case, if you add up the 1,963 applications times 5 choices, we get 9,800 and some different choices to try to verify. It's not possible in the short amount of time that we have to do. I don't know if I answered your question. No, you did. Okay.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
Thank you, Chairman. Captain Kramer, I'm just curious, the NRS that has the non-resident guided hunt, is it within that NRS that provides the leeway for the applicants and the master guides to apply, or is that a policy with the department?
No, that is, it is within NRS, and I believe, I don't have it all written down, but I think it's in 502.147, if I remember right. But yes, it says the master guide may apply on behalf of, or the applicant may, it basically gives, I don't have a verbatim here, I'm sorry, but it gives leeway to either way, yes.
Yeah, so that part, that component of it is nothing that the commission cannot make any modifications to. That would be a legislative change.
I would believe so.
Yes, Dag Burkett.
Thank you, Chair. This is the public's business, so I try to keep my mouth shut, but I've dealt with this issue with Captain Kramer. It's been a year now that we've been dealing with it since Mr. Shea brought it to our attention. The requirement exists under our regs that the master guide should have that application in his possession at the time, or the special use permit in his possession at the time of the application. It already exists in law, right? So he's got to do that. The only thing that exists here in terms of void is that there's no attestation required when he fulfills his Gordon Darby requirements, his licensing requirements. I think there's an easy remedy to the situation, which is simply to require, after the application is made by the individual hunter, that the master guide would then have to go back and attest that the application is consistent with his ability to hunt, which includes a special use permit in place. That would resolve the problem. It would have resolved Mr. Shea's issue last year. So that is not, you don't have to do anything in regulation. It already exists. You guys already have that authority that has been in regulation in 4233 there. Am I making sense? Yeah, I see a little confusion there. I want to make sure I'm clear. So if the department went back into Gordon Darby, required it attestation by those guides for the 88% that completed on their own, required those guys to attest and say, I have this authority because I have a special use permit in place, then the situation, I think, would be maybe 90-something% resolved. And the people that don't actually have the special use permit in place, you could go cite them and chase them down. Just an idea, and again, I apologize for interrupting.
No, that's fine. And again, within, to your comment, by adding that, that would be within our purview or our authority to recommend to add that.
Yeah, and you could definitely ask the department to do that, and I'm kind of stepping outside of my authority here. I didn't mean to do that, but it's just that Jake and I have been working on this for quite a while.
Yeah. Deputy Director Scott.
Yeah, Chair Rogers, members of the commission, Dag Burkett is absolutely correct. And we do have some people that could speak to this, but what this would require is some development by Gordon Darby to put this in. And frankly, we've been trying to get it in, but they only have so much capacity to do development, and we have them working on things like e-tags and things like that. So where this is a priority, it may not be our highest priority. So we're trying to get there, but it is a bit of a challenge to get this in place.
Back to that emerging technology, is that what? All right, good. Well, I appreciate both of those comments. Anything else from the commission at this time? All right, maybe let's hear, with that, maybe let's hear from the public, see if the public has any comments here in Reno on this item.
Sean Shea. Sorry for dragging you guys into this. I didn't think it was going to be that big of a problem.
We're blaming it on Chair Young. You're good.
Okay. There you go. That's easy to do. I guess, I was around when this all started back in '93, and the whole idea of this was to set aside a thing for guides. And guides have to put, I think, some effort into this. The way it sits right now, where they can just give their two numbers out, they're not throwing any effort in it. They're just throwing these two numbers out. Go ahead and apply for what you did. And that's, we had the problem last year. Is a new guide came in, just gave his two numbers to the guy. The guy put in whatever numbers he wanted, and there's no repercussions back to that guide. So there's no checkoff that he had to sign that. I mean, he could have looked at that on his business account and just went, oh, okay, let's just see if it slides, which may or may not have done. So like I said, this was set aside for guides as a special thing. And honestly, I think it should be, they should have to put some effort in it. So I'm thinking, I put all my guys in. I think all guides should have to put their own guides in. And then that would solve the whole problem, actually, because they would be applying them. Or that would be the simplest thing as a repercussion to come back onto that guide, because 88% of them, people just put in their thing. And the problem is right now, if I remember right, you can draw 30 tags in this guide's draw. And it was really set up for the guys in the Rubies. Okay, I'll just admit that, because they have these Forest Service permits and they've been locked up forever, which is fine. But the problem is now is we have guys that are putting 600 or 700 guys in, just throwing their numbers out. You put in, and there's no repercussions on that guide if he comes back and he can say, oh, I told him to put in for these units, but he doesn't have to. So I guess that's one of the biggest problems, the way it's set up right now. I think guides have, to be honest with you, gotten lazy. And it's a special thing for them, and I think they need to start putting some effort into it for themselves instead of just making the clients do everything. So, thank you.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. That was a great presentation. My question is there some way that I could get a hard copy of that? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
For the record, Henry Krinka, speaking for the Nevada Outfitters and Guides Association. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know where to start on first of all, I guess I will start with Captain Kramer's asking for the requirements for these federal land permits, and we're behind it all the way on this. There's too much stuff coming in. I shouldn't go there, so I won't. But it's time. It's due. There's beginning to more and more problems with it. So I just want to say that I have visited with Captain Kramer personally at his office, and he has been on our conference calls. And with these requirements, we're all behind him. As far as the problem, one of the bigger problems I see is you got these, I'll call them booking agents. They go under master guide licenses, but they probably don't even live in the state of Nevada, nor have they hunted here or anything. And like, was said, they put in several hundred applicants every year just to flood the market. So, and then they take a fee every time they do this for these clients. So I don't know how to get around that. Hopefully this will help. I have seen in the past where master guides have tried to make a loophole with these federal land permits, say in the Rubies, East Humboldt's, we have the Rocky Mountain goats. And there's a lot of master guides out there that feel they should be able to hunt them too, but a certain number of us have those permits. So they go ahead and go out and get these clients. And then they take these clients to the Forest Service with their lawyer and say, you have to give me a permit now because I have this client. And so far, the Forest Service has backed us up on it and said, no, you have to go through the regular permit holder. And which, you know, we do work out things like that with master guide agreements. And so it's, I don't know, but there's also, you know, when I sat down with Captain Kramer, there's also some other regulations that need looked over. It's been a lot of years since we went through the book. And hopefully the guides and Captain Kramer will continue to have good conversation and get through this because there are other changes that need made. So with that, unless there's any questions, I thank you.
All right, good. Thank you for that. Any other public comment here in Reno? Any public comment on Zoom? None on Zoom. All right, back to the commission or Captain Kramer, any comments to any of the points that were made?
There's a couple things. One is I want to thank our guides that are here as well, the NOGA board and the members of NOGA, which is Nevada Outfitter Guide Association. And I have been working very well for the last several years, and I appreciate their openness and willingness to work with me on trying to resolve problems that have occurred. There was something else I was going to say, and I just can't remember what it is right now.
Well, if you think of it, just holler.
It's
Yes,
right
Vice Chair
there.
Young.
Thank you. Captain Kramer, Mr. Kranka suggested some not regulations, but discussion around the outfitters and maybe potential regulations or just overall discussion. Is that something you guys have been having and something you think there might be something the commission or maybe down in TAC we could look at?
Yes, thank you for the question. Again, Jake Kramer, Game Warden Captain, for the record. Over the past year, we've been discussing with the NOGA board the possibility of getting their help working together to revise and update hunting guide regulations. We feel it's necessary, one, because there's the way people hunt now is different than the way it was written back in 1993. There's things that are just kind of antiquated, things that are fairly awkward within the regulations, and some in NRS as well. For example, the definition of guiding by itself. So again, going back to, you know, what does hunting look like nowadays? These are discussions that we've had. Mr. Kranka and I have sat down and gone through the entire book of guide regulations and NRS and outlined where it is that we each have problems with that or potentials and possible solutions to that. And we do have a scheduled working group, if you will, that is going to be starting. This is with the department and interested parties, if you will, mostly guides, involved in the process of jointly getting together and revising these laws and regulations over the next year. Hopefully, we'll have a product to show your TAC committee, and if you do end up having one.
All right, great. Yeah, Vice Chair Young.
I'll just make a comment. Yeah, I mean, as a member of the TAC committee, if that's something the department and the Outfitters Association and, you know, guides across the state are interested in, I'm happy to schedule that on the agenda of the TAC committee and take a look at it.
All right, thank you for that. So with that, is that kind of the direction of the commission, maybe just to address this at some point in time at the TAC level?
I think I'm
Yeah.
good with that. It sounds like there's additional issues that, you know, need to be discussed with all the interested parties. It might be the best forum to do it, you know, giving people a little more notice so that there's some participation in regards to not only this, but other improvements that could be made.
Yeah.
I did remember my comment. Just neither here nor there, but I guess it could make a difference. And that is, anybody that applies through this non-resident guided hunt is ineligible for the regular non-resident deer hunt applications for the standard seasons. That was it.
All right. Yeah, Commissioner Gavilia?
Just a couple thoughts. And I agree with Mr. Shea, and that's why I asked the question about NRS. If there's any way we could have separated to make the guides put in, that's the simplest solution, but that doesn't stand. So I'm just curious, particular to this specific item, if we don't want to provide the department direction today. I don't know if that's in a policy or to put that little extra checkbox, you know, what we would need to do to at least take care of that item, how we could proceed with that. And obviously, I know it wouldn't happen overnight, but.
Yeah, Mike Scott for the record. I would say what we can do is have this group get together and make some recommendations and bring it back to the commission or bring it to the department, and we can provide, you know, some suggestions to go forward with maybe changing some regulations on it.
All right. Anything else from the commission? I think we're kind of on the same page. I don't think there's necessarily any direct motion or anything like that. I think everybody's clear on what we're looking to do going forward, so. All right, with that said, thank you very much, Captain Kramer.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right, moving on to agenda item, let's see here, agenda item number 11. This is Contest Committee. Committee Chairman Dave McNinch for possible action. A report will be presented on the committee's recent meetings. The commission may decide to take action or provide direction to the department on the issue of wildlife contests in Nevada. So unfortunately, Commissioner McNinch could not be with us today, but we have the other two committee members here that are willing to present and move forward with this agenda item. So I may turn it over to Commissioner Walther.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eddie, I'll ask you to jump in here anywhere. Dave has given some, pretty good reports, I think, from the Vegas and Reno meeting. I'm happy to go back there if you guys have any questions. My intent was to kind of jump into what came out of Elko. So, we went up to Elko. There was a little heartburn. If you guys turn to agenda or the support materials, number 11. There's a little heartburn because we started out in Vegas, went to Reno, and it was kind of a open forum, both with comment and presentations and allowing public comment after presentations. That got changed for the Elko meeting. I think everyone was limited in their presentations to 20 minutes. They did a great job getting through it. We had George present on behalf of the Nevada Predator and Hunters Association and the Coalition for Nevada Wildlife. Larry was commenting on that as well, and we also had a presentation again by the Humane Society. We started out on this journey, I think, with the intent of seeing, is there any middle ground? Are there any proposals that could at least somewhat make both parties a little bit happy? And quite frankly, we have not gotten that out of any of the process. The Humane Society and their supporters and proponents are deeply rooted in a ban. They're not coming off of that at all. I think something interesting that did come out of all of the meetings and in Elko discussed a little further was the suggestion by the Nevada Predators Association and Coalition that came throughout each meeting of some form of regulation. In Elko, we kind of threw up our agenda item 9 out to the public, out to all the parties to see if there is any interest in discussing any of the items listed within that in terms of regulation or any others that hadn't been listed in that action item. You know, I think to be fair, there's a division among sportsmen about regulating. On one hand, there's quite a few that are saying, leave it as it is. We're doing just fine. And, you know, there's others like the Nevada Predators Association Coalition that are kind of getting ahead of this and express the belief that they think anybody participating in enjoying Nevada's wildlife to any extent should be licensed. They additionally discussed a 7-month season for coyote contests. I think the committee briefly discussed disposal. George is present on that if he wants to address that. Those commenting on disposal, you know, really, I think we're asking for self-regulation. So, you know, expressing the sentiment that the contest organizers, the Nevada Predators Hunters Association as a whole is working to try and find solutions to disposal. As we saw in the Winnemucca contest that Commissioner Booth got to observe, where a trapper was brought in to, or a fur bearer was brought in to dispose of all the pelts that came out of that contest. So it sounds like those guys are working with some fur bearers in Elko County that may be willing to come to or try to come to most of the contests. I think a lot of that worry about disposal came out of a few limited instances that we've heard of. One being there was I don't even remember the number, Eddie might, but a lot of coyotes dumped somewhere near Lowry High School at some point, and that caused not only the hunters and contest organizers, but it caused a lot of heartburn for obvious reasons. So at the end of the day, in Elko, we did vote to forward to the commission a recommendation to consider a license requirement pertaining to culling contests and the 7-month season proposed by Nevada Predator Hunters Association. Dave, made it pretty clear in the meeting. He voted to move that along to bring something to the commission, but that he's not necessarily in support of it at this level. And so that's a very quick overview of what was a long meeting. But that's what came out of that. Eddie, do you have anything to add in there?
Hello? I think you said it very well. Just as a reminder, the commission, I thought it was great that, one is that we had it in our Eastern Division meeting because all divisions of our state, Southern, Western, and Eastern, had an opportunity to comment on this controversial issue. The Humane Society chose not to attend the Elko meeting because they were fearful of wrongful or of harm to them, which I thought was somewhat of a surprise because we had a number of game wardens there, and I didn't anticipate it at either the Southern meeting, which was pretty controversial, or the Western or Eastern. I didn't feel threatened at all. So as Commissioner Walter had indicated, we had 3 choices: keep it the same, eliminate it, or have the two items that he mentioned, a license and a 7-month-long season. So I leave it to the other commissioners for comment.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you for that report. I appreciate it. I just want to thank Commissioner McNinch, Commissioner Walther, Commissioner Booth for being and your willingness to serve on this committee and host these 3 meetings as we committed to throughout the state. I had an opportunity myself to sit in and participate sit in the meeting in Las Vegas. I watched the meeting that was here in Reno, and I also watched the meeting that was in Elko. And anyway, I thought that, something different seemed to come out from each of those meetings. And clearly, both sides have their deep-rooted thoughts and beliefs on the subject. But I thought the meetings and the information that came out of that was great. And again, I just wanted to recognize and thank the 3 of you for your commitment and seeing this through. I know Commissioner McNinch at the last commission meeting was frustrated and questioning whether to actually hold the 3rd meeting that we had agreed to, and he was gracious to push on. And so again, I just wanted to thank each of you for your commitment to this, and I know it wasn't easy, so appreciate that. Any other questions, concerns comments from the commission at this point? All right. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Commissioner Walther. What were the dates for the potential 7-month season that were discussed?
I know we were in March. George, we were, because it had originally been 9, correct? Eddie, do you remember?
Yeah, it was March 1st till October 31st.
Yeah, originally it was set from September through May, into May.
Excuse
me. And then I amended it from September to the end of March.
So again, I apologize, March 1st through October.
Excuse me, I was incorrect. It is September 1st through March 31st.
Correct.
Okay.
And George, you want to give them the reason why you suggested that time period?
Yeah, so if you look at what's going on right now, and you go to the Humane Society's website, they're accusing us of, they accuse us of a lot of things, but they're saying that we are having these contests and shooting pups and, abandoning the pups because we kill the parents and things, that type of stuff. And what I felt is if we were to have these, this season all the way till April, May, we would be falling into that trap, as I'm going to call it, because we aren't doing that now. And I was concerned that if we allowed that season, they would just bring this issue back to the commission. It's my goal, obviously, to try to keep it out of here. So I didn't want to go there. And we're not, I had event organizers tell me flat out that they're not going to do contests in April and May. So if we're not going to do them in April, May, then why have it? And what people need to understand is there's a time frame on when you're calling coyotes. And it's just like going fishing. I use this analogy all the time. If you're going to go try to catch salmon, if you show up 2 months before the run, you're not going to catch anything. So we're not going to be calling then because they're not really responding to the calls then, because that is what we do. It's a calling competition. So it didn't make sense to keep it that long. Originally, other sportsmen thought that we would be out there doing that type of work, and that's why the original seasons were put into place.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions from the commission at this time? Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Just a comment, I guess. A lot of this is still pretty fresh in my mind because we talked about this not too many years ago. But I attended the Elko one just to sit and listen, and I guess I haven't moved too far off from where I was last time. But I did hear what you were talking about with wanting to put some sideboards, I guess you could say, kind of on this, and I understand the licensing and stuff. That would be okay. But I did kind of question the season, you know, that because you're saying we're not going to do that anyway. And so I guess I'm thinking, why do we need to create a regulation if it's really not needed? When, you know, I mean, if we get to that point, yeah, then maybe we need to. But at this point, I mean, when we go out to the comment, I want to hear, because, like I say, to me, it doesn't make any, I understand what you're saying about the season, but why do we need to create undue regulation if we don't need to? I'm kind of anti-regulation if we don't need it.
No, I get what you're saying. I'll tell you, when we were looking into this, again, my job is to strengthen it, not weaken it, right? So ultimately, I've had a lot of people say, and you might have heard the comments, people are talking about, hey, go get something to the legislature and get a constitutional amendment, so on and so forth, to protect hunting. That's not within our reach right now. So the next best thing I thought of was a statutory protection of some kind. So if you look at NRS 501-181, it says duties and regulations, and the commission shall. If you go to paragraph 4, subsection A, almost the last paragraph or last sentence, it says any regulation relating to the closure of a season must be based upon scientific data concerning the management of wildlife. The data upon which the regulations are based must be collected or developed by the department. So a lot of the arguments that I hear from the Humane Society and Project Coyote seem to be emotion-based. So this was our reason for saying we want a season, because now we believe you couldn't just shut it down unless you have the scientific data. And what we're looking at is obviously something bad happens to coyotes, which hasn't happened. We hope doesn't happen. But literally some strange event, like where they all got some mutated strain of a parvo from a domestic dog or something, and it just started dying. Then I could see a reason to limit hunting on coyotes. But right now, they're unprotected. And so we just thought that by having that season, maybe this statutory language would protect us down the road, where they being the anti-hunters would have to come in and really have some good hard facts as to why it needed to go away, other than polls that I question, you know. I just, the polls to me just don't make sense to me. I think they're leading questions. They're not polling a bunch of people. I don't think they fairly represent all Nevadans. But that's why we came up with the season, to answer your question.
Yes, Commissioner Booth?
Another comment, Larry Johnson with the Nevada Coalition of Wildlife. They had a number of meetings during this last year that dealt with coyote hunting contests. And I attended them via Zoom, a number of them, not all of them. And that was one of the items that coalition had suggested as well. So, and George is a member of that group, and that's where it came about. It wasn't something that we just dreamed of. It was a process that took some time.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Anything else? Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess my position hasn't changed on this ever since I've been up here. I'm not for the licensing component. And then what we're talking about here is we're gonna regulate an unregulated species for these contests. And what I fear, and you know, we could say we're trying to shore it up. I'm not necessarily of the opinion we want to shore it up, and I fear we're just putting ourselves in a bigger quagmire. The opportunity to petition the contest doesn't go away by saying we're going to license it or put a season on it. If anything, I think we're going to we have the potential to put ourselves in a bigger discussions on this issue. And so I'm not going to be for the license. I'm not going to be for the licensing or season component. It is an unregulated. You know, for me, it's really hard when you have something that a guy could go out on Friday, and if he wanted to shoot 50 coyotes, he could shoot 50 coyotes, and then Saturday he's in a contest, and now he's got to have a license, right? The whole thing just doesn't feel right to me, and I think we're setting ourselves up for a big quagmire myself.
Yes, Vice Chair Young.
I'll make a comment. thank you for all the work that's gone into this, especially the Commissioner McNinch, Commissioner Booth, and Commissioner Walther, and everyone out there. I'm following the recommendation from the subcommittee. I think there's been a lot of time and effort, 3 different meetings across the state on this, and so I'm supportive of the 2 proposals, one being the season that Mr. Forbush just said, and the second being getting a hunting license to participate in them. So that's where I'm at.
Just for clarification purposes, that's not a license to have the contest. It's that every participant has to have a Nevada hunting license. So that's all we're doing. I mean, I'm going to say that probably most of them already have one.
Yes. Commissioner Bourne?
I agree with Commissioner Caviglia. To me, it makes no sense on an unregulated species to require a hunting license to be in a contest, but not to go out and kill a coyote 12 months out of the year. I have a hard time with that. I do understand the component of non-residents having to pay their way, so to speak, but I still can't wrap my mind around having to have a hunting license to be in a coyote calling contest.
All right, thank you for that. Anything else before we go out to some public comment? All right, maybe let's go to some public comment here in Reno, if we could.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Jim Cooney, Elko. I'd like to remind everyone that once this idea of eliminating the coyote calling contests was brought up, that from the sportsman and I think from the subcommittee's perspective, they were looking for middle ground, for a compromise between the Humane Society and the sportsman. As we saw, the cooperation, the coordination of ideas was all on the hunters, the individuals who were involved in the coyote calling contest, just totally one-sided. I know that the coalition had attempted to get the parties together and come up with some solutions. That's all fine and dandy. However, I think that what Commissioner Caviglia mentioned, we're setting ourselves up for perhaps a real issue. Now, stepping back, that's some observations as watching this process go through. Our CAB voted unanimously to not have any change whatsoever to the way things are right now. They were opposed to regulations, and if you remember, when Governor Lombardo got elected, one of the charges he had to the different agencies was cut down the number of regulations. This is, if we go and with what was presented with a license and with a season, we're putting regulations on. I presented to the county commission day before yesterday. They also are in agreement that we don't need any more regulation, and these contests should be allowed to happen without any other requirements. I truly do appreciate the time that the commissioners have spent with that. I appreciate Commissioner McNinch's willingness to visit with us, and more importantly, to have and schedule one of the meetings in the rural areas. So I want to thank the commission, thank the committee for your hard work. I know there's not a lot of positive things in some of these meetings, but thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Larry Johnson, President, Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. We organized and held a whole series of meetings on this subject, both in person and Zoom meetings, where participants around the state were able to chime in. We did recommend the two regulations that, number one, contest participants have either a hunting or a trapping license, either or. By the way, nobody said trapping license, but that was part of our recommendation. And then second, that there be a season. For two reasons. Number one, the licensing. Strongly feel that anybody participating and enjoying Nevada's wildlife should be licensed and should be paying into the system. And I don't care if that's regular squirrel hunting on somebody's ranch or coyote hunting or whatever. Anybody harvesting Nevada's wildlife, in my opinion, should be paying into the system. And the only way that's really doable is by licensing. Secondly, the season. We're really not concerned with the season, since the room isn't filled with the usual antis. I'll tell you quite frankly, my motive in supporting that is it provides that extra level of protection to these contests by establishing a season, okay? And at that point, we feel regulations are very appropriate, okay, and will protect this activity. Finally, I don't like the fact that a subcommittee was even formed on this subject. We have a process in place by where people on issues are supposed to petition this body for changes. A commissioner advised the proponents of the ban to withdraw their petition so that he could, at that point, hold hearings statewide. I went to Las Vegas into hostile territory. I wasn't afraid for my safety. In fact, I'd give them my home address if they wanted. It wound up as being, in Reno and Las Vegas, a big grandstand, and is a total waste of sportsman dollars. And do not lose sight of the fact that these are sportsman dollars that is used for these meetings statewide. Obviously, we got a 180 result from Las Vegas than we did from Elko. Obviously, urban populations have different priorities than rural populations. Whether you look at items like capital punishment, whether you look at late-term abortion, things that a lot of us in the rurals find abhorrent are fully supported in urban areas. Okay? No one group has the right to impose their values on other people in this state, and that is exactly what this is trying to do. Okay, it is wrong, and we have not proposed these regulations as any type of a compromise. They're on this subject and other anti-hunting proposals. There is no compromise in us. We did this because we thought it was the right and smart thing to do. Okay, thank you.
For the record, Henry Krinka, speaking for the Nevada Outfitters and Guides. I'll just keep it short and sweet. We don't think there should be any changes. Thank you.
Here again, Darrell Harwell, Washoe County. I brought up earlier, gaming is one of our revenues. I understand that they want to try to put a Band-Aid because the public doesn't like a contest. Well, guess what, guys? How are we going to advertise a contest? Oh, social media. We got gays, we got lesbian, and I still don't understand the Bureau of Land Management, but it's on social media. That's how that's how the public found out about this. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this boat. It's the public. And here again, it's the anti-hunters that want to go and get rid of it. I mean, anybody can go out and kill a coyote. Right at the present time, the rancher in here, hey, it's calving season. So you can't tell me that he doesn't have 4 or 5 guys out there riding the line to shoot any coyote that they see inside, because that's his livelihood, is those baby cows or baby lambs. I mean, you're gonna regulate it to hopefully make the public happy. I mean, that's all you're doing. You want to run a season, fine, but, they got to have a hunting license. Who are you trying to please? The sportsmen or the public? I thought you guys were here for sportsmen.
Okay, Mike Reese, President Southern Coalition for Wildlife. I will apologize ahead of time if I seem frustrated, because I am, and I'll tell you why. I listened to some of the older guys on the CAB meeting. You guys have been on here for the State Wildlife Commission. The day that this was heard, you guys all were going to vote no. No concessions, no nothing. It's just there's no appetite for this. And after being browbeat for 2 hours by Warren Hardy, Mr. McNinch advised him to pull it. There was no talk of seasons. There was no talk of regulations. There was no appetite for any of that. Warren Hardy didn't even give you the justice to show up the last 2 meetings. It will irk me if we give up something and Warren Hardy's not even here. That's infuriating. It's the sportsmen that are putting something on the table. I applaud the association for trying to find that middle road. But from that very first meeting, Warren Hardy said, no regulations, nothing. It's a total ban, all or nothing. Give him what he asked for. It's an all or nothing. Could I live with seasons? Yeah. Could I live with a license? My God, we just see, I heard him talk to the governor and say, look, we got to reduce regulations. Governor, here's what we presented. We presented, you don't need to have a license to hunt on Friday, but if you go do that contest on Saturday, you got to have one. So the general public out there can do it for free. Can do the exact same thing, but you're going to do it in an organized manner. My frustration comes from cancel culture. Nevada doesn't have room for cancel culture, and this Wildlife Commission should not allow cancel culture in, because that's exactly what they're doing, is they're trying to cancel our culture. They're trying to outlaw trapping, they're trying to outlaw shooting the coyotes, but they're saying, wait, we don't care if you hunt coyotes. We just don't want you doing it in an organized manner. We don't want you to wager on it. Really, since the dawn of man, we've had competition. Roman Colosseums, you name it. I would ask you guys to go back to the day that you first looked at it without giving the 3 subcommittee meetings, and all of you guys were ready to vote no. The rest of my case. Thank you.
Worth Nelson, Lander Cab. After meeting with some citizens and having our cab meeting, actually it was the one before this and the last one this last week, we voted to draw up a letter to our county commissioners instructing them that we would like a resolution and that says Lander County is in favor of and not opposed to any kind of daytime coyote calling contest. And I believe we'll be the, at least that I know of, third county to do that. So, thank you.
George Forbush again. I just want to give a couple more details so you guys can make the most educated decision before you vote. Another reason for the license and season thing was because I noticed that during the 2023 legislature, that got brought up a lot by the sponsor, trying to compare us to other contests. So the other reason that came into play was to try to give us some parity with the chukar contests and the fishing derbies, so at least that would minimize that argument. The hunt license thing also came from some other coyote hunters. There were some competition hunters that were frustrated that guys from Idaho and Utah come to the contest and they hunt for free, as where they have to go to Idaho and Utah and they have to pay. So they were looking at it from a perspective of fairness. I personally can go one way or the other, but that's kind of how that also came into play. Again, I totally respect those that say, nope, we don't want it. I feel I'm in a win-win situation. What's worst case going to happen? I'm going to walk out of here with what we got. That's not bad. I'm just trying to think outside the box and try to do something where we don't have to keep coming back. You're right. Just because we do something doesn't mean they're not going to come back. I'm just trying to make it harder for them. And the fact that they don't want regulation has convinced some people to say, okay, well, maybe we do because they don't want it. There's a reason why they don't want it. And I'm convinced it's because to them it's easier to try to ban this. I'll keep coming back to what I said before. There was a 5-4 vote, you know, and I got some guys that will stand up here and say, yeah, we want to fight it, we'll fight it. I got beat up on social media when I told those guys, I'm like, yeah, you want to fight it, but when it comes to these meetings, you're not here. I mean, the people that really care are here. And then I hear about, well, I got to work, and I got to do this, and I got to do that. I'd rather take time off to come spend here with you guys to talk about it. I'm actually supposed to be out scouting for coyotes right now. I'd rather be doing that right now because I have a competition tonight. But that's how important it is. So I might not be in the right on why I'm asking for this. I'm just wanting to explain to you why we're asking for it so that you guys can make a educated decision on it and understand where we're coming from. Thank you.
For the record, Bryce Green again. Interestingly enough, I don't have too much to say this time, so I can speak a little slower. I'm in favor of the coyote calling competitions. I will say that I'm not sure I see any members of the opposition except one in the audience, but I still see many sportsmen here. Maybe this represents the comparative passion we have for these issues. I don't know. We've already had the whole contest discussion. Conclusions have been made, arguments have been debunked, the voice of the sportsman has been heard. Eddie, Mario, and McNinch have heard me talk plenty about the plethora of arguments in support of our position. But I will just say that I am usually in complete opposition to any sort of regulation, but I do believe that a coyote calling contest season would be good for us for the reasons George stated. The changes proposed by the Nevada Predator Hunting Association, from what I can tell, are not intended to please anyone. Year after year after year, we are attacked by antis, and I do believe it's time we establish some protections for our rights and for our pursuit of liberty and happiness via whatever avenue possible, and I think now is a better time than ever. I don't oppose requiring a hunting license to participate in these competitions. I actually completely understand where Commissioners Boren and Caviglia, sorry if I said that wrong, are coming from. I completely understand that. That's why I'm pretty much impartial on that. But I do reject any sort of other regulation, including the disposal. I do believe we deserve the opportunity to prove our ability to self-govern. So I'm glad we're here to put this issue to rest, and I thank you for your time.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Rob Beamer with the Carson City Cab. We too have been, we had a decent number of public comment at our last meeting and this previous meeting as well, so the last two. We have been following some of the discussions that have been had in committee on this as well. At our last our just most recent CAB meeting, we did have two members of the public that gave us public comment afterwards, but I think it applies to kind of the position that the CAB took on this as well, and kind of enforces that, if you will. We too kind of came to the consensus unanimously that having over-regulating this, especially on something that isn't regulated already, is probably not the best course of action. I know it's been said that our governor has encouraged all public bodies to really consider what they put into regulations. There's reasons for that, right? And we looked at that as well. The other thing that was brought up that we couldn't wrap our heads around is we couldn't figure out how these contests are working in detriment with what our predation plan is year after year after year. We can only come up with, and members of the public could only come up with, bringing that point forward that it actually supports the predation plan. And so we are in favor of allowing for coyote contests. We don't think that regulating them, given the fact that coyotes aren't regulated, we don't feel like that, or having a license. I think that totally contradicts that this is a non-regulated species in the state of Nevada. And so just in Carson City, a lot of people might think, where's there to hunt coyotes in Carson City? And we have had multiple ranches in the Carson Valley and in the Pinion Hills area, people that own property up there, that run cattle up there and sheep up there, try to rally sportsmen that will go in and try and eradicate coyotes just so that they can keep their mortality of their sheep and their cattle from when they calf at a low, right? John Esquaga, God rest his soul, he was one of those guys that met me on a fence line on a Snyder Ranch and said, "What are you doing?" And boy, was I scared. And I told him, and he says, "Well, feel free to harvest any of those coyotes on my property too." And that turned into a situation where I had some real good friends that are sportsmen come and participate in that, and we turned him having a mortality rate on average every single year of at least 30 to 40% down to less than 10%. And he did, in spirit of full disclosure here, he did make it into kind of a contest that wasn't our doing, was his doing, where he said, "Listen, the one of you that harvests the most is going to get in the season, is going to get a table at the Rib Village for the rib cook-off." And so I think that gave us a little bit more incentive. And then, of course, treated us to dinner at a couple of his restaurants and stuff. So there are some, I think, real responsible ways to go about having coyote contests, and we see that it's different in every community, right? So we are absolutely in favor of not going forward with regulating coyote contests. It was unanimous in the Carson City CAB, and we don't agree with having requiring a license, like has been pointed out, when anybody else could go out by themselves and hunt them from an individual basis as well. Thank you.
Neil Cheney, I'm a representative of the Lincoln County CAB. I'll make this quick. It was back in November when our CAB talked about it, and their vote was no regulations at all.
All right, any other public comment here in Reno? Seeing none, how about public comment on Zoom?
Hi, Commissioners. I am Stephanie Myers, 50-year resident of Clark County. 10 other states have banned these dangerous animal killing contests. The Clark County Commission and the City of Reno overwhelmingly passed resolutions to terminate such contests. As a matter of public policy, why should we allow the mass slaughter of any wildlife species? And for what? Prizes? Money? I am not anti-hunting, but these contests should be abolished. And David McNinch, by the way, should be admired and not denigrated. Commissioner McNinch should be thanked with the greatest enthusiasm for conducting these meetings. Thank you very much.
Chair Rogers and Commissioners, Jana Wright, speaking in opposition to regulating wildlife killing contests. The contest committee is proposing a season and requiring a license only. There was no discussion on requiring contest hosts to inform NDOW law enforcement of a contest or a requirement to display the BLM special use permit if contest is on public land. No discussion on quotas for each member of a killing team member. No public notice requirement or if insurance by hosts might be needed for liability concerns. Carcass removal was touched upon, but those that participate in these contests didn't want the burden of being regulated as they take care of the dead animals themselves. Do they dump them, toss them in a landfill? What happens to the dead animals? Nevadans do not want these contests. Ban them or do nothing if the commission is just going to put candy coating on the senseless killing of our wildlife. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Rogers and the commission, this is Paul Dixon, Clark County Advisory Board Chairman. We had this on my agenda. Since there was nothing new that anybody in the room had to add to the discussion that we had in November, I'll recap that our CAB voted in the majority to retain coyote calling contests. There was some dissension. And when I attended the meeting that Commissioner McNinch hosted in Las Vegas, I brought up the point, and I think Larry Johnson reinforced it when he said, people that live in urban centers have a different set of values overall than those that live in the rural counties. And like trapping, Washoe, Clark County set up different trapping regulations for trap visitation and trap distances that we don't have in other parts of the state. And my recommendation was at that committee meeting and to my CAB, which they agreed with, is that if you're going to do anything, Clark and Washoe have already said they don't want the contest. Let them not have the contest, but I think this should be on a county-by-county basis. The county commission should decide whether or not their county should allow these contests, and the commission shouldn't take any action to stop them from having that ability. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commission. Brian Burris, representing Wildlife Habitat Improvement Nevada. Again, we find ourselves back in this room rehashing the same garbage year after year after year after year. Why are we back here and not in front of the state assembly or the Senate? Well, simply because if they lose, that's not going to be advantageous to them, and then they're going to lose forever. So we're back here, and then we keep shoving the same garbage down our throats. It's an unregulated species for a reason. So if we're going to have an unregulated species, why are we trying to put regulations on it? Why not start regulating a fly hunt? You know, if I go out with more than 2 people, we kill 2 flies, Let's regulate it. This is nothing more than trying to grab sportsmen's rights once again, just like we saw with the item earlier on the agenda today. It's also a way for the urban areas to shove their moral values down the throats of our rural areas. Quite frankly, our rural areas are sick of it. I would encourage you, and that's the first time I think I've ever agreed with Jenna Wright. I agree with her. Do nothing. This will go back to the legislature. They will lose again, and then it'll be over for the rest of us. Why are we going to regulate something that has no regulations on it and regulate it only if I have 2 guys doing it or 3 guys doing it? Okay, let's regulate now ice fishing contests because that's the next step. So I encourage you from my membership as well to not do anything on this item and let it sit how it has sat for years. We've fought with it over and over again. Every single time it's the same result. Let's keep the result that people have found that they've wanted, and it makes sense for the wildlife. We're supposed to be managing by science. Let's manage by science. This is another tool in our toolbox. Do not take that tool away from us. Thank you.
Daryl Scabino with the Lyon County Cab. The cab addressed this issue on Wednesday when we met, and we voted unanimously to not have any change to the current regulations. There was some concern that if the commission was to do any regulation changes, that they be done in such a way as it not to interfere with the rights of ranchers and farmers to protect property, livestock. My next statement I would say is personal in nature, and that would be that I agree with pretty much everything that everyone has said up to this point. I think that there's not much more to say except that I would suggest that NDOW, as part of their predator management program, look to maybe develop a relationship with these coyote calling contests in order to use them as a tool to effectively target certain areas that may be having issues. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for your time. My name is Rebecca Goff, and I'm the Nevada State Director for the Humane Society of the United States and a proud Nevadan. I'm here again to support a full ban on wildlife killing contests in our state. Nevadans have spoken. A 2024 poll by the respected bipartisan firm Remington Research Group found that 71% of Nevadans want to see the Board of Wildlife Commissioners prohibit these contests. The poll also found that in all 4 of Nevada's congressional districts, and both Democrats and Republicans are strongly in favor. In the last meeting, the board's contest committee said it may advise imposing these ineffectual regulations on killing contests rather than listening to the people and the science and banning them outright. The HSUS strongly opposes regulating wildlife killing contests. Regulations make it seem like you're legitimizing this blood sport while doing absolutely nothing to address the opposition to it. Regulations will never satisfy the majority of those who want it banned. There can be no compromise here. You either prohibit the killing of animals for cash and prizes, or you regulate it, and thus allow this abhorrent activity to continue. In both Colorado and Washington, they found that after years of regulating contests through permits and quotas, they did not reduce the public's opposition. So in 2020, the wildlife commissions in both states banned all killing contests outright, acknowledging that they were unscientific and an embarrassment to their states and their hunting communities. We're glad to provide you with detailed information on this for both states. Furthermore, we have not heard reports of any political blowback or enforcement issues from those wildlife agencies in any of the 10 states that have banned these contests. They just banned them, and that was that. In the 2019, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies and the Wildlife Management Institute warned that, in the face of changing societal norms and demographics, the need for change within the state agencies is becoming increasingly urgent, and that agencies must meet the public trust obligations in order to remain relevant for the future. So I ask, as trustees of Nevada's wildlife, do you think it is important legitimizing these grotesque games so despised by the public? Will that help you remain relevant? It's long past time to do the right thing and to ban wildlife killing contests once and for all. Thank you.
the record, Fred Volz. A core reason that a problem is repeatedly brought up can be traced back to those with the official and fiduciary responsibility for its remediation, yet who serially fail to take meaningful action. For 10 years, the subject of mass and indiscriminate killing of a target species via unregulated contests that offer prizes and money has not been corrected, nor have its negative impacts on the ecosystem been attended to by public employees, namely endowed biologists. These individuals are responsible for crafting equitable approaches to balancing the needs of all our wildlife, the landscape, and hunters, not exclusively catering only to desires of human hunters. This legal obligation is clearly stated at the beginning of the pertinent NRS sections controlling this commission and the department's activities, but is glossed over and generally ignored when it does not serve the interests of licensees. This state is not a private hunting preserve whose public property, meaning all wildlife species, is not to be managed for the exclusive benefit of those who seek to kill and convert public property to private property without the payment of severance fees to the public treasury. Let's clear up one other misnomer repeatedly cited by licensees and not so silently endorsed by NDOW employees. NDOW licensees do not pay all bills of these public agencies, yet continue to insist on that fantasy. Carefully conducted and proportionately representative polls clearly indicate a substantial majority of Nevadans oppose the current approach to wildlife killing contests. Both the Clark County Commission and Reno City Council, representing over 78% of Nevadans, overwhelmingly and officially oppose wildlife killing contests as a public safety problem, the antithesis of ethical hunting, and destructive of the state's ecosystem without any science or management plans to back up these contests. Why are the perspectives of so many Nevadans repeatedly ignored? Buying a license and creating a season on the calendar does nothing to stop the widespread and random killing. The negative impacts on the local ecosystems mean severe disruption and probable species obliteration. In no way can this approach describe responsible management of the public's wildlife. Wildlife killing is a privilege, not a right, and needs judicious allocation, not indiscriminate application. And I would ask that these comments be added to the record verbatim. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Ruben Rao, Vice President of Meadow Valley Wildlife Unlimited, based out of Caliente, Nevada. I'm just here to urge the commission that we would like to see no regulation on this, and also remind everyone that all wildlife should be managed by science and not by emotion. Once we begin managing wildlife on emotion, we will all lose. So thank you for your consideration.
All right, looks like we do not have any additional public comment. So I'll bring it back to the commission. Here we are. Yeah, Commissioner.
Well, I think we've heard everything. I'll make a motion, and we'll see what the commission would like to do if everyone, unless there's further discussion.
Any other
Okay,
discussion from anybody?
One thing I want to clarify when we talk about this contest, it's coyote contests only. It's not all wildlife contests. So I make a motion that we regulate coyote contests with a Nevada hunting license or trapper's license, and that we have a coyote contest season from September 1st through March 31st.
All right, so we have a motion for a license requirement and a season date from Commissioner Booth, and a second from Vice Chair Young. One question that I did have real quick for Dag Burgett, maybe before we proceed, and that is, knowing this, I'm just curious the process, I
You would,
guess.
you would have to start rulemaking.
I'm sorry?
You would have to start rulemaking.
Have to start,
Rulemaking, you would have to direct the department to prepare a regulation for your review, and you'd workshop it.
does that need to be then part of this?
No, you can, I think the motion was fine.
Okay.
I think the motion is understood, that Commissioner Booth proposes a regulation along those lines, that he could then direct the department to prepare one consistent with that direction.
All right.
If
So-
it passes, correct?
If it passed.
Yep. All right, so with that, we do have a motion from Commissioner Booth and a second from Commissioner Vice Chair Young. All those in favor with an aye? Aye. And any opposed? All right. Just to get let's get a number here. How about a show of hands in favor of this motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And any opposed? A show by hand? And 3 opposed. Okay, so with that, that motion does carry. All right. All right. With that, let's go on to.
Were we going to get a direction to the department after that vote? Did it pass?
Oh, now given it,
It did pass, and the department will prepare a regulation consistent
We're good?
with your direction.
Thank you.
all right. Well, thank you for that. With that, we will move on to now agenda item number 12, which is a draft fiscal year 2026 predator management plan for possible action. Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza. The draft fiscal year 2026 predator management plan will be presented to the commission for initial review. Following this review, the draft plan will be updated and shared with the state predatory Animal and Rodent Committee. All components from the PARC, County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife, and any other interested entity will be compiled and shared with the Wildlife Damage Management Committee. For their consideration at the March 2025 meeting, the commission will receive an update at the March 2025 meeting from the Wildlife Damage Management Committee and may provide additional direction at that time. Mr. Espinoza.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rogers, member of the commission, Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. Sorry for the length of that agenda item title. So you'll find the support material within number 12 of your packet. And I'll be fairly brief with this one. Hopefully it only takes, well, less than the last couple of agenda items anyway. The first thing I'd like to do is emphasize that this is a draft predator management plan for FY26. We provided the predator management status report during the November commission meeting, and we quickly went into developing the predator management plan for 2026 during the month of December. And a couple of things that are a little bit different from the last predator plan, of course, is that we now have Policy 12, which dictates the non-lethal portion that was decided upon sportsmen applying for big game animals. That split was 66% for lethal control and 34% for habitat research and management activities. There are 6 different projects highlighted on the budget spreadsheet, which is on page 21 of the plan. And those projects could be modified a bit. They could change, and the amounts that are assigned to them could also change. Recently had some discussions with Mark Ono with Wildlife Services that perhaps we could alter some of those amounts. The one thing that I'd prefer not to change is the bottom line figure, because what we want to do is we want to develop a reserve so that in future years, we can run the predator projects off of the reserve portion of the predator management fee, rather than dive into new funding that we would get in the current fiscal year. So that's going to take a little bit of time for us to develop that, but we've maintained projects 21, 37, 38, 40, 43, and 47 as sort of our essential projects. Project 21 is our Greater Sage Grouse Protection Project. And if you guys will recall, our permit now is upped from 2,500 common ravens to 12,500 common ravens. So that's a pretty big jump. We have decided to cut back a bit on the monitoring component and focus the monitoring on just a few areas with intensive monitoring in central Nevada, and not do the pre and post raven take monitoring in many of the other predetermined areas throughout the state. Project 37 is big game protection. This project largely focuses on mountain lions and mountain lions that are predating specifically on bighorn sheep. Those collared animals, collared bighorn sheep, particularly ewes on the landscape that are disease-free are highly valued. So we do target mountain lions that are predating upon bighorn. Project 38 is our big game protection specifically for coyotes. This is largely targeted for pronghorn protection during the early spring months. Project 40, we've transitioned that project, at least we're proposing that, coyote and mountain lion removal to complement management. That project has been ongoing for about 8 to 9 years in Hunt Unit 144, and we're proposing to move the focus of that project to Area 13, where we've had pretty poor fawn recruitment for several years running. Project 43 is a mesopredator removal project on our wildlife management areas on behalf of waterfowl and upland game. And it's been somewhat successful project in Overton and Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area, and there are some other wildlife management areas that have requested this type of work. And then finally, Project 47, which is focused towards the Mule Deer Enhancement Program projects on behalf of mule deer. And with that, I'll take any questions you have or any suggestions I will write down as we prepare this to go to the Park Committee.
All right. Any questions from the commission for Mr. Espinoza? Yeah, Commissioner Gavilia.
Sean, thank you, Chair. Sean, I just have just one quick comment, and it's just a typo. But Project 47 on the backup, your total cost is, you're showing $75,000, but then when we look at your chart there, you've got 80. I think that's just I know this is a draft. And then one other item I caught, and I was just curious, on the lower table there, you've got the fiscal year 2025 projected. The planned budget is $1,254,000, but then we're showing expenditures of $656, and I believe that's from the NRS change in lethal versus non-lethal, and I just wanted clarification that that's what. Okay.
That's correct, yes. And we could spell that out further if you'd like in that table or somewhere else in the document as well.
Yeah, I think that might be helpful.
Yeah, and I believe it's in the introduction as well, but I can also include that in the table so it's clear.
All right, any other questions at this time from the commission for Mr. Espinoza? Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rogers, and the cab might address it, but I did see from the Eureka cab, there was some concerns about shifting from, 14 into 13, and I didn't really have time to delve into all the details, so maybe you can go through that. And it sounds like the work that has been done in 14 has been extremely successful, so.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner Keel. Like I said, we have been doing that work for 8 years now, and we feel at this time, due to the herd performance in Air Management Area 14 and Hunt Unit 144, that it is appropriate to start focusing on other herds that aren't doing as well. So, and there are some other habitat improvement projects that have occurred in the White Pine Range that we think we can take advantage of. And we want to further work with the Forest Service as well to hopefully address the horse issue in the White Pine Range. That is also affecting habitat conditions. And so we think at this time we need to afford mule deer productivity that extra level of help at this particular time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
I guess, first of all, pretty much everybody in here knows that I'm an Area 13 guy, so I'm in full support of the Area 13 project. That being said, I'm also in support of Area 14 and continuing maintenance on that unit. I would like to see a Project 40 and a Project 41 myself, so that we can continue that maintenance in Area 14, because it is doing well, and I don't want to step backwards in that. And I did have the wording on Project 40 on anticipated result has everything to do with Area 14, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, as we prepared that was one thing that carried over from the last predator plan. So I've already made that change and fixed that language.
Okay. And honestly, I wonder if that 80,000 is enough to start at the start of this predator project in 13. That does worry me, that amount bothers me. I think we may need more money for that at the start. That's all.
Yeah, so thanks for that comment, Commissioner Boren. So that's one thing I'll have to talk with Mark Ono and Wildlife Services about. I will do that, but like I said, the one thing we don't want to do is change that bottom line figure so we can start to develop a reserve. And that'll benefit us in years going forward. It won't for the moment, but if we did a maintenance project in 144 and then also this project in 13, I'm afraid that would put us over that budget.
All right, any other questions from the commission at this time for Mr. Espinoza? All right, seeing none at this moment, let's go ahead and take this out for any public comment here, maybe in Reno. Any public comment here in Reno?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Larry Johnson, Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. I'm going to be encouraged by NDOW's recent efforts to become more efficient at this program. They have not, I don't feel, in the past. When we're spending $68,000 to remove 14 coyotes, something's wrong. I applaud their efforts, I think, to solicit private contracts rather than relying entirely on wildlife services. I think that is a great move for the future in this. I too would like to see a maintenance of Area 014 continue in the future. Just like I feel that our predator control in Area 014 in the granites is showing great success and will be the model for our remaining management units in Washoe County. For example, 022 here in the Paros, badly in need of a Lion project, etc. At this point, we don't have enough money. I understand that. I would encourage the department to reach out to NGOs for this budget shortfall. I'm personally going to contact and lobby Nevada Bighorns Unlimited for a significant donation in this respect, knowing full well that we also have water development issues in southern Nevada, et cetera. So, thank you.
Karen Taylor, Washoe County resident. I wanted to thank the sportsmen, the 34%, who are true conservationists, who understand that lethal removal is needs to be a small percentage of bringing back our wildlife, and that habitat is where it's at. I would really much like to hear even more on this subject. I appreciate the endowed biologists and everything they're doing. To try to find out more from the Habitat Division, maybe about what kind of habitat projects are going to be done and what they can do to actually help with some of the big game animals. Thank you.
Mel Belding, member of the public. Project 21, the greater sage grouse protection. If we look at what was spent there last year and what was done, it's pretty sad. I would like to know why this cannot be funded in its entirety out of the upland game stamp, which will free up $175,000 to put towards Project 37. Hopefully, we're going to have some future transplants of bighorn sheep in this state, and I hope we have enough money to do what your regulations say for us to do, and that's to go in there, remove the predators before we transplant, mainly mountain lions. So I'd like to see $75,000 out of that. We did go quite a bit over last year. Same thing with Project 38. Other than 14, I don't know, we had the original one in Area 014 that Larry Johnson was mentioning. And there we had both coyote and mountain lion removal. Very successful program. I just don't think that anyone can argue with the numbers of mule deer that came because of that project and the amount of tags and revenue that this department received because of, I think it was Project 14, maybe it was 17. Project number 40. I know in the heading it says coyote and mountain lion removal, but in the justification we only talk about a 4 to 5 year coyote control project. I think we should add 80,000 to that and keep Area 14 so that we can keep those animals protected in 14 and growing. That's it. Thank you.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. As a whole, we supported the plan as it was presented, but we'd like to see a couple of things. And that I know that Persian's included in some of those programs because it's a statewide. But we would like to see a report once in a while on what's going on and what efforts have been made on the predators to keep them at bay. in an area in our east side of Pershing County, that 041 and 042, in September, October, and November, we had a collared doe die each one of those months. So we lost 3, but we haven't seen a lot of predator control, and we'd like to at least, well, we don't see it because we don't know, because we'd like to see a report come at least to the cabs from the biologist or from the department, somebody, just so we know what kind of work is going on. Thank you.
All right, any other comment here in Reno on the predator plan? All right, seeing none, how about on Zoom?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Commission and Chair. This is Jamie Halpin with Eureka Cab. So it was a surprise to us when we looked at that predation management plan for Project 40 and 13. And to echo what Commissioner Bourne said, we're not against 13 having a coyote project. We would like to see a maintenance program or even fully funded for Project 40. We don't want to see that go away because we have seen it help our deer herds. So our CAB voted to fund Project 40 as it was and develop a new project for Area 13. And so that's kind of where our CAB stand. And we had the conversations of, keeping a maintenance plan if it wasn't in the budget, and at the commission's desire for what they want to do. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rogers and Commissioners. It's been a long day so far. Our CAB supported the draft fiscal predation plan as presented, but we had a couple of things I wanted to state. One is that there was overall, as pointed out by another person, that the fact that the hunters and sportsmen, when they put in their predator free, roughly a third of them said that they felt that habitat and studies were important to be doing in areas. I think really should show the greater public out there that we're not mass killers, that there has to be a balance in what we do. And the legislator setting limits it, whether it was 70, 30, 80, 20, or whatever it was going to be, didn't have a basis. And I think the sportsman shows well. The concern that we had was it was unclear reading this plan how the non-lethal part is going to be spent and managed. Joe Bennett, who attended my CAB meeting from down south, from Endow, said that there'll be basically the non-lethal dollars are being looked at as being managed like heritage dollars, a different account, but managed like heritage, where people will put in proposals to do non-lethal type studies, and that they'll be distributed that way. Do we have anything that can be said that I could take back to my CAB about what that thinking is? Because Joe kind of gave us that high level and kind of left it there. Thank you.
All right, I think that is it for public comment. I'll bring it back to the commission for any other discussion, questions. One question, I guess, that I had real quickly for Mr. Espinoza, if you might, hearing the public comments both here in Reno as well as via Zoom, if you had any comments around some of the points that were made, maybe specific to the one Project 21 and the upland game stamp funding that, as well as, anyway, some of the other comments as well. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Rogers, for the question and clarification. So that amount, that $175,000 for Project 21, probably still doesn't get us there in terms of trying to reach somewhere around 10 to 12,500 ravens, which we think is what's going to take to move the needle on behalf of sage grouse, and move the needle with respect to raven population, specifically in concentrated areas. So we've already been considering using Upland Game Stamp to help bolster that, some non-governmental organization funding, and also the ability to use some grant funding for that, because we think that that's probably going to be a $225,000 to $250,000 project. That is one of the more successful projects that we've seen. We've spent a lot of time and energy researching the effects of that, and we're seeing some positive benefits out of that, and we're seeing that, you know, at least for the sake of nest success, that's a metric that we can move with Raven control. For some of the other projects, you know, we could drive that figure down, but that's going to have some ramifications on Upland Game Stamp, might have some ramifications on our grant. So we're trying to be as prudent as possible with what we have. And like I said, once we build a reserve, we're going to be able to up these projects in the near future. We're thinking that in 2 fiscal years, we'll be able to develop a reserve of $750,000, which will be much more palatable for some of these projects. But we're going with Wildlife Services, Mark Ono, to a meeting, Carson Valley Chukar Club, next week, and hopefully we can get some additional resources to deal with the raven issue. For Project 40, like I said, if it's $80,000 for 2 of those projects, we may have to eliminate one other project that's on that list there. So we're going to have to consider the ramifications of that. And so if there's some direction that you guys have for doing that, we'd be happy to take that. As far as how those funds are allocated with that 66 to 34%, that 34% is managed by Policy 12B, and that policy dictates that those funds go through the Wildlife Heritage Trust account process. And that request for proposal is out now, and so we'll see what kind of projects are proposed for that particular funding source. But that is why you don't see certain projects like we had the Project 44, which was the Area 24 mountain lion monitoring project. That's no longer in there. The Common Raven monitoring project, that's no longer in there. This is only the lethal piece.
All right, thank you for that. What, excuse me, any other discussion, questions from the commission? What's everybody think? It's been a long day. What's everybody thinking about the predator plan? Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Somebody's got to throw out a first opinion, I guess. So I'll let it be me. At this point, you know, pending the conversations and seeing what adjustments can be made based on the discussions with Mark Ono, I'm probably fine to support this draft as it is. You know, I wish we were able to draw some more money into this sooner, but I do get the position that we want to build up that fund for future years as well, and we have been seeing a decline of that bottom line balance over the last couple of years. So at this point, I'm supportive of this draft as it stands.
All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Keel, and we have a second from Commissioner Barnes for approval as presented. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, with one in the nay, so that is 7-1, and that motion passes as presented. Thank you. All right, that concludes agenda item 12. We are on to agenda item number 13. This is public comment period, informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So how about public comment here in Reno?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Larry Johnson, Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. I want to briefly discuss the crisis water shortage in southern Nevada and dry guzzlers, et cetera. I bring a little bit of guzzler experience to the table since I've got between 150 and 200 big game guzzlers construction under my belt. And we'll build another, apparently half a dozen this year. Okay. The shortcoming of southern Nevada guzzlers is they're often built in extremely remote locations. Up north, we never build a guzzler that we can't get a water truck to, or can't get a water truck with hoses to running 250 feet that we can't recharge if it gets drunk dry, okay? I think there's got to be a difference in location philosophy down south, but that doesn't help our immediate problem. To compound our immediate problem, a lot of these areas are in designated wilderness areas. But at the same time, we have cherry stem roads going into the wilderness into the wilderness boundaries. The simple solution of common sense, if BLM, et cetera, would allow, would be to put a series of stock tanks at the end of those cherry stem roads and fill them with water tankers at a fraction. We could do that at a fraction of the cost that we're going to spend in airlifting water. And those animals respond to this immediately. When we build a new guzzler and set trail cams there, those animals are there within a week. Okay, they sniff water from miles away and can get there. When we bring a water tanker in to fill these, I've seen Chucker follow the tanker into the guzzler site because they drip water, okay? Because these are wilderness areas that probably would not be allowed that simple and common sense as far as simple stock tanks. So quite frankly, you take a backhoe, you scoop out an area, you put an HDPE liner in, you cover it back with soil so it's camouflaged, and you take your water truck and you fill that up that you can replenish on a monthly, quarterly, whatever basis as necessary. That's may not work as far as the exact proposal, but we got to be thinking outside the box. The other thing gets to be is I think the National Guard and Air Force should be contacted for use of their helicopters. The Air Force, as far as sheep range and desert range areas, if we have needs there, and the National Guard in some other places to use those as training exercises. We've actually done that in the past. Don't mind me, I built my first guzzler in 1986, okay? And I'm so damned old that I introduced Mel to his first guzzler. So that, anyway, food for thought. Okay, thank you.
Karen Taylor, Washoe County resident. Thank you for sitting here. I promise you won't see me tomorrow. Chairman Commissioner Rogers, I need to address a couple of the gentlemen that I spoke to before they ran off to lunch, and I'm going to go through you to them. Commissioner Boren and Commissioner Caviglia, I probably overstepped my boundaries when I questioned your decision-making progress on making a motion regarding the petition that myself and 3 other people put forward. And so I want to apologize for that. I would like to explain myself a little bit more. I had mentioned to those gentlemen that they set a dangerous precedent when they said that they were making their decisions. They made the motion based on May of the study. Most studies, as you know, have May in them, and I don't know that it's a dangerous precedent, but it may even actually help me in the future, because even depending on what your p-values are, depending on whatever you go through with your statistics, May is something you have to put in because there's always that small percentage that doesn't apply. So I just wanted to let you guys know that I will be watching for that in the future. Most of what you make your decision based on is May. There's very little 100% of what you make your decisions based on. Also, with Commissioner Boren, he mentioned about the small populations, and I understand that small populations are a difficulty when it comes to research and decision-making, but I want to point out that now that that door is open, we will be looking at, and I hope you save the sheep. I actually have approached NDOW staff that no longer work there with some ideas for funding guzzlers, but nobody wanted to hear it. That was some years ago. I still have my ideas. But anyway, I just want to let you know that small populations, even when it comes to sheep, if you're going to save 25 sheep, go for it. Go for it. I have no problem with that whatsoever. What percentage of the population is that going to be compared to the state population? Even if you only save 10 sheep, I don't care. Chances are it's going to be more like 250, but once again, what is that in terms of the state population? So you deal, when it comes to animals that you hunt, you deal with smaller populations also. And I would like that same care and that same concern given to predator populations. Thank you.
Mel Belding, member of the public. I also would like to address the water situation that we have. It's nothing new to any of us, north, south, east, or west. We've all been through it, hauling water and trying to do the right thing. But I think I agree with Larry Johnson. We have to think outside the box and utilizing the military to do this for us. I think it's a great call. I know Steve Robinson has talked to someone in the military, and they were more than willing to haul the water into southern Nevada. Thinking outside the box, you guys have heard me over the years. We haven't built enough guzzlers yet, and when we get done with ones that we need for the water for the sheep and antelope and everything else to drink, and mountain lions, coyotes, whatever there comes, let's start irrigating. Let's start irrigating with guzzlers. Let's start irrigating with helicopters. An acre foot of water, 12 inches deep over an acre, 43,560 square feet, is about 327,000 gallons. So if we look at Las Vegas, in a good year, an average year, they get about 4 inches of precip, 4.12. That's about 109,000 gallons of water. That ain't a lot of water, guys. Let's haul it in. Let's take some select places where we know we can do some good, growing some natural, native grasses, and water it, just like we do our lawn. There's other ways to accomplish this rather than an emergency kill, transplants. I'm all for them. Let's do some experiments right here in northern Nevada with those muddy sheep. Let's bring some to these areas. I realize they do have MOVI. They've been exposed to it. But let's just see if it really happens, if it really kills them off. We don't know that it will. We don't know that it won't. Let's have that experiment. But I think we really do have the obligation to the wildlife. We created this monster. There's no doubt it was us. Mother Nature had nothing to do with it, guys. We did it. We're the ones who built those guzzlers. We're the ones who transplanted these sheep. We can take care of them. So let's get our heads together and figure out a way we can get her done. Thanks.
Mike Reese for Southern Coalition for Wildlife. Chairman and Commissioners, I want to thank you guys for your time. I know that during public comment, there's not to be any back and forth. I don't expect any. But some of the questions that have come up is, was the petition still on the table or had it been pulled back? So your vote today, I'm assuming that according to policy 4, you have to have a vote on that in order to enact the 5-year ban on having a petition come back. I'd just like, maybe tomorrow you guys notice, hey, did that go into effect? Did that not? You guys have every right to create regulations and stuff on that. That was my number one question is, did the petition get put back on the table? Don't know. Okay, or maybe it just got pulled back for good. Okay, either way, I just want it for informative. Number 2, the Ravens. 15 years ago when I was on the cab, the Ravens were my pet peeve because I saw how much money we're spending. At that time, I quoted them as the wild horse of the sky. Okay? We were at 95,000, and I thought it was absurd that we only had a permit for 2,400 and 2,500, and Wildlife Services had one for 1,500, so we can pull out 4,000. Okay? I heard Sean Espinoza say 10,500. I'm under the impression that the current permit we have right now is for 12,500. Either way, I think it needs to be doubled. I've watched how it's grown and grown over 15 years. It is a wild horse of the sky issue. It will continue to grow if we're not taking out more than is being recruited. I see the amount of money that we're putting on that. I do understand it's a federally protected bird. I have actually gone to Congress, asked Crescent Hardy to introduce it in Conservation Natural Resources for a depredation, a 3-year, $50,000 a year for 3 years. Unfortunately, he lost the next election, and it didn't get heard in that, but he did pass it around to a few people. I think that that's something that we need to look at, because as you look at the amount of money that's spent on our predator program, the majority of it's going for that federally protected species. And I hear the word study. Yes, we've had a ton of studies on that. A study that says if they get above this threshold, they do more damage to sage grouse. But if we can keep it underneath this, I don't know what that number is now. I was heard it was like 29.1 per mile. I don't know. I'd like, as we get into the predator projects, I'd like that to be looked at and addressed, because otherwise I think it's a waste of money. I understand that we do it because if the sage grouse gets listed, okay, another term I've used, I've called it blackmail money. I don't mind calling it because I feel it is. When it comes time to hear about the ravens, or excuse me, about the sage grouse, Nevada, what have you guys done? We haven't done nothing. We don't have any money. Okay, so you guys haven't solved the problem for sage grouse. You're not working towards it. Fine. We'll just go ahead and put it on the threatened list. That's my opinion, and that's why I call it blackmail money, how that money's being spent. So I look, and every year there was always 100 to 175,000 going in, plus 3-to-1 match. I was glad to see today that it wasn't 3-to-1 match. I guess my question is, have we exhausted our 3-to-1 match just in our predator program? Because I know there's others in habitat and stuff we can get 3-to-1. I'm not arguing about it. I'm just questioning. I saw nothing with the 3-to-1 on the predator plan. And maybe that tells me that all the 3-to-1 matches going to the habitat. That's fine. I would just like more transparency of where that money's going. So thank you.
All right, any additional public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none, how about public comment on Zoom? No public comment on Zoom. All right, so with that, I do appreciate everybody engagement today, and with that, we will be adjourned until tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you.